Hello there. Let's get to. There we go. Oh, welcome. It has been a heck of a long time since I've streamed, and by a long time, I mean like 3 weeks. It's been a while since like the Phoebe fishing event, which I ended up finishing off stream. Some of that footage ended up in the recent video I made about Wuwa's endgame content stuff. But I did end up finishing it eventually. I just got really busy working with said video and rewriting scripts and really taking the time to articulate things. But yeah, we're here now with the new story, except first we have to apparently go taste some pizza. So, let's do that daily first. Start off the day right in the rinascita fashion of eating questionable pizza. Hello there, welcome. How are you doing there? Yay, we're here, taste pizza. Okay. Was it a success? Mushroom soup, okay, something different. This wasn't the one that reached premium phase. Thanks. You want to go back for more? Oh, she actually made something good. Especially not bad, okay. Capture the true Egla flavor. Can't speak. You got up early and went to the gondola market to buy wild mushrooms. Something about these mushrooms feels off. Did we get high? Wow. Okay, we start off getting high, man. That's great. Who are these people? Great. Okay, there is one version of this quest where you eat the food and it just drops all of your characters to 1 HP. It's actually great. The daily poisoning from Layla. Yep. As you do. As is required for a good, wholesome rinascita breakfast. Or I guess lunch. It's noon here. Hey, Tony. Welcome. Never thought you'd see, what, a Twitch stream again? I stream on Twitch regularly. I stream both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. And I want to start doing a lot. I want to do, like, branch out and do other things as well, because I've been doing a lot of analysis videos and stuff, and I want to do analysis videos of, rammed my head into a chandelier, of, other games and things as well, and other game mechanics. But that's probably going to wait until after I build a new PC. I think within the next, like, couple of weeks, I am going to build a new PC and go through that process during my spring break from work. But we're going to jump into the old main quest here. That is a heck of a word there. Anyways, we're going to track this. So we're gonna have to go to Eglatown, rather, the place where we got extremely high, or where the mushrooms that got us high came from. We're gonna have, let's see, what kind of team can we mess with? There's that team, there's this team, there's the three. Look, Kuro has to be very careful here. I found this out when I was doing the footage for the Dragon of Dirge hologram thing for the video. Kuro has to be very careful giving us more characters that can just straight up freeze enemies. Because between Carlotta and Phoebe, you can borderline stun lock some bosses. If I get a third character that can just stun an enemy on cooldown, that thing isn't moving, because I could sit there and chain their cooldowns together and keep that thing perma-frozen. I was almost able to do it with just these two alone. It just required Carlotta to have her forte maxed. So there was some inconsistency there. But if we had a third person who could freeze enemies in a more consistent way than, say, Rover's Burst, yeah, those enemies aren't moving. If Kuro gives us another character like that, that's gonna be rough. You still have the... Oh my god, I do! Thank you! Glad you pointed that out, man. Thank you. Saw some videos pop up here, and I definitely wish you luck with that. Thanks. Those videos are... They are videos. They are doing things. I don't know if I necessarily say they're doing well, but they're doing things. Let's go with a tried and true classic team that definitely is not tried and true, but at least is going to be amusing. I want Rover here with us because Rover, and we gotta have our girl with us, and then we need heals, right? I thought you meant to have that up there. No, that was for the MILF thing was for the last stream because we were doing fishing. And it was for the last Wua stream because I had fishing in it. Yeah, that was not meant to still be there. That definitely was not supposed to still be there. Camellia, get squeaky clean. So yeah, we're gonna do the story quest. I have heard very good things about the story quest. I know that you unlock Arrow Rover during it, which is great because I have just finished building, at least to some extent.
Would you like a fun game between the two of us?
Thank you, Camellia.
Nice pick. You won't regret choosing Alto's service.
Yeah, I just finished building up Alto, and I have, like, guys, I got double static mists in a single 10 pull. Don't ask why Chi has got the level 1. We don't talk about her right now. She's in transition. But yeah, I've got Alto somewhat built up enough to be useful in an arrow team. Though, I guess apparently we're getting new character next update that's Arrow. And we'll probably go along with the new Arrow stuff that we have with Rover. So that's cool. I'm gonna be kind of curious about that. And then I know Zani's next update, wielding apparently like Monster Hunter weapons. Respect for building Alto as a Chicia main. Listen, my Chicia also is maxed, but she's kind of in flux because I still haven't gotten decent Nightmare Echo for her. And admittedly, I need to just do better echoes for her. So right now, Alto is using her weapon. Mortifi is using the spare, or one or the other. I can't even remember. Simply because... You good? Simply because Mortifi shows up with my Phoebe team for the tower. As you can see, the tower this time around was easier than last time, in my opinion. But yeah, Phoebe, Mortifi, Spectral Rover is pretty much my team for tower, or at least one side of it. Of course, that dude has a gun when he wears those glasses. Oh, you know it. Yo, the gun characters isn't the new Arrow character that's gonna come out.
As
She
we
like
head toward
plays a
our
lute
shared future, leaving the past
and uses
behind.
guns, apparently. I don't know if that's been like confirmed, but that's at least what people have been saying. I don't know again if that's true or not. But like, she uses guns? That's cool. Also, sorry, I was getting more there. Also, she comes out during, I think, anniversary, so I'm wondering if we'll end up with her being a potential free character for us. That'd be, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge, Kuro. You know, just saying, that'd be cool. Like, I like gun characters, truthfully. I mean, I don't have Carlotta here with me right now, but I like Carlotta. She's one of my favorite characters, for sure. This is so picturesque over there. Like, look at that. Look at the whimsical whale and the... This is like what I'd said during the rinascita videos, man. And, like, it's just so... The whimsy. Like, just look at that. The whale, the clouds back there, the tree. It really just feels like I'm looking at an oil painting. Like, it's just so good. Let's go talk to Abby.
You there, Abster?
Did we just call him Abster? Also, is Abby a guy or a girl? I'm not even sure.
What's up?
It's taking longer for Abby to react.
Oh yeah, I seemingly remember our whole point to coming to Rinascita was because Abby was, like, not good.
Hey, there's nothing to worry about. I'm just a little beat, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, earlier, when I was half asleep, I came up with this great idea for finding the Sentinel.
We just go look. Abby's literally just most people after a week of working and waking up on the weekend. I'm just beat.
Let's hear it.
Didn't the Sentinels say they're locked up in some kind of tower in the sky?
Let's just fly there.
Well, how about I just fly up there and look for it? Easy as pie.
See? Abby being useful. Let's just fly.
The tower is either too far to see, or it's totally covered by clouds.
The whimsical whales.
Otherwise, we would have seen some sign of it on the ground.
We have seen signs of it.
In the shape you're in, are you sure you could fly that far?
Hey, come on. It won't hurt to try. The cliff at Egla Town would be a perfect launch pad.
I wish I didn't have to keep, like, turning the subtitles off each time. I know the subtitles are useful and stuff, but, like, if I want to use the footage for anything in, like, a video, I really just prefer not to have the subtitles showing. I feel like it's more cinematic, you know? Speaking of cinematics, yo, hold on. Did Kuro ever get around to freaking giving us a hotkey for immersion mode? Like, did that ever happen? Because we have to go into, like, 3 freaking menus to turn immersion mode on. and then it just turns off all the time. And we have, like, hotkeys for turning it off. Like, did they get around to... Crap, now that I'm in immersion mode, I actually don't know where I need to go. No, they didn't. Oh, for Christ's sake, Kuro. It's really pretty, though. That's something they need to do. I need to remember to put that on, like, every survey. They really need to have a hotkey to turn immersion mode on. Oh, there she is. The character who's going to be new. Surprised we get to see her. I thought she was only going to be in Cantarella's story quest. Is she playing a leaf? Those are some crazy
Music
eyes.
itself holds no emotion. It's the heart that grants it meaning. So, dear listener, tell me, what feelings did my piece evoke in you?
Immense British. Also, she's gonna be Arrow, by the way. Hair as red as literally Inferno Rider. Arrow, by the way. The horns are cool, though. I honestly, I kind of like her design. It's not half bad. There's her tacit mark. The little dot thingies. The eyes are crazy. Got the little hair thingy going on there. I wish I could see the rest of it. That's really nice, like, semi-transparent, like, fabric look there. It's a bit stiff, but like the texture of it's really nice. We talked about stuff like this when we did the Shorekeeper quest, like the very semi, like, silky kind of fabric like this. Kuro does really well making that. It's really nice. What'd she say? Music. It's the heart that grants it meaning. Sure. What feelings did a feeling of nostalgia, yearning, and sorrow? Maybe nostalgia, I guess? I'm not sure. I wasn't paying enough attention to her song. I was talking. Little flowers in there, too.
A very valuable insight. Thank you. That brings me closer to completing my piece.
Aggressively British accent, too. Though her VA sounds familiar.
Salutations, Rover. My name is Jacona, a wandering bard. I'm glad to have met you.
Her name is what? Jacona, okay. Interesting. She's a bard, too?
I was sent by Lady Carlotta to find you. As I passed that abandoned house, I suddenly felt this, well, you know, rush of inspiration that just can't be ignored. So I stopped to compose a piece.
Yeah, she seems cool. I'll probably try to get her if she's not free next. God, but okay, guys, next update, there's gonna be her, there's gonna be Zani. We'll see how I feel about getting Zani. And then I'm sure freaking Cartethyias is probably going to be like an update afterwards, and I definitely want to get Cartethyias. Like, I'm assuming Cartethyias is also going to be Arrow, so maybe these two will go together. Because if we're getting Arrow Rover, I assume Cartethyias, the, for all intents and purposes, resonator of this area, is going to be also Arrow. So, man, it's just the Arrow team here.
Surprise, surprise, the melody led me right to you.
Yeah, her outfit is alright. The little skirt dressy thing isn't too bad. You've been saving like mad for Cartethyias. Hello, by the way, welcome. Yeah, I have some savings. I wouldn't be saying that I've been saving like mad because I did get Phoebe and her weapon. But that was the last time I pulled for stuff. And admittedly, I just need to play more. I haven't had a huge amount of time. Like, if I could get them my map and show you the fishing area, like the islands, that's like 3% explored. It's really bad. I need to go and actually do that. So I could easily have, I don't know, maybe even close to like an additional like 5k probably astrite than what I have, honestly. If I just have the time to go and, you know, push through it. But I haven't had a huge amount of time with the video, and then I've also kind of been distracted with Monster Hunter. That's been fun. I've been playing that quite a bit. But your savings at the moment are 39k astrites and 43 orbs. Nice. Okay, a student of mine, She has like, I say she barely pulls. She got a freaking S1 Phoebe and 110 pull. She has Brant, and Brant's weapon, and I think Phoebe's weapon too. But she has like over 100k Astrite, and yeah, she like doesn't pull very much, but when she does, stupidly lucky. Like she'll get like she got like early Brant, she got freaking again double Phoebe and a 10 pull. It's just like how are you able to do that? And I know she wants to get, she's basically saving her Sani and Frolova. She's under the delusion that Frolova will eventually be playable. You've been saving since you pulled Carlotta and Signature in 2.0. Nice. Yeah, I got pretty lucky with my Carlotta pulls, honestly. They were fairly lucky. And I'm happy because Carlotta is really fun. But yeah, I wanted Phoebe. I thought Phoebe seemed really cool, and so I got Phoebe. I kind of wanted Brant, but I was like, I don't know if his gameplay is going to be super fun, and so I just ended up skipping Brant. And Rochia, as much as I liked her, I just didn't feel like her gameplay was going to be too fun anyways. I mostly pick characters who I think have fun gameplay, and Carlotta had really fun gameplay. I think Phoebe's can be pretty fun. Camellia, we know the Camellia story. I look at leaks, right? I don't, like, actively look at them. Like, if they show up on Twitter, then they show up on Twitter and I see them. But I don't typically talk about them that much. Usually, if anything, I don't actually, like, see videos. I just see people, like, saying rumors about what's gonna happen or might happen and speculate. And I'm just like, huh, that seems possible, or huh, that doesn't seem possible. Like, the idea of Cartethia being Arrow, right? Like, there's nothing, as far as I'm aware, that confirms Cartethia is going to be Arrow, but my speculation is she's going to be Arrow Sword, because doesn't she use a sword in, like, one of the cutscenes or whatever? We saw during the trailer for this update, that she used a sword, so I'm assuming she's going to be Arrow Sword. Yo, it's Sandy Leeson. Yeah, I typically avoid them while streaming, for sure. If I see them, I see them, but that's about it. You might have to pull Bard Girl. She feels like she's going to be an Arrow support, and you're guessing Cartethia will be Arrow. See, you and I are kind of sharing the same idea there, Nightblight. I think she's going to be, well, we know she's Arrow, right? Like, Kuro's confirmed that she's Arrow Pistols, I believe. I believe they confirmed that a few days ago, like a tweet or something. I assume, like you're assuming, Cartethia is also going to be Arrow. I'm guessing Arrow Sword. I'm assuming Arrow Rover, Arrow Her, which I forgot her name instantly after she told me. It's just like real life. And then Cartethia is probably going to be a fairly optimal team for Cartethia. And I kind of just want her because she looks cool. I actually think her outfit, I can't see what's going on in the back there, but I think the overall outfit isn't half bad. I do kind of want Kuro to have some more diversity in what they're doing with the legs, though. Because, like, look at this. This is, I swear, like, Carlotta's got this going on. This girl's got this going on. Rover's got this going on. This whole, like, thighs showing with boots. Don't get me wrong. I love long boots and thighs showing. All for it, you know. But, let's mix it up a little bit. But, and then you have Cartethia, who's like, okay, I mixed it up and just didn't put boots on. It's just all leg. Which is like, can we do something down there? Like, I don't know. I feel like that needs to be a thing. Her drip market, she's confirmed Arrow Pistol. Okay, so she was confirmed. I wasn't going crazy. She's Arrow Pistol, which is all the more reason why I want her. I think that's cool. Arrow Pistol is awesome. I remember when I saw it, I was like, yo, we finally get an Arrow Pistol. Completely having forgotten about Alto that I literally just built.
Well, I suppose this won't count as me getting distracted, right?
You find it funny at Carlotta's center because she looks like she borrowed some green version of Carlotta's outfit. With the exposed, yeah, it's very similar to, you look, maybe the Montellis have, like, a dress code.
If Carlotta asked you to find me, has something happened?
She just wants tea.
Lady Carlotta told me you encountered the supposed martyred maiden, Cartethia. She dispatched search teams soon after, but there's been no sign of Cartethia since.
I'm not gonna say something that I just observed. Not gonna say it, but I'm sure we probably all observed it, and it's like gravity acts weird in Solaris.
That's why she asked me to use my forte to recreate the frequency you experienced at the time. To see if any details you might have missed become clearer.
Surely a big family has their own clothing line. Yeah, I guess. The Montelli clothing brand. Here, we've got our Echo brand, and then you've got clothing brand.
Recreate the frequency.
Crap, I kind of skipped that. Wait, what did it say? Oh, hold up. Oh, thank you, Kuro, for adding this. I skipped over it because I was looking at chat. Use your forte to recreate the frequency you experienced at the time to see if any details you might have missed become clear. Oh, so she can, like... Ooh, wait, hold on. If she can recreate frequencies, she can, like, mess with, like, time and, like, recreate a mental thing. I wonder how that's gonna play into her gameplay. Is she gonna be able to, like, reverse stuff? This is actually kind of an interesting thing to like, theory craft and think about, like, what her forte is gonna do. Is she gonna be able to do, like, kind of, like, Xiang Liao, where you can almost, like, freeze enemy kind of things?
Well, it's a little tricky to explain in words. Think of it like being in an immersive portrait. Can you tell me about your meeting with Cartethia?
You had time reversal 3-star easy. Dang, yeah. Tower of Adversity, you just end up... Yeah, actually, we're back at the first 30 seconds. Deal with it. You just get the mulligan every attempt.
The more details, the better. Even the smallest things count.
This reminds me of that one thing in The Witcher 3 where you have to tell the Dream Lady about, Ciri. Ooh. Oh, I thought we were going full cutscene there. We
Let's
aren't
see
getting a
here.
good view at...
Few notes here. Some emotions there. Textures. That should do it.
What? Okay, we're just rocking out. We're going full bardcore here. Like, this is a crazy looking instrument, though. What the hell? This is like, it has like as many strings as a koto. Is this actually a koto? Like, what the? Crazy. Your current team at the moment legit makes no sense, but it's your favorite to play. You go Carlotta, Jinzi, Shorekeeper. I mean, Shorekeeper being in there makes sense with pretty much anyone. One of my dumb teams is just my 3 strongest characters, Carlotta, Camellia, Phoebe. And I just put all 3 of them together for funsies. She's playing notes that don't even exist. Dang. She's playing, like, notes that are in other dimensions at this point. That doesn't look right. She's just creating her own, like, fanfic for us at this point as to what happened.
Now then, Rover. Time for you to tune in to your memories.
Man, if it was me with my ADHD brain, I'd be sitting there adding extra stuff that wasn't there, forgetting things. Though I am very good at, like, playing back stuff in my head. That just might be the autism part of the thing. But, you know. Why are we just... She just flashbanged us. Oh. Okay. Oh, distracted by sudden pizza over there or something. Like, that'd be my brain. Or it'd just be that I just forgot.
Tune into my memories. Does that mean I'm supposed to see the past from another perspective?
Rover's got a really good memory to be remembering all these details. Like, dude, if you asked me, I just saw Cartethia. If you asked me to describe her outfit, I'd be like, elf ears, earrings, laurel, no pants. That's basically all I remember. Oh, blonde. That is all I remember about her. Like, you're basically just getting a naked elf with earrings and a crown, and that's about it. I don't remember her shirt. I just remember that I really didn't like the fact that she had absolutely no pants on at all. That's about it. Like, this memory is getting real distorted real quick because I can't remember a thing. Recreate frequencies is a whole domain expansion, I guess. Two, you don't ask why you remember that, dear God. Yeah, we're getting some very questionable memories here. What's her face is gonna be like, I don't know if I like where this story's going.
Laureate.
What was that? What was that effect that we had on our eyes?
Our tacit
Interesting.
marks are glowing again. It appears there is a special connection between them.
Huh. Well, because we basically create sentinels. Yeah, okay. So here's what we remember. Like, this is... I don't mind the top too much. It's like, whatever. It's pretty revealing. But, like, again, I feel like her whole design is just this. Like, face, and that's about it. And then, like, the cool little things down here. Like, could we get something for those legs? Like, girl, I'm sure it gets cold at night around here. Like... You're gonna get cold. Like, come on now. You gotta cover something up down there, please. Like, you are literally just walking legs. So that's some of the design, right?
What is the meaning of this?
She walks on water a lot. Her leggings would get wet. I mean, counterpoint, shorekeeper or something. Or like Cantarella or something, right? Like, you know, she could have some like special kind of leggings there that make it so that it's just not bare legs. Like, this isn't a memory one. She's just in here. Yeah, you know, Cartethia just does it. What, you never have a memory where then you just add people in? Rover's just, again, this is just what's her face? It's Chowdrada, whatever her name is. And Rover just creating a fanfic. That's what this is. They're just creating a fanfic. This never happened. We're just adding things into the memories. You know, at one point or another, Carlotta's gonna show up and have the entire Montelli family, like, roll out a banquet, and we're just gonna sit down and start eating, and it's gonna be great. We're gonna have a performance going on again. The whole town is gonna come up there with trumpets, like... And it's red carpets are gonna roll out. It's, yeah, getting crazy with it. Again, we actually get to see her design a little more. I was right about the earrings. I forgot that her eyes were blue. Tacit mark on the head, forgot that. Got the laurel thing. See, this is an interesting thing because if she's Arrow, right? Her aesthetic screams Glacio. Like, this is almost, to me, in like a crystal format, almost similar to like Carlotta's stuff. These things have very crystalline looks to them. Like, her aesthetic really screams Glacio. But she might be Arrow. Carlotta gonna show up with Carlotta clothes for Cartethia. Oh yeah, we get the fashion line in here.
Someone used their resonance ability to help me relive this moment, but this seems unexpected.
How did you first come to notice me?
With my eyes. You were literally in the crowd. Like, crowd of NPCs properly dressed. Half-naked blonde elf. Huh. Someone's standing out. Okay.
The Sentinel. Imperator's voice guided me to you.
What if that wasn't the Sentinel? What if that was actually the, Frenodian? Oops.
You heard the Sentinel's voice? Then tell me, am I their resonator?
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Well, Imperator called you the Lost, and Primus Fenrico claims you are the resonator for Leviathan, the Thrunodian.
Yeah, do we really trust Fenrico, though? No, I think Fenrico's obviously mistaken Cartethia for Fleur-de-Lis. That's basically what's going on there. She looks normal to me, trust. Yeah, you see elves every day. Okay, were you Legolas?
But you really don't have any idea?
Though, again, I do generally like her design. The elf stuff is certainly something that catches my attention. Like, at this point, I'm just collecting elves, sort of, Yinlin. I don't really like Yinlin's design. But, you know, the other elf characters here, we've got Bard Girl and now Cartethia. Apparently, I just have a thing for trusting and getting elves. Do you trust Cartethia? Right now, we don't have a reason to not trust Cartethia. I trust Cartethia more than I trust Fenrico, but I assume she knows more than she's letting on, especially if you're asking that question. Sure, Fenrico's a swell guy. Fenrico doesn't even have a playable model. Like, Kuro, you can't make us trust a dude who doesn't have a playable model. Nah, you gotta at least bait us a little bit. Create a model that looks playable, and then not give it to us. Man, Rosemary, the apothecary, has a more playable looking model than Fenrico does. Like, nah, Kuro. You ain't buying us with that one.
I've actually been searching for the answer to this question too. My memories are fragmented. I remember becoming a resonator, and the moment I was given the name Fleur-de-Lis.
Yeah, and then you, like, split in two.
I also remember fighting something, but the details and the outcome of that battle are lost to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you died. And you probably fought your other self.
You seem deeply concerned about the Sentinel. Tell me, why is that?
I just realized as she's walking, she's wearing, like, this little, like, dark thing on her outfit is like a skirt, but like a real, it's like a nightgown skirt. Like, does this girl just walk around like she's going to bed? Like, this is an outfit minus all the little flourishes that you'd basically wear, like, as a nightgown going to bed. No wonder why she's, like, out of it. She basically never woke up. Why is that? Abby. Oh, yeah, my little flying fella. Forget about him. Abby, he can just show up in memories, too.
Whoa! Check it out! Our frequencies got split apart.
Apparitions? Yeah, what do you mean? Let's just do that. Explain.
Basically, we're sorta in that hover mode you once joked about. Nothing new to me, though.
Abby, I don't remember any of that. That'd be a whole nightgown with cloth tailored thrown on over. Cloth tab thrown on over. I guess. I don't know, man. She's walking around with bed sheets at this point.
This must be the frequency that's entangled within you. Is it some kind of echo?
You can sense Abby? I mean, something like that.
Yes. I'm experiencing a similar kind of frequency split. Though there is little that remains of my resonance powers. I feel its frequency weakening. I understand why you're eager to find the Sentinel. You said you heard the Sentinel's voice. Was there anything else they said?
What is this thing, though? Okay, so we've got the two things here, and then behind this is like some the random like gap there. I get the little like decorative design. Cartethia, your outfit is all over the place. Like, get rid of this white thing for a minute, right? Like, the actual design of this skirt is pretty cute. I like the little floral patterns. I don't know what's going on with the gaps in the middle of it. That's a little, you know. And the fact that your back is basically all exposed is, you know. But the actual pattern on there is really nice. I don't know how I feel now that I look at this, like, white thing down there in front of it. Like, these little things, I guess, whatever. The white thing, I get that it adds, like, diversity to it and an extra layer. Her outfit just seems really weird to me. And again, the lack of any kind of, like, thing on her legs is just, I'm gonna constantly be griping about this.
They spoke of being ensnared in an inverted tower suspended in the sky.
Ensnared? Does that mean behind the seals there's...
Seals.
I'm sure you've noticed that I was drawn here only as a frequency. My true form currently resides inside an inverted sonorosphere, suspended high in the sky. At its center stands a tower, its gate locked by 3 seals. I've sensed a voice calling out to me from behind them. Could it be the Sentinel?
But if the Sentinel's there, then aren't you both just trapped there?
Say, it's really faint, so I barely noticed earlier. Is that a Drenodian smell I'm getting from you?
She's like, you smell like Threnodian. Is that a perfume brand you've got going on there? Like, you know, Carlotta's got this interesting perfume, but you got that Threnodian scent to you, girl. Let's go into the tower and break free the Sentinel. Yeah, there is definitely no Sentinel in there. I had this guess from when I saw the trailer and heard the quote-unquote Sentinel's voice, that the Sentinel leading us, what the Sam hell is going on over there? The quote-unquote Sentinel leading us to this tower is not the Sentinel. That's the Threnodian. And this Cartethia being projected to us then is not the real Cartethia, but a projection made by the Threnodian.
The scent of a Threnodian? You can perceive the Threnodian?
Abby, I think Abby's pretty sure.
It's not an exact one-to-one with that big Ovathraxula meatball I had. But I never mix up a flavor I've already tasted.
That little the end. The Ovathraxula meatball I had. Bro, just talking about echoes being meatballs. Okay. if the Overthrax is a meatball, what is this Threnodian? What is Imperator Threnodian? Is that like sashimi or something? Like what are we eating? What are we eating tonight here, Abby? Like
Abby has a nose for these sort of things. We came across Threnodian powers before in Jinzhou.
moron.
So it's safe to say Abby can be trusted.
Yeah. So girl, why you smell like Threnodian? What you been doing?
Do you think I'm the Threnodian's resonator?
If we're making assumptions, let's err on the optimistic side first.
Why? You're making assumptions. You want to err on the most pessimistic side. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst there, Chief.
Given your current situation, it is possible you were affected by the Threnodian's powers during your battle alongside Imperator.
Abby's just like, girl, you smell like a snack. Ow.
That could be the reason behind losing all your power, too.
I take it this theory would benefit you as well. After all, that unique echo of yours needs the Sentinel's powers for treatment, does it not?
Maybe.
Even in adventure tales, it's not always the witch who loses her memory. It could also be a blessed maiden, trying to regain her powers.
That sounded suspicious.
In that case, it appears we share the same goal of finding the Sentinel.
Well, assuming it's the Sentinel. Yeah, you're awfully calm about this.
Spending so much time alone in the Sonorosphere gave me plenty of time to consider countless possibilities.
Also probably did a number to your psyche.
I've braced myself for whatever may come until I find the answers I'm seeking.
I want to know what's going on with Imperator in that tower. And I want to speak with you in person.
Yeah, break free the creepy voice. Yeah. We don't really, again, I guessed this from when I saw the 2.2 trailer when we heard the Sentinel voice thing again. I'm like, that doesn't sound like, it sounded like it was trying too hard to sound like Zue, another Sentinel that we had in which be familiar with, but that is definitely not a Sentinel. It in what it was saying definitely didn't feel that way. So, like, yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like what's in there, and even then, it seems somewhat odd. Like, even from the beginning, even from 2.0, it seemed a bit strange. It seemed too convenient.
How can I reach your Sonorosphere?
But then that makes us wonder, okay, if it is the Threnodian in that tower, trapped in a Sonorosphere, how all did that happen? Did Cartethia, actual Cartethia, when she died, basically have that with the Sentinel's power be the last thing kind of she did to hold off the threat of the Threnodian? And if so, where is the Sentinel? I'm still somewhat of the impression that Cetus is the Sentinel. Which is quite hilarious that we've kept talking about talking to Cetus and like encountering Cetus, and it's just like, yeah, we ain't doing anything. But at the same time, if Cetus were the Sentinel, wouldn't Abby have smelt it? Like, wouldn't Abby have been like, You smell like Sentinel, because in 2.1 at the end of that, and again, I didn't stream it, but at the end of that, Abby quite literally goes up and, like, is right up in front of Cetus and talks to it. So... Huh. Unless Cetus and Threnodian combined create Sentinel.
A part of the sonorosphere is actually on land, though its outer perimeter is surrounded by a barrier.
As is per usual.
I cannot leave, and no one can enter.
Just break it open. Wow. Just break it open, forehead. Good suggestion, Rover. Hey, Mimo, welcome. We're helping an elf, maybe. We might also just be helping a Threnodian, but you know, an elf is involved, and no elves go unhelped. I guess unless Yinlin, because I never did her story quest.
I'm afraid that won't do.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't just break it open. It's like, really? Try me. Bonk.
That barrier also acts as the power source that maintains the sonorosphere's integrity. If it's destroyed, the entire sphere will collapse.
Okay. Just get out before it collapses.
And the ruins, along with the tacit discords it houses, would come crashing down on Raguna. It would be catastrophic.
Where I come from, we call that collateral damage.
You said no one can get in. Has anyone tried?
Yeah, has anyone tried?
Yes. I've occasionally sensed someone wandering outside the barrier, as if searching for a way inside. Perhaps they know something.
Now, is this going to be our bard girl again, or is this going to be Cantarella?
Any distinguishing features?
Almost like a deep-sea jellyfish.
Yep, that's Cantarella. God, I don't like her. Abby's like, I don't know if I want to eat that.
I wasn't able to get a clear look. I can only describe the feeling I got from her as a resonator.
Your thing's glowing again. That must be mildly
It
inconvenient.
would
Use
seem
it as a
this
flashlight.
resonance ability can only last for so long.
I'll look for a way to find this person you mentioned.
And I don't particularly like this because the Thessalias are associated with the Threnodian. Now, grant from the trailer, again, it makes it sound like they're just kind of forced to be associated with the Threnodian. But still, I don't like it.
Something tells me you will keep your promise. No matter the outcome, this may be my chance to find the answers I've been looking for.
Oh, she flashbanged us again. Nade out! You're finally awake.
Rover.
You were trying to cross the border into Skyrim.
Oh, thank goodness. You're finally awake.
Dang, okay. Really was. Oh god, we got the clowncore music in the background too. Wow, it really was just Skyrim. Dang. We're on the carriage. We're about to end up in freaking Helgen or wherever it was and run into a dragon. The freaking dragon of Dirge is gonna show up and attack. Like, quick. Dova King, Fusroda, whatever. Like, let's go. Also, man, she must be really offended we just took a nap during her performance.
How are you feeling? Any Headache, tingling feet, upset stomach?
Tingling feet. Why do I have tingling feet?
Phew. I tried everything, but you just wouldn't wake up. I thought you were...
Dang.
Wait a second. Did you actually fall asleep listening to my music?
Uh.
Oh. It kind of breaks my heart to know you reacted like that when it wasn't even a lullaby.
I freaking knew it! I knew she was gonna get like that. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah. When it wasn't even a lullaby, dang, this poor girl.
No, it was really helpful.
Yeah, I haven't slept like that in ages. Yo, I have the craziest dream right now. Yo, I was walking through my memory, and then I saw the freaking half-naked elf again, and we sat there and talked, but she smelled like a Threnodian. It's crazy, yo.
Helpful for your sleeping troubles, hmm?
Yes. Freaking the teardrops. Man, I haven't slept that good in ages.
Wow. So my forte created a special connection that led to some unexpected developments.
Why is she, like, doing this sort of weird aside directly to us? Girl, you're trying to break the fourth wall. Don't.
The girl, is she friend or foe? What truths lie behind the seal, and who is that mysterious wandering figure?
Just watch the trailer and you can figure it out.
I have a feeling this is going to be a very exciting song.
Did we already leave? Meow.
I'll pass this information on to Lady Carlotta. So, what do you plan to do next?
Via the cat, like, messaging system, I guess. Can we assist you? Do you want a lullaby?
Pardon the intrusion, my lady.
Whomst are you?
My name is Sebastian. As per my lady's instructions, I have been entrusted with the honor of inviting you to the Phasalia estate for a discussion.
Quick, shoot him.
The Phasalia family? The one that's likely worshipping the Threnodian?
I like how she's looking from behind like, huh?
Why does she want to talk with me?
Yeah, what's up?
Milady has expressed a desire to clear up some unfortunate misunderstandings that occurred previously.
Nah, sorry, we're already very fully on the side of the Montellis. You're gonna have to not.
Tell her I accept the invitation, but at a later time.
Yeah, we're busy. She looks like she's about to murder this man. Like, just the sound of Phasalia, and she's about to sit there and whip out heavy metal that would kill any person over the age of 60. This old man's about to have a heart attack.
I will convey your message to Milady.
Didn't expect the head of the Phasalia family to come looking for you. Especially while they're still in the middle of negotiations with Lady Carlotta. She's just as unpredictable as the rumors say.
Tell me these rumors. Oh, goody.
I suppose you would want to know more about her before taking up her invitation, hmm?
share with me the scandalous rumors.
She's known to be a recluse and rarely makes public appearances.
Me.
No one outside the family even knows her real name. They just call her the head of the Phasalia family. I've heard quite a few rumors. Which one would you like to hear first?
The first one? I don't know. I don't know them.
I have Shadow of the Ancient, Lady Bane, or maybe Entangler of Hearts.
Rover is just so done with this woman. He's just like, please, please. Like, I'm gonna pull for this girl, and like my Rover is going to be bashing her skull against the nearest object. Like, no, I don't want her on a team with me. She won't stop talking. Like, the team is just gonna be Rover being frustrated while Cartethia giggles as this girl sits there and just yaps for the next 10 hours of their journey. They all sound like clickbait titles to me. Hold up. What do we mean clickbait titles? I guess technically the internet does somewhat exist. Yeah, it has been established that the internet exists in Wuwa. Because in the stuff was like mentioned in the 1.2 event stuff when they were talking about like online forums and things. So I guess internet exists.
Hello, that's why they're called rumors. I'm just doing my due diligence by being faithful to the source material.
The source material of BS.
So, ready to dive right in?
How much time? How about a shortened version? Yeah, how about we get the Spark Notes edition? Dang! Just gave her the hand.
Well, long story short, the Phasalia family was one of the first to set foot on these islands and establish order in Rinascita.
Those clickbait titles caused the YouTube apocalypse, you know. I mean, hey, I try to avoid clickbait titles in my videos. I am not part of this problem. I try to make what I put in there exactly what you're getting. This was when the first to set foot in the... Yeah, we know that.
Their lineage even predates the Order of the Deep, and their craft of extracting toxins from aquatic plants is a legacy passed down through generations.
Great, they kill people.
Word is, they select the new head of household by having candidates ingest each other's poisons and wait to see who's still breathing when it's all over.
Did she just blink really weird? Yeah, wait, what is that blinking animation? Whoa, that is really... Well, okay, there it goes. No, what is that? Am I crazy? I can't be the only one that's seeing, like, the frames on the blinking animation in some of them. Some of them, it's like, you can see, like, the tweening of the frames on some of this blinking animation, and some of them you can't. I have to be... Sometimes it's out of sync. Yeah. That's weird. I thought that was just me for a moment.
Stories about the current head of the Phasalias get even wilder. They say she didn't go through the usual selection process. Instead, she took the throne by poisoning her predecessor. Others say she's a master in the art of manipulation, drowning her victims in hallucinations until they agree to her terms without even realizing it.
Only the bad stuff, huh? Her medical
In any
condition,
case,
dang.
the Phasalia family aside, she's someone you definitely want to handle with care. If you're set on meeting her, I'd be extra careful if I were you.
Yeah.
The way she describes the head of Phasalia reminds me of how Cartethyias spoke about the wandering figure by the barrier. Can't rule out the possibility that they're the same person. Looks like I'll need to pay her a visit.
Oops. I don't want to pay her a visit. I don't like Cantarella. I don't like some of the idea. By the way, just unlocked the quest. It's only been like an hour. And it feels wrong to what? Fine strokes of. Oh my god. Huh? There's a scratch mark inside the tree. It seems there usually to mark someone's height. Inspect. Oh, I touched the cat. Oh. So the blessed maid spent her childhood. You'll stick around and see if you can find any more clues. I already left a message for late. Wow, what do you mean you already left the message? Again, what? When she's finished negotiations with Thessalia's. I'm gonna ask, what were you doing here when we met? You're about to launch Abby into the stratosphere. Yep. They don't mind. We're just gonna send Abby on an exploratory expedition into the fucking sun. Like, it's all good. Nothing to be seen there. Oh, this is where we get the new Echo set. What does the new Echo set do? Gusts of Welkin, so Gusts of the Moon. Arrow damage plus 10%. Inflicting arrow erosion on enemies increases arrow damage for all resonators in the team. And for the resonator triggering this effect. Jeez. That's gonna be nuts. Wait, are there new echoes in here? I don't recognize all of them. No, I recognize you. I don't recognize you and you. Yeah, there are the new echoes. Okay, let's go talk to Cantarella. Again, I like the idea of like jellyfish and poison and stuff is kind of cool, but I just don't like her personality from what I've seen in her trailer. And I definitely just don't like her general, like, absurd appearance.
I received Chacona's memo. To think the head of the Thessalias approached you when I was still in negotiations with her emissaries. Was it meant to be a diversion all along? They invited you and you alone. As a Montelli, I'm in no position to intervene.
You can intervene.
That being said, if the Thessalias try anything against you, I'll get you out. Even if it means storming through their front gates. In the meantime, I'll keep looking for more information and the person Cartethyias mentioned to you. I'll call you as soon as I find anything.
Got it.
Carlotta having our back as always. Yeah, nice bush. It'd be a shame if I can't cut it down. Just negative respect for the Thessalias. God, have I actually like explored over here? I feel like I haven't. There's a music fellow. I can turn in some of the old music I haven't turned in yet. Yeah, it's been, oh, we got a fairy tale finally. I finally unlocked that one. That's like literally my favorite freaking song of rinascita. It's so good. Kid, I want to pop your balloon. Because I hate fun. Hi, Chloe. You're deliver. Am I delivering? Deliver the port. Collected all 4 medals. Is this for a world quest, I think? Oh, whoops. Present you with these 4 medals. I was the one who passed the trials. I'm to be accepted as... And the elixir mentioned in the letter. Please, I need it to cure Jojo's illness. Oh no, he's only gonna go through a bizarre adventure. This is a side quest. Whoops. Trials before were only the beginning. Yeah, uh-huh. I will become... Her decision made you watch Chloe walk towards okay.
Now, if you'll please just follow me.
Give the gate a push, but it won't budge. For some reason, you can feel it swimming in water above the first. Okay. Wait, did I just activate this side quest? Chloe must have been in the first. And she entered the castle. Did she finish the route? Did she make it out? We don't need to worry. It's all good. There's a quest I never turned in. Hey, look, asteroids! Yay!
Now, if you'll please just follow me.
Yay! We can see that you know, I'm saving a little. I'm getting there. Would like to get more for another one of these. I have, oops, not a whole lot there. I'm just getting there. We'll have some for people. Oh, trophy. The Chiefs. Wow. Complete the quest Hymn to the Sea of Clouds. I haven't completed this. The funniest thing is, like, despite like all the videos and stuff I did on things, I just feel like I did not complete a lot of the side stuff. Like, I started it but never finished it because I got busy with videos. Whoops.
Now, if you'll please just follow me.
Horse. Hello there, Blake Nova. Welcome. Hello there, Cantarella. You're not as welcome. Not a big fan of the Thessalias, though I do like the caustic effect in here.
One moment, please. I shall inform milady of your arrival.
My voice is very low. Anyone else hearing my voice be very low? I feel like my voice is... Let me look at the actual thing here. Nah, my voice is coming in normal. This is standard how it is. Looking at all the metric stuff. Sounds good to me. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it just might be, I don't know. I've done it for ages, and I haven't had anything about the voice. It's good now. I just magically fixed it psychically. Don't worry. Just that good, I guess.
That won't be necessary. To keep our honored guest waiting would be most improper.
Uh-huh. Again, the caustic effects on the ground are pretty cool. Like, how would you get these on the floor, though? Like, because it would be based around water, like, or that, like, above. That's not how caustics would work. Interesting.
Especially when it was I who extended the invitation.
That was a camera angle we did not need, Kuro. Jeez. Rose got glitter over there. Probably gets glitter everywhere in the morning, putting on her makeup.
Cantarella Phasalia, 36th matriarch of the Phasalia family. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
I also don't wear much for pants, like everyone else here, apparently. Again, Kuro, we gotta do something with these legs. They can't all not wear pants. Like, though there are slightly bigger things going on. They're just like, what is this? Please. How, it is absurd.
Honorable Laureate, the new crown of the Carnival.
Yeah. Have you seen my crown by God. Is that a reference to the Crownless in beta? In beta, the Crownless opens by asking that question. That's crazy. that they have this reference in here. That's cool. How far are you in this game? I mean, this is the most recent quest. So this is like the most recent story quest that just came out like last week. Yeah. So you know, it's about as far as you get pretty much in terms of story. You just started playing this game. Oh, really? Nice. The early stuff is like the 1.0 content. Basically the stuff up until like what, chapter like 6 or something in Jinzo. Some of that's kind of rough, though it gets better after like chapter 3-ish. It starts to get better. The first early chapters of the game, story-wise, if you're like, I don't know how I feel about it, just push through them. They're a bit on the slow side, but once you push through those, it picks up really well. It just has a bit of a slow opening. And once you get the rinascita, it's so much better. Rinascita, it really just innovates everything. So if you're just starting off and you're still like, I'm not fully invested, just wait. It gets better, I promise. It does get really good. I would certainly argue that this is like the pinnacle right now of gacha games. I'm not the most experienced with it, but I do think that Wuwa really is setting a good standard.
The laurel is a gift of the divinity. What claim have I to crown one as distinguished as yourself?
You don't. I'm referencing the crownless. That was a bad joke. You don't. Oh, she doesn't know. She doesn't know the crownless. He specializes in designing. Uh-huh.
I should be the one to apologize for not understanding our guest's attempt at lightening the mood.
You should be the... Okay. Oh, so she's just forcing us into this.
Very well. You may also call me Cantarella.
You know what's interesting is that, like, in real life, I very rarely refer to people by, like, their actual name. Maybe it's just a normal thing. Maybe a lot of people don't do that, but I know I don't. And I typically, like, if I'm just talking to someone, like, I'll just be like, you. Like, or I'll just go up to someone if I need to, and, like, I know them, and be like, hey, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, I very rarely use people's actual names, so... Maybe that's also why I forget names so quickly. Like, it takes me, like, a month to, or anywhere from, like, 2 weeks to a month to learn all of my students' names when I, get new students. And then after they, like, are out of the class, unless they made, like, they did something really to stand out, I'll forget them in, like... easily within a semester. Yeah, I am a teacher. I will 100% forget them so hard. And it's not intentional. I don't mean it, but I just can't remember names worth a crap. I'm terrible at it. It is really bad. There are, like, I've had students who have come up to me before and it's like, hey, blah, 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 and I'll sit there and talk to them, and I'll remember the stuff that they did during class. I'll remember the stuff that, we talked about and everything, and I'll remember them as a person, but then they'll walk away and I'll be like, I have no idea who that was. I don't know their name. I don't remember their name. And that happens so often to me. Or it's even worse when I just don't remember the person, period. Most of the time I'll remember something about them. I tend to remember the sounds of people's voices very well, weirdly enough. But there'll be times when there'll be people who'll be like, hey, da-da-da-da-da, and they'll talk about something. I'll be like, yay, cool, good to see you. And I'm like, who is that? Huh? Hey.
Now, shall we proceed to my study?
No. I don't want to proceed anywhere with you, Cantarella, to be honest with you. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. And I can't throw very far, at least not people. Oh, okay, you know the illusions are going on. Those people just spawned right in. Y'all got any chests for me to rob around here? The story is rather long. Do you think you'll finish it this stream? How long is it? Hello there. You must be the security to get into... That actually scared me. I thought this thing was about to, like, throw down. Can I ask you a question? I guess you can, yeah. It's like 6 to 8 hours? Holy Jesus. I should probably stop yapping and trying to rob the freaking palace, castle, whatever this place is, mansion, and, like, get to it. Hi, Berta. Why has the Sentinel statue been left unattended, covered in dust? That's far too disrespectful. Since you put it that way, just have someone clean it. Understood. Man, you're so rigid, Miss Berta. The Sentinel isn't going to be bothered by a little dust. Why am I making him southern? The Sentinel won't be bothered because they are divine, but we mortals will. Don't let laziness creep into your heart, even in small things. Thanks, Berta. Oh, we did go the right way. Good. What's over here? Cat? Don't mind me. I'm gonna run through the. They won't be bothered. Okay, it just cycles around. Noises are from the first floor. You're safe. What? Do you think I'm a bot or something like that because I just told you I do digital arts? Well. Oh, she is just slowly approaching. She's like, fine, you're not going to show up for me. I'll just show up. Hi. Do I think you're a bot? If you're responding like that, not inherently, no. But at least at the same time, I was a little suspicious. Anyone who says that they're doing arts are usually trying to sell it to me. This pink haze is questionable. As long as you aren't trying to sell me anything. I literally, like, went to school for graphic design before I switched majors. So, typically I make my own stuff. Or I can just have my girlfriend who offers to help quite frequently make things. She likes to offer, and she is very good at art as well. When she's not busy, she's said that she would help frequently, but she gets very busy. So, between the two of us, we're usually good at things. I ain't touching that. I've seen the trailer.
As my way of apologizing for the incident with Gilberto. Members of the family may have troubled you, but there is no stain that can't be washed away. Every sorrow has its own way of fading, don't you think?
That is very suspicious. Will you drink it? No. I ain't drinking any. I don't want to be here with this character. Look, I was fine and dandy when I was hanging out with the elves, okay? We could have sat around and drank and frolicked all day with freaking Chirata, whatever her name is, ciabatta bread, or freaking Cartethyias. Like, I was all down the clown with that one. Cantarella comes in here? Nah, we're good.
You still hold a grudge?
Yes.
Won't you accept my apology?
No. Nope. Not happening. I'm good.
I see. Let's set aside such past unpleasantness for the time being.
I don't care about the Thessalia's ideas of you always eat what is served at the table. I didn't want to be at this table. I ain't drinking it.
I invited you here to ask that you might serve as a mediator.
we got bigger things to be dealing with.
Before we get into that, there's something I want to know.
Probably shouldn't be so direct with that.
I imagine it concerns the Phasalia family's true beliefs.
No. Have you been seen around a certain ruin of recent?
It would seem Gilberto's mind is beyond saving. But let's not dwell on that. What is your opinion on the current state of Raguna?
Peaceful in a way that feels wrong. Yeah, I even mentioned it when we first got here that, like, it seemed really cool and everything, but then you see, like, some of these, like, surveillance echoes that are around there, and I'm like, that's some 1984 right there. It seemed a bit sketch.
So you've noticed something is amiss. As expected, from someone who's felt the weight of a Threnodian invasion firsthand. And what exactly do you find most unsettling?
Why do you keep moving around in your seat? That I'm finding mildly unsettling. I'm also finding it slightly unsettling that one of these cupcakes is larger than the others, and one of them doesn't have a cherry when the others do. Like, there's actually a lot that I'm finding a little unsettling right now. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Why haven't the Threnodian and the Sentinel ever shown themselves?
Because the Threnodians' invasion of Raguna has long since concluded. The Threnodian, so named Leviathan, possesses the power to merge and assimilate. It uses distorted beliefs to spread a spiritual plague that slowly devours civilizations from within.
Yeah, hence the Order of the Deep.
Though the previous two attempts were thwarted, the tall mast of the galleon that is Raguna has already been snapped in half. Now the blissfully ignorant masses walk hand in hand toward an abyss they cannot see. Friend or foe? As a newcomer to this land, can you really tell them apart?
Implying the Order worships the Thenodian. We know that. Hi, text box. You're one to talk given how strange your family's been acting, or is that too?
Yes. And no. On one hand, there's the truth of the Order's beliefs. On the other, there's our family. The Threnodian doesn't take kindly to those who know the truth. We've always been under its whispers. Once the soul fractures, the mind will follow, until only a puppet remains. Now that we've come this far, there's nothing for me to hide.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You still want something. And again, let's think back to this with the Cartethia thing. Cartethia, we have the whole merging of stuff. So the Threnodian, for all intents and purposes, merges with the Cartethia, creating the alter ego Cartethia, and is able to send out, like, again, the illusions of Cartethia to try to get Rover to basically free the Threnodians, I'm assuming physical form?
My only hope is that once you learn everything, you will carefully consider my request.
I don't like you.
Come. The truth you seek lies in the deepest part of the castle.
Oh, that's just cool. Here, just come to the strange Phasalia sex dungeon. Nothing to see there. Yeah, we definitely want to go join in that business for sure. Where is the deepest part of the castle? Do you mean like the center part, or we mean like...
It's thick with dust. Hard to believe they're truly worshipping it.
I mean...
Curious about that statue. It represents the unbroken friendship between the Thessalius and the Order.
that
But in the eyes of outsiders, it is more a symbol of defeat and submission.
I'm assuming when she says deepest part, it's gonna be somewhere down here. This is a cool little like alcove, architecturally. It's interesting. We getting there? No, it's gonna be. Oh, she's over here. I knew one of these things was gonna open.
This is it.
These things were too suspiciously door-looking.
Are you prepared?
Yes.
Yes, just jumps right through.
Now that we're here, I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Even if you want to.
Don't tempt me, I'll do it. Like, you think you have power, you do not. I have all of the power here, Cantarella. You are but a puppet in comparison. Nice loot. Also, why are we just storing instruments back here? Is this where we get freaky with the music? Like, what are we doing? Whee! Is that supposed to be the Holy Sword? I thought it wasn't. I thought the Holy Sword is in the one place. This one doesn't look covered in dust. Don't touch me.
Just as I expected. The Threnodian took notice of you the moment you learned the truth. What you see in the sanctuary is the Sentinel in their true form.
Is it because the Tethys system says otherwise?
A majestic steed that galloped with the wind. Not a creature of the ocean's depths.
So, hold on, wait a minute. I need to see the thing again. So it doesn't have the seahorse tail?
The Order worships a half-horse, half-sea creature divinity. A form the Sentinel assumed only after being corrupted by the Threnodian.
So they're one and the same right now.
Although the Sentinel's will has yet to fade, who knows how much longer they can endure. I wish to ask you to persuade the Sentinel of Jinzhou, Jue, to come to Rinascita, to save Imperator.
That's what you're, she doesn't know who she's dealing with, maybe. Like, didn't we literally create the Sentinels? We can just go up there and just body the freaking, the Threnodian at this point. Like, yeah, what makes you think that's gonna happen? Also, Jue's dying.
Both Jinzhou and Jue owe you their future. That makes you the only person capable of this task.
Hey, Jinzhou, you want to march on freaking Rinascita? Jue is trapped in Firmament anyways, yeah. Like, Cantarella's info, even if Jue wasn't trapped in Mount Firmament, Jue is admittedly dying. Like, she even said, like, the wound that she got is basically leading her to die. That's why we essentially had to force Jinxi's second awakening. So this would be pointless anyways. Jue would come over here and just get bodied by the freaking Threnodian. Like, she wouldn't be able to win that fight. We would, if anything, you're better off asking for Jin Si to come over here and help us. Like, 'cause she'd at least be able to be putting up a fight. Sentinel cannot leave its commission region. Jue leaving it would be a betrayal of duty. Jue is still in the middle of recovery. But yeah, the Sentinel can't leave its commissioned region. She's like, what?
I understand the position you are in. Word has it that you're currently staying at a hotel and are at odds with the Order. Perhaps a stay at my estate would suit you. For
No.
the remainder of your time in rinascita.
Nope. Why are we staying at a hotel? Carlotta, why can't we stay at your place? Like, hold up. Like, at this point, I'll stay on Brant's ship before I stay with you. I don't trust you.
I can offer you a glimpse into Rinascita's past, and you'd be spared the Order's unwelcome attention.
I don't like it.
There might still be a path forward. Carlotta once helped me interpret some stained glass images. The story it told was very similar to what you described. Only more biased towards the Order. It mentioned a maiden who would emerge as the Sentinel's resonator and later save Rinascita. Do you think that's also a lie?
Care to elaborate?
No. Care to answer the question? Describe the Cantarella what was portrayed in the... Oh. Outside the text box.
The part regarding the maiden isn't entirely fiction. The Sentinel does indeed appoint a maiden to be their resonator, though not in the way the Carnival would have you believe. No. It's through resonance with a very particular artifact.
Yeah, the one we're looking at. That's not how they found their resonator.
That's because Imperator wields the power to split and manipulate space.
Hold on. The split and manipulate space. Isn't that the power of... Like, so let's break down the elements, right? Like, the elements... Spectro is time. Isn't Havoc of the space element? Like, isn't that the one that deals with space, not Arrow? Like... Imperator words how to split and manipulate space. Isn't that... Sentinel equals split... Grenodian equals assimilate. Okay.
With it, they can withdraw a portion of power. That power's frequency will match the Imperator's own.
Huh.
This is how the Sword of Divinity, Turvin, came to be. A blade sealed with the very powers of the Sentinel, and the artifact used to select their resonator.
So, we can see where they're, you know... This is... You remember that Rinascita is supposed to be, quote-unquote, a fairy tale. This is supposed to be like, I suppose, the sword in the stone from Arthurian legend. Which, by the way, before anyone missays it, no, the sword in the stone was not Excalibur. Excalibur came from one of the ladies of the lake. It was not the sword in the stone. Sword in the stone was just, as far as we're aware, a regular unnamed sword that was just there to declare the next king of Britain. This is essentially that kind of a thing here. This is obviously coming from that influence, that reference, if you will. This sword, whoever can wield it, becomes the resonator of Imperator. Yeah, Excalibur. Yeah, no, it was not Excalibur. Everyone thinks it's Excalibur. It's a common, like, misconception. But if you read the actual, if you read, like, Le Morte de l'Arthur, or if you read the various, like, legends, because there's a lot of different versions. The ones that I'm specifically referencing are Thomas Mallory's, which are typically the more popular of them. Yeah, Excalibur came from one of the Ladies of the Lake, and Excalibur, the sword itself, wasn't actually all that remarkable. The sword was just a sword, really. It was a nice sword, but it was just a sword. It was the scabbard of Excalibur that would cause its wearer to essentially not lose blood. They couldn't be, like, slain with it. And multiple times, despite knowing this, even when King Arthur gets the sword, he's like, I think the sword's pretty nice. And Merlin's like, well, that's because you're dumb. If you look at it, the scabbard's the good thing. And multiple times, King Arthur loses the freaking sword, which is in part why he dies. As well. Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why he dies. He, you know, only had an incestual son with his sister, but that's a whole nother thing.
To resonate with the sword is to resonate with the sentinel. Only the chosen one may hope to draw it.
Yep, it's literally sword in the stone.
And what about Cartethia?
What if she never drew the sword?
The martyred maiden. The nature of her resonance is unclear to me. Perhaps she resonated with the Threnodian, or perhaps with the Sentinel in its corrupted form.
Yeah. She resonated with both simultaneously. This is the thing, the corrupted form.
But choosing her could not have been the Sentinel's will. That's because the maiden was already dead.
Saying the real maiden was already chosen?
In the past, each year the Phasalia family would hold the divine trials to select those with the strongest will. These young women would attempt to resonate with Turvin's powers. While overclocked, of course.
Oh, what? While overclocked, of course. Oh, they're trying to force a second awakening, a second resonance. Also, notice the tacit mark that's on here. Notice also the light and the dark that's there. Are we sure this is the actual sword and is not some sort of corrupted, merged version here? Because this looks very strange.
Though none succeeded, some saw fragments of the truth hidden within the resonance. I was one of them. There was a moment where I glimpsed the Sentinel's corrupted form and the inverted ruins suspended in the sky.
For a minute when we were walking as she was saying it, I thought we were just going to go towards the sword and go lift it out of the stone and be like, yeah, I'll take it.
I also learned that only Turvin can break the barrier of that sonorosphere. When I awoke from that vision, I discovered a line of words inscribed onto my hand. I would never mistake my own handwriting. That is precisely why I'm searching for other possibilities. The words were, "The maiden is dead."
Yeah, okay, but if we know that the Threnodian can, like, mess with people and stuff like that, are we sure you wrote that of your own volition? Or is the Threnodian just trying to, again, obfuscate the truth so that the actual maiden doesn't manifest?
An inverted ruin suspended in the sky. Her and Cartethyias' descriptions bear many similarities.
Oh, now we're getting the opposite of a flashbang, where we got somebody turn the light off.
If Turvin is the key to entering the Sonorosphere, it stands to reason that Imperator may have played a role in the sphere's creation. If I can confirm that Turvin was truly left by Imperator, at least it would prove that neither are lying.
Time to go touch the sword.
Cantarella said she was overclocking when she tried resonating with Turvin. That's exactly what happened with Jinshi. Could Imperator be trying to restore their power through a second awakening?
Hey, Jinshi, you want to come over here and have a third awakening? Can we just turn Jinzi into the freaking avatar? Jinzi, we're gonna need you to come over here and take in another one.
If that's the case, my permission should cause a reaction. That's one way to confirm what they're saying.
Are we just gonna walk up there and be like, yo, Turvin, give me your power, and we're gonna do that right in front of Cantarella, and she's gonna be like, bro, what? What are you?
I suppose all that's left is its symbolic value.
That is, how are you standing in that pose? You look like you got frozen in time.
However, do handle it with care. It is a family heirloom. I've heard of your unique methods and formidable strength.
Yeah.
Rover, who are you really?
Good question. You can call me the Blessed Maiden. I get fucked. Damn. Wow. Yeah, just a straight up lie to her. I mean, I feel like this is the smarter choice for lore purposes, but I have to mess with her.
No. You're likely a far more special entity.
Yeah.
Well, I have some information and theories of my own. Care to hear them?
Please, enlighten me.
You told me in a conversation you had with Cartethyias? Uh-huh.
I would never have imagined someone already considered a martyr could still be alive.
Yeah, that is true. That kind of does go against the definition of the word martyr.
What surprises me even more is the connection you have with the Sentinel.
Yeah, we may have created them.
We Thessalians revere Imperator as our one true divinity. And yet, here you stand, the arbiter of the Sentinel.
Oh, I just realized we weren't wearing our mask the entire time in that cutscene.
Would it be more fitting to address you as Master?
Yeah, let's get back to the matter at hand.
Then, I present my request once more. Are you willing to help rescue our Sentinel and pull rinascita back from the brink of chaos?
Yeah, I have my own reasons. I don't like you.
Turvin can only serve its purpose while in your hands. You should have it.
She's like, I don't wield swords. I'm a catalyst user. Or a, what is it? Not catalyst in this game, a rectifier user.
The only question now is how we reach Cartethyias and Imperator Sonaro Sphere.
We can discuss it on the way.
So you are the one that Cartethyias sensed wandering outside the Sonaro Sphere.
A question that you already know the answer to. Why bother asking? Although being described as a jellyfish. There is a cable car in the lower levels of the Phasalia estate that leads directly to the Sonorosphere. The mechanism beside that wall can activate the lifts.
What now?
Are all these mechanisms really necessary?
Convenience isn't the only reason for having them. Some were specifically built in case an outsider decided to visit.
Huh. So this is strange because they said, like, okay, it's still, like, this still looks like a seahorse. Like, obviously it's apparently not. Maybe they just took the original statue, the seahorse statue, and broke part of it as, like, a symbolic way of showing that this is the real form without the tail. But, oh, wait, no, maybe we're looking at the wrong one. Maybe I'm an idiot. No, it's still the same bloody thing. Huh. Time to head to the old train station. So if this is this isn't the sword that we end up getting to actually use with
Why do the Phasalias have a cable
Rover.
car that leads directly to the Sonorosphere?
Before it became a Sonorosphere, it was a seminary known as the Avenolium. The martyred maiden once pursued her studies there. A superficial harmony needed to be maintained between the Phasalias and the Order, and this underground cable car was intended to send scions of the family to school. The elevator is merely a later addition I had built for easy access.
So you said there's a tacit mark and not a TD cross. Well, yeah, the TD cross should have been a thing. I never really noticed the TD cross, or if I did, I bloody forgot about it. So I'm going to have to go back and check that at some point. Interesting. All aboard! Oh, Lord, it's one of these again. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, no, it is. Okay, this is cool.
You seem perturbed. Are you still gathering your thoughts?
There
Everything
it is.
that's happened has all lined up so perfectly. It makes me think it's too good to be true.
The whale!
I'd like to share a different perspective.
That's really pretty.
Rivers eventually converge into the same ocean. If a goal is mutual, then it's only a matter of time before they meet. Our choices and our will have led us to this situation, not the wishes of fate.
That lighthouse isn't very
You are
bright
quite
this time.
different from what the rumors say.
Oh. And what rumors have you heard?
That you're a recluse, a mystic obsessed with the crafting of poison. Oh, and that you poisoned your predecessor. Those kinds of rumors.
Good rumors!
A recluse? On the contrary, I've been searching for a solution to the Sentinel's plight, and rarely return to rinascita. After most of my leads fell short, a friend at Mingting in Huanglong introduced me to the stories they were telling of you.
A friend?
All the affairs of Huanglong states eventually land in one person's hands. Would you care to take a guess at the identity of this friend of mine?
Why not put the other rumors to rest?
You talking about
Because the
Jinxie?
rest of them...
You were guessing
Oh,
Sanhua. I was
true.
thinking Jinxie or Sanhua. Yeah.
I see it'll take more than that to rattle you, huh? I assure you, this is no jest. We Thessalians have lived under the Threnodians' whispers for generations. Once the soul fractures, the mind will follow, until only a puppet remains. When the soul of the ruling head falters, Thessalia tradition dictates that the successor usher them into eternal slumber with a poison of their own making. My succession ritual, well, an unforeseen incident gave rise to whispers that sparked those rumors.
How long has this been going on?
For centuries. Every generation.
Yeah, and that's why, if you think about it, why there wasn't an awakening of a Threnodian after
Outside,
Overthrax
they
awoke
call
in
me the Bane,
Long Long,
but
because the
historically
Threnodian
every
was
head
already
of the
here,
Phasalia family has
active
carried
in
such a
rinascita.
title. It just so happens that I am the most potent one yet. We've reached the old
I don't like
seminary's
this.
undercrypt. The gateway into the Sonorosphere itself lies at its center.
Why am I
We shall
her?
continue on foot from here.
I don't even know what she does.
The tides have whispered of your arrival.
No, they haven't. Isn't she basically just like you burst and then do like follow-up damage or something like that? I don't even know what she does. Like I have no idea. I'm just gonna absolutely wing it, as I typically do.
Why not savor this,
I don't want to savor this. I want to get through this as soon as possible, so you are not with me.
Strange. This area was clear of tacit discords on my last visit. And there's no tacit field nearby. Could they have come from the Sonorosphere itself? Try not to blink. Surge of deep tides.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I seem to be doing it well.
Didn't think there would be Gulpos here.
Interesting. I've never seen such little creatures before. Would you mind staring at you for me?
I better not ask if she plans to do it
Hey. Surge of deep tides.
He has some interesting playstyles in being able to like yeet enemies into the air.
What
Like I
exactly
can see some
happened
crazy aerial combos with her.
The second dark tide. It occurred right here at the Avenolium, the largest seminary ever built by the Order. It arrived on the very day the Blessed Maiden passed her trials and was crowned by the Order. A day when the leaf burned brighter than ever. And when the darkness came, none escaped. These days, what most people remember is the seminary disappearing into the sky. But in truth, the dark tide that should have spread across Rinascita vanished along with it. Yet due to a lack of records, the second dark tide slowly faded from memory. I was there when it all happened, still an ordinary member of the family, watching it unfold from a boat just outside the seminary. It wasn't until later, when I attempted to resonate with Turvin, that I gained a partial glimpse of the Sonorosphere's interior.
Sounds like someone inside the seminary did something to stop the spread.
Probably Cartethyias.
Precisely. It could very well have been Cartethyias' theory. But, as with the first time, there's also the chance it was the Sentinel who turned the tide. I can
No idea
sense
what's
the
going on.
conflict
I am in a
within
bush.
you, the temptation to trust your maiden. But it's best to keep those thoughts to yourself for now. For the Threnodian knows where the heart is weakest, and it is there it strikes the hardest.
Box.
We desire, and so we find. Of course, it's never too late to place your trust when the evidence is clear.
No, Cantarella.
Now is not the time, is it?
The evidence is clear that I trust Carlotta, not you. Oh, this is cool.
The gateway into the Sonorosphere is just on the other side of this bridge. This is the furthest I've ever managed to venture. Judging from the bits of information the Sentinel gave me, Turvin is the key to entering the Sonorosphere. And who can wield the Sword of Divinity but a blessed maiden?
But you said you left yourself a message saying that the maiden was dead.
That's why I sought aid from the other Sentinels. It's a shame they all refused.
What other
Luckily,
Sentinels?
You've brought me a new hope.
So she went to the other Sentinels. How many others? And were they not dealing with their own Threnodian issues? Like, I was thinking about using Phoebe to fly over here, actually. Time to give the old smack. Are you gonna get like a Chrono Trigger with Frog in the Masamune moment? We cut through. No, not quite. We just poke. This is how Laguna chose its successor before. I don't like that look on your face.
Laureate, you have come. Greetings. I'm Cartethia, and you are?
Again, though, are you like a projection, or?
Cantarella Phasalia.
Don't touch me?
Oh, a Phasalia. It seems your ties with the Order are more complicated than they appear.
I had the privilege of watching the Blessed Maiden's performance at the Carnival once. I'm rather surprised. After all this time, you still look exactly as you did that day.
You know, that's the elf part of her happening there. She hasn't exactly aged. You know, she's basically just Freerin.
But you and I should be around the same age.
So, interesting. Yep, red flag. Yeah, exactly. That she's just some sort of projection here. Which then makes me wonder, is the Cartethia that we're going to get going to be the older Cartethia, the dark Cartethia? Because this is just an illusory projection.
I'm also unsure of what's happened to me. I've been searching for answers. This must be the Sword of Divinity. Turvin. The one with the Sentinel's powers sealed within.
And now what? We're just bringing it back to the Threnodian so that they can absorb that?
You shouldn't have knowledge of this sword.
Memories flowed into my mind just as you entered the Sonorosphere, granting me information about the sword's origins.
Well, that's mildly dubious.
Cantarella said that only those who resonate with Turvin are granted glimpses of its knowledge.
Another red flag. Yeah, it's like it's all very much being suspicious.
Would you mind if I tried touching it?
Kind of. Why are you gonna try to touch the blade?
The question of whose resonator I am is now perfectly clear. If I am not the Sentinel's resonator, then that must mean...
Hey, we get Thronidian resonators playable.
Don't jump to conclusions just yet. That doesn't prove you're the Thronidian's resonator, nor that you aid its cause.
No, it just proves you don't resonate with the Sentinel.
Huh?
You're just a no one. Things are more complicated than you expected.
This connection formed between the Sentinel and the Thronidian, the second Dark Tide, and the forming of this Sonorosphere.
Right now, you're the sole survivor of whatever happened that day. You really don't remember anything?
As you spoke, I remembered a few more things. There are 2 other swords.
Ain't that convenient? Well, wait a minute. There's 2 other swords. Do you guys remember when you fight some of, like, the questing knights or whatever? One of them, I think it's the Nocturne Knight, does this thing where he summons 3 swords around him. I wonder if that was referencing these 3 swords, because she mentioned another 2 swords. After all, there are 3 seals, so of course there's another 2 swords. I wonder if that was referencing this the entire time. If so, that's a nice little touch.
The Sword of Discord, Hogness, and the Sword of Virtue, Haltia.
It's similar to the Knight's Quest, but not related. I'm not talking about the Knight's Quest. I'm talking about specifically the enemy, the Questless Knight, or again, the Nocturnal Knight, whichever one. There's different ones. You can do it if you do the sword material stuff in Rinascita, right? Do that domain. Do that area. Go in there and fight that thing. That thing, once it gets itself down a certain amount of health, will summon 3 swords around it, and then grab one of them to then have those swords' abilities. I'm wondering if those 3 swords reference that. We have the weird ice sinky thing again happening. That's really weird. I'm wondering if that's a reference to this here that was just in that enemy. Not necessarily. I'm not talking about the sword quest itself, where you have to find all the swords and bring them back to the grove. Because there was more than 3 of them anyways. I think there was like 4 of them or something.
Yes. Did you see them too? Placing the 3 swords on their respective pedestals should break the seal over the main tower.
I know what you mean. It's power randomly chooses one of 3 swords. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm wondering again, because the idea of the imagery of the 3 swords has been here since 2.0. Obviously, Kuro knew where they were going with the story. I wonder if that, with the idea of these knights having 3 swords, is, of course, not necessarily connected in any, like, big lore way or anything like that, but I wonder if it was just a subtle nod to these 3 swords of divinity.
But why would this information be revealed to me now? Is this the Thronidians' doing?
the height difference is crazy.
If we do nothing, we'll never get any answers.
And if we do something, we free a Threnodian.
Instead of speculating, we should use the clues we've gathered so far.
What's your opinion on Cartethyias so far? I mean, we really have to figure out what the current Cartethia is. Like, obviously, she is very suspicious and being manipulated by the Threnodian. We know this from, obviously, all the things that are like, yeah, that shouldn't be right. But also, we know this from the fact that the Threnodian can merge with things and mess with the mind. The current Cartethia, the older Cartethia, exists. The real one is the one we fight. This thing, the one that we're looking at here, is some sort of manifestation that's showing up. And if we do something, we free the Threnodian. Yeah, exactly. It's like, good options.
Lady Maiden.
I can't get over the fact that she is just not wearing pants. Like, she is just walking around with underwear. I will give her credit. She at least has one stocking thing on that might be too tight because, Jesus God, that's like squeezing her thigh. But like, you're just walking around with no pants. This really is just a pantsless team, because even female Rover really just kind of has on some like booty shorts at best, if not just underwear. She's walking around in a nightgown, like 3 pantsless girls versus evil deity thing. Like, bro.
Please, Cartethia would suffice. I am but a fake after all.
Wow, that was foretelling. Also, I just noticed now that we can see her back, the little thing going up there. The thing going up there is weird because it's like, that's not actually a part of her dress like with the other thing. It's like a tattoo almost.
I've waited for this moment. This chance to save the Sentinel. And
Well,
my family.
You're saving the Threnodian. Also, I note the music here is Cartethyias' theme, where if you've heard Cartethyias' theme, which I have, there's some interesting stuff. I really have to like look at the lyrics, because I remember some of the lyrics about not being able to like turn back this time. And I'm wondering if it means like this time is in like the time of confronting the Threnodian, or it means like the time is in like time itself.
I will not turn back, even if this does turn out to be a trap. If the thought of the final answer troubles you, then I suggest you step aside. Rover and I will take care of this matter.
Once again, don't touch me.
Since you are willing to overlook the possibilities of a trap, then there's no reason for me to worry and turn away.
There's no reason for me to pretend. Boom.
I underestimated your resolve. I'm sorry.
So how we get up there? Are you just trying to spread doubt?
Simply place Turvin on the pedestal behind me, and this tower will elevate itself.
Oh yeah, and somewhere in here we gotta do some funky stuff with gravity, right? I remember that from the live stream.
What you said to Cartethia back there?
Rather effective on someone of her personality. Wouldn't you agree?
Music's kind of cool. It feels like it's muddled, like contained. Like, suppressed, maybe, is the correct word. Like, if I'm gonna put this here, and then all of a sudden the sound is gonna open up. Oh. And Doshi pointed out that the whole mission could be a trap. You were untrusting as well. I still don't like trust. See, now I just don't trust Cartethia. It's not that I don't trust I trust Cantarella. Now I just don't trust Cartethia and Cantarella. I just don't trust anyone. At this point, the only person I can trust is Abby. Books. She just remembered she could read. That's pretty. But what was that pose?
Are you all right? The gravity that occupies this space is the opposite of what you're used to. It took me some time to get used to it too.
That was the instruction manual of how to open the Sonorosphere. She's like, crap, I have been able to read this whole time and could have operated this from the very beginning. All I had to do was unplug it and plug it back in again. Turn it on and off. Why is this place upside down? Man, it was a crazy night.
I believe it's to prevent them from falling to the ground.
Them? The TDs?
Tacit discords, the dark tide, and these ruins themselves.
I imagine it's also a symbolic reminder that our beliefs have been turned on their head.
I was a bit on the nose.
This view matches with what I saw at the time.
Until you get used to the gravity here, I suggest we travel via phone.
By what? What is that facial expression?
It's the name I gave to a gondola.
Oh. Okay. Oh, we can just put this thing, we can just put this wherever we want. Okay. Interesting. Are we gonna be allowed to fly here? Fascinating. Are we sure we need to travel via gondola? We literally have wings. This area is huge, by the way. I like how they did this zoom out camera thing with like the very wide angle lens to just kind of really show the majesty, the size of it. It's a nice little like visual trick there. Yes, I am ballsy enough to do this. Just be like, yeah, screw foam or whatever you named it. I am traveling via wings. Rover took a Red Bull. Y'all got a chest up here? Actually, literally, where were we supposed to go? Now I'm just kind of wandering. Being in whatchamabob mode, cinematic mode, certainly makes this quite nice. Oh yeah, we definitely need the gondola. Time to go back. Oh, never mind. We're out of stamina. Oh. Thanks for the free things. The music here is really nice. Oh, we could have just done this. Yeah, I chose a mildly different method. So where is this gondola exactly? Oh. Never mind. We found him. I still think flying would be faster.
This gondola only has 2 seats.
Yeah, you're not coming.
Oh dear. I completely forgot about this.
I mean, we could just fly. But I go with Cartethia. How about I go with Cantarella first? How about I go with Abby first? Can we make room for one more?
Greed will get you punished, you know.
I'm afraid Foam would refuse that suggestion.
Can we... I like how the implications are very interesting.
The 2 of you can go on ahead.
I really should have said I wanted to go with Abby first, just to say screw both of you. Are we gonna get another weird resonance thing? I think this is my first time actually being in a gondola with another person since Carlotta in the
You look
main
distracted.
story.
Still thinking about what Cantarella said about fearing answers?
My powers are
Man, I
very
can't do
weak.
donuts well in
Many
here.
tacit discords roam the sonorosphere. Thus, I've been limited in the areas I can explore. All I can do is sit here, lost in thought, trying to
All
figure out
alone?
who I am.
Are you afraid of knowing the answer?
I am afraid, but not of the answer. I fear never finding one at all.
Poor gondola. Carthy is like, I'm never letting you steer the gondola again. What is this?
We'll be arriving at the first water rise soon. A few details, if you don't mind.
What are you, a freaking tour guide?
Feeling nervous?
Of course. The last time I tried to pass it like this...
Well then.
Where were my manners? I can assure you that won't happen again. As for the rest of the way, I see it clearly now.
What the hell? That was weird. Okay, like, we just undermined. That was like, oh, look at that cute little moment. She shoved her face in Rover's tits. What was that ending? That ending was suspicious as all hell. So you're telling us this whole time you weren't able to actually see us? Oh! Yeah, I feel like that whole, like, touching us thing was way more deliberate. See ya. Than made out to be. She just disappeared. Huh.
Vines, over there.
Don't worry, I brought
And
Camellia.
that statue.
I can feel strong remnant energy coming from it.
Again, don't worry, I brought Camellia. We're all good.
The Order's remnant spark must be inside the statue. Legends speak of how the first Primus used it to purify the first Dark Tide. I see now. The lingering remnants of the Dark Tide must be trapping the spark. To release it, we'll need to clear away the remaining remnants binding it. Once we have the remnant spark, we can use it to burn through the vines.
Can't we just use regular fire? We don't have like a match? Go. Okay, so how are we gonna do that?
If the Threnodian created the Dark Tide, maybe Abby can absorb it.
Hey, Abby, you want to eat some vines? It's like kudzu. You can eat that.
Abby is still unwell. Perhaps we shouldn't burden it further.
I don't know. Abby's appetite's pretty crazy.
More Dark Tide remnants. Good thing there isn't much. Leave it to me.
You're just gonna be able to do that? Yeah, that should be a worrying appearance.
Don't worry. This much I can still handle.
And that's it. She's just there forever. We're like, ah, crap. She's still going on this one. She's like, don't worry, I can handle it, but it does take a little while. Like 3 hours later, like, dang, I realized why you said this was a 6 to 8 hour quest. We gotta wait a few times for Cartethyias to do this. Like, this was a really interesting design choice on the part of Kuro to have us wait in real time for her to absorb all of this. And, like, they decided, hey, you've been playing for too long, you know. You can go get up and make a sandwich while Cartethyias takes care of, you know, a small vine or two that if you just had some basic clippers, you could probably handle. Real interesting choice. She's basically like our own personal Lottie Lost now. Vines formed from the ruins of the Dark Tide entangle the hovering statues. Use Cartethyias' ability to purify the statues. Numerous statues create corruptions. Okay. Vines blocking the path forward. Locate the remnant spark. Okay. Oh, and you've removed our mode again. Let's put that back. That's not the right button. Where is the right button? I want to try to do this as much as possible in immersion mode. Go, Cartethyias. It's like our own, like, detective gadget or whatever. Inspector Gadget. Freaking, we have our own Cartethyias gadget. Throw the remnant spark at the vines to purify them. Thank you. Once again, now we lose the... They need to add a hotkey for this. Holy crap, Kuro, please. Is it the G to yeet, or is it just yeet? Dang, we just straight yeeted that. Man, we weren't joking about the yeet that thing. We hard yeeted that. This is an interesting statue. Can I climb it? I can. You don't mind me climbing your big sword, Mr. Man, do you? Mr. Man. Reminds me of, like, when students don't know my name, because interestingly enough, I, like, never outright tell students my name. They just kind of figure it out from hearing it. Sometimes I just get referred to as Mr. Sir. I'm just like, oh, okay. I guess that's me now, Mr. Sir. Wait a minute. No. Go up. What is up here? I'm looking for hidden chests. Okay, there's nothing up here, it seems. Okay. We're making our way back. That's the entrance you came in from? I thought we came in from the other direction. I thought we came in from here where there's the other thing. And that's why we, like, did, yeah, because there's the yellow one. We did, like, this weird splashdown thing, right? I don't know. Where's the gondola again?
Wind guide me.
Oh, yeah, Cartethia. You know we're in for a good time again. Rumbles,
The vines
yeah, I
are
bet.
remnants of the dark tide. Foe won't be able to cross through them. Let's disembark here and find a way to clear the path.
Fate! I do have a toe ring. I never understood the idea. That shot was not necessary, by the way. I have never understood the purpose of toe rings. Like, are you really gonna go out and, like, show people your old... the grippers, as they say? Like... thank you, game, for getting rid of my freaking flight there without telling me. That was almost catastrophic.
Cherish every game.
Yo, sick gains, bro. What's up here? What's up there? We're having, some mild difficulties. I knew there was gonna be a chest up here. I smelt the chest. I saw the way it was structured, and I'm like, that's a chest. Is this a mimic? Oh, you. Why is it so alive? Bye. What? You know what? Where are my other characters? I just realized. I am literally just Rover. Okay, we're doing this direction then.
Hopefully this helps.
Wait, this is a trial rover. That is not my rover. Not my rover.
Let me be there
Luigi.
for everyone as we head toward our shared future.
Oh, so my whole thing about having Camellia, yeah, that was a lie.
Remnants of the past.
It's like nothing personal.
Leave it to me. Hopefully this helps.
Wait, I have Cartethia here with me? What is she doing? Also, game. What is wrong with you? Nope.
Strike from the shadows.
Ow, what the hell? That just came from way over there.
Hopefully this helps.
Okay, time to deal with the priests. He's just a statue, bro. Nice. Regalia. These are, okay, they're all Spectro. New Spectro set. Or, well, not super new Spectro set, but you know what I mean. Oh, that was cool. We are probably... Good job. We're probably like half dead because we have no freaking healer unless Cartethia can sit there and heal. Again, there's a slight thing that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me is why do we need the gondola when we can fly? Like, oh no, we need to get around these terrible vines. you were saying. I guess maybe because the gondola can go up and down like gravity or whatever, but it's like, huh. Oh, I wasn't done looking around, you know.
This calibrator seems to be operational. One moment.
Cartethia can't fly. That girl probably doesn't weigh more than 100 pounds. You think Rover can't pick her up and fly with her? Like, nah. That girl is light as a feather, I bet. In fact, she probably ain't even real. She's probably imaginary pounds. Like, her pounds are represented via imaginary numbers.
That should do it. Why don't you give it a try?
Like, honestly, I'm pretty sure Cartethia, I just saw my health, that wasn't pleasant. I'm pretty sure Cartethia probably weighs like 90 pounds if I had to take a guess. Or if he infuses gravity calibrator with special energy, oh good. Use the gravity calibrator to change the gravity direction, enabling access to unreachable areas. Okay. The direction, the indicator, normal is blue, yellow is inverted, green is sideways. Okay, who wants to take bets of how long it takes me to mess up which color is which? Yo, we'll come back over to there. I want to go murder these things first. Guys, game, you have to stop doing this to me.
Hopefully the end has come.
What? Game, are you... Are they trolling me right now?
Strike from the shadows.
Well, one of them just went off the ledge. Oh. Bro is playing with Monster Hunter weapons over here for bow. I am the bow main, not you. Thank you, I'll take both of them though. Defense. Ooh, this is a new arrow set. And they're both defense. Wow.
Of the past.
Great. Ooh, I almost just flew. Ooh, what's this? Cool art, bro. Yo, whoa, hold up. That another chest?
An unexpected discovery.
Okay. How do we change the colors? Was it blue, yellow, green? Or was it blue, red, green? Like RGB. Blue, yellow, green, right? Because this definitely looks yellow. And yellow is... Oh, it's healing too. Good. I'm gonna need that. Yellow
it's
is...
turning. Rotate
Rover
the gravity
inverted.
calibrator to change the direction of the gravity's pull. If we
Rebor.
use this, we should be able to reach areas we previously couldn't.
I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy making a dumb, like... Fun. Oh ho! Back over there. Okay, let's go see what's going on around here. I'm glad they've got their cables just running out in like the open here and they didn't like hide those things. That makes things so much easier. Hey, Cartethia, can you do something?
Leave it to me.
Yeah, I figured you things were gonna come alive.
Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
I like that you just jumped right into that for me, buddy. Can we get this one? Oh, yep. We can use Go-Go Gadget Cartethia.
Hurry. We need to purify the other statues before the Dark Tide's corruption returns.
Oh, shit, this is timed. Above this one. Say, Carthy, you better be hurrying. You have a timer to light all 3. I'm good. Rumbles.
Sounds
Found
like
over
Fern's
here
getting
being like my
impatient.
stomach.
Let's head back.
Though I did eat a pretty decent breakfast. Like, I don't typically eat breakfast, but on, like, weekends I will. Like, I usually don't eat breakfast and lunch on, like, work days and stuff. Ooh, what's up here? I typically only eat dinner. But I ate breakfast today, and it was just some hard-boiled eggs, and then I have, like, a yogurt parfait thing where I have, like, yogurt and fruit and granola and stuff. And then excuse you. Could we stop vaulting over the things, please? And then... Rover, what are you doing? What is this, Rover? And then I had a protein shake with it. That was what I was trying to get at before Rover almost gave me a freaking heart attack. Wow, all of that for nothing. Fucking awesome, yo. Jeez. So now we turn this back to normal, I think, right? Ooh. Is this normal? It ain't even let me access that one, so I'm gonna go with we don't have a choice. Wee. There's the gondola, there's the fire. Wait, before we do anything, just remember we've been playing for 3 hours. Even though, well, it's because I've only been streaming for 2 and 45, but I had the game open for 15 minutes before I started, so you know. Let me make sure the Nintendo, you've been playing too long, go touch grass notifier here, is fully gone before I continue. Okay, it seems to be gone. Wouldn't want that to Rover, if you could chuck that flame just straight up for a moment. Like, man, imagine that notification happens while you're, like, in a really cool cutscene. I'd be livid. Time to go on a romantic gondola ride with Cartethia. You know, very romantic as I steer the gondola like a crackhead. We needed this just to go down? We could have jumped. Why did we need the gondola for that?
Did you feel any discomfort while we were clearing out the remnants?
Nah, she was used to eating
Nothing
both
out of the
vines.
ordinary. I felt fine. I suppose this alone is not enough to determine whose resonator I am.
You've helped a lot. Don't worry about that for now.
Yeah, you're helping free the you know.
Another water rise is coming up. You planning to hold on to something?
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
We haven't even moved.
Wind
I was
guide
planning
me.
to get out. A year late to the stream. Anyway, what's up? So Cartethia may or may not be real and may or may not be, like, evil. Cantarella is suspicious, but that's because I don't like her. This is definitely going to take me way away from the quest over to these things, and I'm sure that's going to end perfectly well for everyone. And I almost didn't hit the button. You have left the quest area. Please return. Okay, I guess I will just go screw myself. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. You don't need to do that. Wait. Chat, where's the gondola? Um. Well, now you've seen what's just happened as well. I have apparently left the quest area because I wanted to explore. Ow. Hi, I'm back, Cartethia. Don't worry, I just, Oh god, we gotta go through this again. It's all good. No getting sidetracked in Woo anymore. Yeah, apparently not. At least not that sidetracked. I've gotten a little sidetracked.
Did you feel any discomfort while we were clearing out the remnants?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I felt fine. I suppose this alone is not enough to determine whose resonator I am.
You've helped a lot.
Gondola, swim up. Also, take away my freaking immersion. They have to. They have to not with that.
Another water rise is coming up. You planning to hold on to something?
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Don't worry. It's gonna take me a little while to get back over there. I have a tendency to not control the gondola well. It's funny how the turning on the immersive mode ends up being the least immersive experience you could possibly have. Gondola skill issue. Yeah, a little bit of that. Yo, that's a chest. You're gonna make me go away from the quest area if I get this chest.
Every game.
Are you all right, Cartethia?
By the way, you said the inverted gravity is to stop the dark tide from descending into the city. But all we've seen so far are just its remnants.
And that's because this very waterway we're sailing on used to be the dark tide itself.
Oh, is that why it looks like
In
piss?
these waters, gravity isn't the only thing that's inverted. Its very essence is too.
No. If the very essence of the water was inverted, wouldn't it just be a solid? Do you think Cartethia understands, like, basic physics and chemistry? I don't. Oh, I see some purple glow over there. Yep, there we go. More vines.
Obstacles ahead. Let's get off here.
Yeah, I try to get off in other areas and, you know, wouldn't exactly let me. What we fighting here? This looks like a fighty fight. No, neither do I. Yeah, exactly. Cartethia,
up there. But judging by the distance, we'd be hard-pressed to make it back in time.
With Cartethia, we don't even know she knows how to
from
read.
Somewhere in between to clear them all at once?
I might not have that range.
Okay, so we just have to bring it down.
But there may be tacitite devices nearby that can help amplify my forte. Let's see if we can find one.
Oh, like with Carlotta's thing. There's a gravity changer, but we have a box. They're giving us a lot of the Menai things. I wonder if they updated that at all. Hold up. Shit, what you got going on up here? Oh, that's just a hole leading to the abyss. We maybe made a critical error. Bye. I'm guessing we're going this way. It hasn't had us use the left-facing thing yet.
That's
Okay,
it.
more
A
enemies.
Cartethite device.
That is the statue that led to the abyss. Time to fight.
Leave
Let's
it
go.
to me.
I feel like this music is a tad bit anticlimactic compared to what was there. Sorry, can you let me murder your friend in peace? Again, they really do fight like freaking Monster Hunter enemies. Or not enemies, like they're using Monster Hunter bows. Like, it's that same kind of animation for sure.
This should do the trick.
The end has come. Leave it to me.
Oh.
Hopefully this helps. No hesitation.
Bro tried to run. He's like, nah, I'm out of here. I'm assuming the gravity thing's really gonna like open up later on where you'll have all three options to mess around with to figure out how it all works. We just stand in here and let Cartethyias. Yep. Dang, girl. You ever just summon a black hole? I guess a blue hole.
You okay?
Just catching my breath. You go get the remnant spark.
You hope they have some fun puzzles in store for us later on. I'm sure they probably will. Yeet! I mean, because right now, the main story stuff, they want it to be basic enough that pretty much anyone can do it without any real significant difficulties.
Up ahead is the Tower of Salvation. That's where
But I
the
would
first
like more
pedestal is
difficult puzzles
located.
in the future, for sure.
Tower of Salvation?
And I know in...
Yes, a name taken from the Order's Codex.
I know in my, like, recent, video on, like, Wua Endgame, some people were commenting about how, like, oh my god, we don't want easy content, we want more challenging content. And I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. That'll be nice.
Every gain.
When I mentioned, like, casual versus challenge content, I didn't mean casual in the sense of easy content. I just meant in the sense that it's not typically what we consider to be content that's, you know, based on challenging mechanics and things. I can't set myself on fire, 0 out of 10. In Infinity Nikki, there's an area where there's an open bonfire, and if you run into it, you just insta-die. Yeah, like, I would like more challenging content and stuff as well to a certain extent, so long as it's more challenging content that isn't just more of the same, which is, in the case of, like, Whimpering Wastes and Tower of Adversity, just, here's some enemies, here's a timer, good luck. Like, I want challenging content that's challenging because the very nature of the content is mechanics offers a challenge, and tests the players on their understanding of the game's mechanics, not just timer and buffed enemies. That's, again, as I mentioned that video, artificial difficulty. And I think...
I'd rather know I'm a villain than remain a wanderer, lost in a world without understanding.
So when she finds out she's a vision, she's gonna backstab us.
Would it be so different from choosing to end it all? I must find the answer. Only then will I know how to face the memories I still carry. As for
Carry
you,
memories?
if I really am...
Guys,
I
where'd
can
the
take care of
gondola go?
myself.
Oh, there it is.
If it comes to that, I'll still remember the girl who cared enough to worry about me.
Sorry, I just had to explore that island, you know? We came from that direction, right? The music is really nice here, though. It's quite peaceful. Wow, fireworks? Really? Dang. What is this acid trip? Nah, something ain't right. What do you mean fireworks? So last time we saw fireworks just in random world stuff, it had to do when we were tripping out on a hallucination and echoes were giving us a parade. Something ain't right here.
I should go back for Cantarella. Will you wait here for us?
Of course.
Do we need to go back for Cantarella?
I hope you won't mind the extra trip, Foam.
Rumbles. Doesn't take long for Cantarella or Cartethyias to return, and the three of you regroup. Dang.
I saw signs of battle along the way. Is anyone injured?
Just some flesh wounds. My life is flashing before my eyes. Wow.
Well, you seem to be in perfect shape to me.
Rover, once again, being an absolute clown.
But if you say so, I can offer you a strong elixir.
Now we're
Care
good.
to give it a try?
Nope.
Oh, I insist. Here, take this.
Nope. Items obtained. Wow, she actually does give us something. Advanced nutrient. Used to heal plus an extra. Yeah, secret text down there. Will also randomly kill one of your resonators. That's cool. I wonder if she gives you that if you choose other options. Or if she gives you different levels of it. Like, that was an advanced one. What if she gave you, like, a basic one if you were just like, yeah, I'm pretty much good. Do I risk exploring, or is it going to tell me I've left the quest area again? I probably shouldn't risk it. But it's so hard not to want to explore. Look, we got another seal here. Wait, what is this? That is too suspicious to not be involved with something. God, what do you think all of these books say? Like, I always wonder that when you find, like, areas, like, mystical libraries and things. It's like, what are all of these books really, like, on about in these games? Follow the marker to the next pedestal. Game, you can't keep doing this game. We need a hotkey for this. But what about the weird, like, mirror thing down there, man? You can't just have that there and then not use it. Oh, there it is. Entering the door of Unity transports you to a new area and changes the direction of gravity simultaneously? It used to be a school for resonators in Raguna. Oh yeah, that was, she did mention that it was a school, true. So wait a minute. There's a couple of questions that brings up. Number one, a school for resonators in Raguna. Do non-resonators, they're just like, yeah, you guys don't get educated, you illiterate peasants. Like, he's like, nah, you guys aren't worth the education. 1 and 2. Now that it's destroyed, all the people of Raguna are just like, yeah, we aren't educated. No wonder why they believe the Order's BS. They've never once set foot into any kind of education, or they'd be like, this doesn't pass the smell test. The Threnodian was like, nah, keep them stupid. No child left behind. What did I just climb? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Not as weird as getting my... Release the peculiar spark. Oh, that sounds safe. Bro just threw a freaking flare up at him. Don't mind me. Can't wait to turn immersion mode on again. Nope, we're good.
There's no knowing what will happen once Turvin is placed on the pedestal. It's best we prepare ourselves.
Nah, Leroy Jenkins. That it? What if we're just like unsealing the gravity and the...
you bear these thorns as a reminder. Forged from primordial seas, this crown shall grant a new identity.
What if we're just gonna end up releasing the entire area and have it fall into Raguna?
Fleur-de-lis, child of divinity, the immaculate one. Will you uphold the sacred teachings of the Order of the Deep?
Nope.
I will.
Familiar girl.
Salvation, unity, ascension. Of these three doctrines, which do you choose?
Ascension or Unity, probably, because you're corrupted by the Threnodian. The Threnodian is all about unity. But it's a forced unity. It turns off when there's a tutorial. Yeah, I know it turns off when there's a tutorial, but there needs to be a button, like a hotkey to turn it back on. Oops.
I choose salvation. I wish to be the Master's blade, striking evil, upholding virtue, and offering salvation to those in peril.
In the name of divinity, I bestow upon you this crown. May the blood of justice never run dry. Through this sacred rite, you become the bridge between the heavens and the living. From this day forward, you shall be the Master's sole receiver and herald.
Nice music there, nice little vocals. Her face looks so done with it. She's like, yeah, can I go play Roblox now?
Rise, blessed maiden, Fleur-de-lis. None but the Master shall ever have the right to command you to bend the knee.
Who's the Master? Music's really nice. This is the music that was playing during the live stream at the very beginning. This was the song that they had as the opening. Dang, we all got a collective migraine. The power of arrow?
I told ya to stop sticking random stuff in here.
Abby's like, bro, I'm not eating my veggies. Meatballs only.
Do you have any idea how messed up and humongous that frequency was? It's gonna give me indigestion!
What frequency?
I should ask you that. What did you do just now, huh?
We stuck a sword in a
I
pedestal.
was dozing when bam! Out of nowhere, a giant blue ball landed on top of me.
A giant blue ball.
It almost squished me.
And then he's like, this giant thing's on top of me. Time to eat it. Oh.
I'm guessing putting Turvin on the pedestal has something to do with it.
Oh, hey! It smells just as unnatural as that big gigantor back in Jinjo.
Big gigant. Or back in Jinjo. Are you talking Zue or are you talking Overthrax?
The Sentinel of Jinjo. If what our little echo friend says is true, then the frequency that entered your tacit mark could be Imperator's powers.
Yeah. There we are arrowed now.
Huh? But the Sentinel isn't even here.
Oh, the sword is.
The power to split and manipulate space.
It is reminiscent of the moment of Turvin's creation. Only this time the place of confinement has become your tacit mark.
Alright, we just go around and eat things.
Why would it do that?
I believe it was meant for the true maiden.
Whoops. Guess he should have let you touch it.
Under the right circumstances, the one to wield this sword and enter the Sonorosphere would be the Sentinel's resonator, the Blessed Maiden. The Sentinel entrusted their power to the resonator so that she could lend assistance when the corruption of the Threnodian altered them. Quite logical, isn't it?
The corruption of the Threnodian altered them. Quite logical, isn't it? It's an interesting phrasing of it.
You don't seem too thrilled about it.
Yeah, even Abby's like, hold up.
If Imperator set this in motion, then their original plan has already failed. Cartethia, that means your guidance holds the key now.
Does it?
But
I believe in you.
Oh, that's probably misguided.
Is there anything else you remember?
Yeah, she's just getting manipulated and trickled little memories by the Threnodian just to lead us to it.
I just remembered the day I was crowned by the Order. And the moment the dark tide descended upon us.
Saw the coronation too. Yeah, we all did.
Huh?
But I didn't see the dark tide.
Yeah.
That is all I can remember.
Is that what you saw?
What did you see? We all saw something different. Probably, again, all of it's just messing with us because it's all probably coming from the Threnodian.
You witnessed it as well, Cantarella.
No. Also, do you pronounce her name Cantrella? It's Cantarella.
No. I only saw fragmented, blurry images. They seemed to belong to other places within the sonorosphere.
Interesting. Now it's stormy out.
I believe this is where we should rest. We'll wait until sunrise.
I'd still go. Still streaming, you know.
You're the one who needs rest most of all. After all, it's still only a possibility that the frequency you absorbed is the Sentinel's powers. Rest now, to ensure it doesn't take a toll on you.
I'm gonna hit the sack as well.
Abby, you always do that.
Boy, it's so cramped in here.
Hey, you alright, Abby? You need to do some spring cleaning in my hand? Like... Dang. Hmm.
Now, what could you possibly want with me at a time like this?
I don't much care about the Phasalia family, but I guess we'll go through it. If you go through all the chat options, there's a lot of lore in the dialogue. That's what I figured.
Is it true that the Phasalia family was one of the factions that started the conflict in that stained glass?
The leader of one such faction, to be exact. That was a long time ago. After their defeat, the Union was disbanded under immense pressure, and the Phasalias gradually withdrew from the public eye.
Is this why you had no choice but to publicly change your beliefs?
No. The reasons for the Phasalia family relinquishing their pride and enduring disgrace are far more intricate than that.
What do you mean?
Long ago, Turvin was actually given to the Phasalia family by the first Primus, Napoli II.
Napoli, is in like Naples?
When the conflict had settled, he arranged a private meeting with the head of the family to reveal the truths behind the pilgrimage. He told the Phasalias that when he traveled through the first dark tide and reached its end, there was no sanctuary, only a battlefield filled with darkness and suffering. The heavenly voices he heard were not revelations from the divinity, but the seductive whispers of the Threnodian, casting a lure for puppets to bite.
Which is very much like what's going on with the Lorette and all of that. Like, you win the Lorette, you get the laurel placed on your head, and then you hear the words of the Threnodian. Welcome back. Yeah, you hear the words of the Threnodian. I also hear my computer fan going crazy. What the hell is happening over there? This is why I need to get a new computer and make a new one soon. I'm worried, though, that when I make a new computer, I'm going to still have issues with cooling it, because I'm going to probably get, like, a 4090 or something for a video card. I'm probably not going to do the 5K series video cards, because I've heard they're a bit unstable. And I feel like 4090 is probably all I need for a very long time.
As I told you before, Leviathan is a Threnodian who uses beliefs to spread a spiritual plague. You see, it requires a puppet to carry its voice.
Yeah, an AIO cooler. I mean, I could look into it, but those are also more expensive, and I believe also, aren't they a little more complicated to, like, set up? I don't know, because I gotta build the thing myself, so I have to look into it. This is gonna be like over my break here. My break starts like next Friday, after next Friday. I basically go from like the 12th to the 21st is pretty much my break, so I've got some time to build the thing, but I want to order the parts probably this weekend so I can make sure they all get here in time.
The Sentinel realized the Threnodians' plots, and thus the first Dark Tide was launched as a hasty reaping of Raguna and the Sentinel. To save Raguna from the grim fate brought by the Dark Tide, the Sentinel split a portion of their power and entrusted it to Napoli II.
Installation-wise, yeah, it's harder to install, but it's nothing complicated, really. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I don't know, I'm still deciding what all I want to do and get for it. And then, like, it's just, I know it's going to be such a process to move everything over to, and, like, files and things, and what do I want to move, what do I not want to move. I have an external hard drive that I can put a bunch of stuff on, so at least there's that, I guess.
This power allowed him to imbue the echoes with the strength to repel the tacit discords and purify the Dark Tide.
And this power was released through the lantern depicted in the stained glass?
It's a tedious process. No, I know. I've built the one that I'm using right now. I built like a good 7 years ago. So
yes, the other part was kept inside Turvin. It was in that very moment, when the Sentinel's power had been weakened, that the Threnodian corrupted and merged with their body, transforming the Sentinel into the form you see today.
If what you're saying is true, the first Primus should have been on Imperator's side. Did the spiritual plague you mentioned affect him?
Although the Primus's body remained whole, his soul was torn apart, caught in the ceaseless struggle between the Threnodian and the Sentinel. Within the body they now shared.
sounds like Cartethyias' current state.
The Sentinel's power failed to shield the Primus from the Threnodian's influence. As the two divinities vied for dominance, he succumbed to many misdeeds against his own people.
Yeah, and this is like with Cartethia. The current Cartethia we have is like the old form trying to like maintain the Sentinel's side while being manipulated by the old form, the Threnodian side, perhaps.
In the end, during that private meeting, he confessed the truth to the head of the Thessalias and begged for release.
So that's why he passed so abruptly.
The Thessalia family was powerless against the Order at that time. Our only recourse was to submit to their cause and keep the secret locked away in our hearts, waiting for the right moment to act.
Okay.
Now what could you possibly want?
You were pretty harsh on Cartethia.
Before I learned of those record secrets, I had only seen her from afar, heard tales of her accomplishments. While I would be willing to believe she stands with humanity, the more I allow myself to cling to such thoughts, the more I must strip them away and think rationally. It's only then I can be certain these thoughts are my own, and not the whispers I hear in the dark.
Okay, so everyone in the Thessalias are crazy.
Now what could you possibly want with me at a time
Yeah,
like
divine trials.
a trivial experiment? A test designed to find those with the strongest wills and force them into resonating with Turvin. Yet after trying for so long, all we got was the answer, the maiden is dead.
Interesting. You know, it's kind of funny because I started today, right, when we started this, by turning in a side quest thing that mentioned the trials, and I just had completely forgotten about it, but that side quest is referring to this.
I don't think she wants to continue this conversation. Better to stop pressing.
Now, what could you possibly want? Well, I don't intend to wait around either.
Are you going to search those areas we passed before alone?
The more clues, the better, don't you think? Oh, and take this. Afraid I've slipped something extra in? Or perhaps you're contemplating dinner with me.
No, definitely not
I'm
the
just
latter.
curious why the matriarch of the Phasalia family packs her own food.
Food is always an easy target for those who find me less than pleasing.
Homemade panini. I don't want it. Energy regen, interesting. Looks cool, but I don't want it because it's from you. I don't trust you. Hi, paper. What you doing over here, Cartethia? The Dark Tide, but why then? God, she is so damn short, but now we can actually look at her outfit a little bit. Kind of. Her hair is a little in the way. I was trying to see the back side of it, where she's got, like, the little vines kind of like going up her back. But it is. Cartethia, I'm gonna need you to not. You're, like, really making it hard to see. You can see that the vines going up the back side there. I think we all got trust issues with Cantarella. Yeah, I don't trust Cantarella. I can't trust this Cartethia because even though she may intend to do well, she is likely being manipulated. We can look at her toes there for a minute, or like the ankles rather, and like the bracelets, not the toes. I don't actually give a damn about those. But the bracelets down there are interesting. So that's an interesting design choice. But again, her legs are just so empty. Like, she needs something there, it feels. It just feels just, like, incomplete.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'll share with you all that I can remember. It is paradise.
What?
I take it you don't mean that in a good way?
Yeah, I'm gonna hope you don't. Also, this music got real dark real quick.
It is a place where sickness, hunger, sorrow, despair, and dullness of heart cease to exist. There, deacons sing eternal hymns.
Yeah, notice the music indeed. Yeah, I noticed the music real quick. She is not right in the head. She has been hearing this stuff for way too long, and it has messed with her.
From a literal standpoint, this line describes the Dark Tide perfectly. In the beginning, the Dark Tide would claim only the areas it touched, assimilating all life as its vanguard to clear the way for its spread.
Listen to that, like, tick, tick, tick.
The dead, they would grow mouths and sing hymns, day and night. They didn't need eyes or ears, for their purpose was to spread blindness and madness. Even those who did not believe were drawn irresistibly to the Leviathan's creed, and for those already deceived, it was all but inevitable. When a soul is corrupted to its core, it will sing hymns without end on its sleepless journey to merge with the Dark Tide. And when every faithful soul has returned to paradise, the land consumed by the Dark Tide will begin its pilgrimage, drawn by darkened skies, spreading its gospel to wherever it lands next.
Yeah.
The final act of the Dark Tide is the journeying paradise.
It's just gonna move from one region to the next. We kind of see this stuff up in, like, the Penitent's End area, in that area with, like, the really dark sky that has, like, almost cloth-like attributes to it.
Is this the future you saw after coming into contact with the Dark Tide?
Yes. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'll share with you all that I can remember.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all. No.
That was its name before it became a sonorosphere. This seminary, built on an island, was not just a place of learning, but also a sanctuary for raising dragon echoes.
Uh-huh. We know about the drakes.
What did they teach?
The Order's
Math.
scriptures, geography, history, and combat skills.
Shouldn't a seminary focus more on cultural arts?
I mean,
This was a seminary reserved only for resonators, so naturally, their talents were put to more practical use. Besides, the doctrine of salvation emphasized the importance of combat.
uh-huh.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
Doctrine
I'll
of
share with you all that I can
salvation
remember.
emphasizing combat is crazy. See you, by the way. Good luck at work.
The Sword of Discord, Hogness, and the Sword of Virtue, Haltier.
Hogness and Haltier. I'm wondering if these are references to specific blades in, like, folk tales and stuff. I'm unfamiliar with them. Just based on their names alone, I don't recognize them. So I would have to look into it. Maybe they're coming from, like, I'm trying to look. Haltier is coming from, like, Scandinavian folklore. It's very, maybe it's like Germanic Scandinavian. I may be wrong though.
I can't remember anything else about Hogness. But as for Haltier, it was my former blade.
Wait, what was it called again? Hold on. Sword of Virtue, Haltnir. The Sword of Discord, Hogness. Well, yeah. Sword of Discord is a bit scary. Haltnir, Sword of Virtue. Whose virtue, though? That's what I have to know.
How did it end up being one of the swords that can break the seal?
Maybe it was all a 1.1 sword.
Perhaps we'll know once we find it.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'll share with you all that I can remember.
Huh.
It's safer this way.
Yeah, I bet.
You should get some rest. We'll be counting on you again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's creepy. I don't know if I'd want to rest in here. Yeah, Abby, you good?
You mean besides being squashed behind that blue thing? Yeah, I guess. Listen, I figured something out about that frequency.
Okay.
It's not a single frequency.
2.
It's like it's mixed up with something else. Or kinda like, a piece of cookie that's been crumbled in with everything else.
Yeah, so we've got the Sentinel and Threnodian mixed in that. Which means the swords themselves are a mix, which is what I noticed about the sword's design. It had the light and dark on it.
Which is why it's so hard to get a good bite.
You tried to eat it?
To see if it was a threat. I can now say with certainty that it isn't.
Okay, what was your hair doing?
But since it's a crumbly mess, other than taking up space, it's pretty useless.
We might encounter something similar at the next 2 pedestals.
It's been, well, hey, Floaty, welcome.
Keep an eye on this for me, will you?
Such an Abby moment. Yeah, Abby's just like, I'm gonna take a little taste. Yow. Yeah, how are you? Doing all right. Going through the story here. I've heard this one's a long one.
Will do. You can count on me, 100%.
Yeah. We're not trusting Cartethia. Cantarella's the first awake and notices subtle sounds coming from outside. Oh, great. Are they the drakes? We haven't seen any yet.
Why not savor this,
I guess we're stuck as Cantarella again.
I thought I'd slip away quietly and avoid any fuss. Now, here I am dealing with you. Since you're all here, how about
Need to learn how to use her again.
Surge of deep tides. Oh, this will be fun.
Is it weird that you want
They're a lot
party
feistier
to
than
be
before.
switchable between both forms? We were talking about that
Oh, this will be
a
fun.
little bit, like at the very beginning. Like, what if she could be switching the first or to two different forms? No, I haven't.
Sink into the endless deep.
I have no idea what that does, by the way.
Pull from the abyss. Surge of deep tides.
You get to pick one or the other. I do think swapping forms would be cool.
Well, this is where our paths must part.
You're here for the Sentinel. Why would you leave now?
Because she knows that. Oh, we're getting this song? She knows something's up.
What I saw yesterday caught my attention. It may be tied to the Sentinel. And besides, I'd rather not spend the day twiddling my thumbs, seeing as your gondola only holds 2.
Yeah, she realized something's sketchy. She got a different thing, because keep in mind, when Cartethia touched us in the gondola, and she's like, oh, now I see things clearly, it's not Cartethia saying that. That's the Threnodian. That's the Threnodian has a general idea of who and what we are. It's feeding different messages to us to keep us with Cartethia to go and, you know, bring us to the freaking Threnodian. She was completely in a different situation, different state, and got a different message. One that's probably more clearly aligned with actually finding out something truthful here.
Are you sure you want to go alone?
Such concern for me. I do hope to see the fruits of your labor when I return.
I don't have much concern for you. Don't
Mind
take the
if
wrong
I
way.
take Turvin?
What? Yeah, I
Go
do.
ahead. It's no use now that it's out of the pedestal. Its energy is gone.
It may still come in handy.
Huh.
I'll add you in my terminal. Call me if you need help.
I don't really want her number in there.
I just might ring you up once things are settled.
Nope. I'm good. Your terminal and exchange contact info. Cartethyia's like, dang, I don't have a terminal. I still have a dumb phone. Cartethyia's over there on like the freaking iPhone 3. You're live on Twitch too. You'll go there. Your YouTube is having a seizure. Is YouTube having a seizure? I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been duo streaming here to both. You getting in the gondola?
If only I could still fight.
Everyone's doing their part. Don't worry. Nobody's perfect.
Okay. I need to figure where we're going. YouTube is acting up on your end. Okay, I wanted to, you know, definitely didn't want it to be a situation where it'd be like, my stream has been acting crazy and I didn't know for a while.
The waterway up ahead is completely blocked.
That garden once housed dragon echoes. Now there's nothing left but tacit discords.
Yeah, this area is very nice, but don't mind me just gonna ram the gondola into everything. Oh boy. Twitch is way better. Oh, that's good. Oh, the gondola is like, hey, maybe don't throw me off of a ledge. You know? What is this music?
Harkness should be here somewhere.
Hogness should be here somewhere. Hogness was the Sword of Discord, though. I love your recent videos, by the way. The rinascita ones. Yeah, I guess the rinascita ones. The ones that analyzing endgame stuff, or the one rather. Thanks. I've been I've been liking the do analysis stuff. I probably want to do more analysis stuff in the future. And I mean to do one looking at Genshin's TCG soon. I want to be able to do that maybe next week. Because I do have a lot to say, but I know that one's going to be a really divisive one for sure. Yeah, you agree with most of it? Yeah. I feel like the one that I have the idea of the TCG one is definitely going to be a very divisive thing, but this one apparently was divisive, and I didn't think it was going to be. I had some people commenting about how, like, oh my god, you are not allowed to criticize. You should not criticize. You should accept and enjoy. Just like, no? Only whales are allowed to criticize. Like, do you know how much got spent on Camellia? Like, think I've earned the right, if that's your logic. Even then, I think that's a very silly logic, because that's kind of antithetical to how Kuro has made this game very accessible to free-to-play and low-spending players. But, you know. Yeah, the one about the end games is really good, thanks. That one I spent for freaking ever, like, writing and rewriting the script to it and really trying to get an idea that made sense. Because I feel like I had my idea, but then it was just like, nobody is gonna, like, this is so convoluted, and I need to make this, like, concise and sensible and not a ramble.
This is where the acolytes used to be tested.
Man, I should have brought Phoebe.
Perhaps that Steely over there has instructions on what to do.
You don't remember from your exams?
No, I didn't pay attention while studying.
As the Blessed Maiden, I was exempt.
Dang. Man, she's like, yo, I got special privileges. Trust thy neighbor, else land will stay fallow. Unite the isles, else levees will stay unbuilt. Brothers and sisters, let the sky, the land, and the seas be united. Path of righteousness is lit by a sacred fire of unity. See, here's the thing. We know the Threnodian's all about that unity, that assimilation more really than unity. So this is obviously some sketch, but basically we need to join something together.
Sounds like they're talking about one of the 3 major belief systems, the faith of unity. I don't remember the pieces being spread out like this.
Maybe that's because we need to be unified.
Maybe we could find a way to move them.
I don't even know what pieces she's talking about. I just see, are you talking about the whole entire pieces of land?
Let's give it a try. We still need to rebuild the waterway. There's no point in finding Hogness if we can't repair the waterway. At that distance, we should take a wing ray.
And a wing ray just appears.
Hold on tight. Don't go falling off.
We're just flying with fish.
Wind guide me.
Okay, which ones of these are about to come alive and murder us? You. You're definitely not gonna stay that way. What the?
That one. It isn't supposed to be here. There's a gravity calibrator up ahead. Let's put it to good use.
Okay. Oh, there goes our immersion mode. The hill platform ascension is rated strong remnant energy. Before proceeding, adjust your gravity direction to be perpendicular to the platform. Okay. Where's the platform? It's that way. Okay. Doesn't live up to its name, does it? Yeah. Okay, hold up. I'm sure I'm gonna have to change this 15,000 times again because as I get more tutorials, but like, okay. perpendicular. I mean, I can't really see where the thing is, but it's not like it's giving me many options, so I'll take this one. Oh, now we're in green mode. It's a pretty shade of green. I probably only really know that it's green. It's just like lightsaber shade of green. What did that do?
That's our goal, right there. But how do we move it?
Help me guide the wing ray to the top of the statue.
Of course. But what do you have in mind?
What did I say? Casting a plunging attack above the hilt platform will cause the Statue of Divine Justice to descend, triggering a section of the ruin to move. Okay. Yeah, the immersion mode really doesn't live up to its name. That's I figured out what you were referencing with that. No, when you have to go through 3 menus to get to immersion mode, yeah, it's not really that immersive, is it? They need a hotkey for turning it on and off. They have one for turning it off, but not on. That to me is silly. And the way of turning it off is like you have hit like Alt and something.
Is this really okay?
Why would it not
the
be?
trouble of finding some trigger mechanism.
Like, you have an obscure hotkey combo for turning it off, but then you can't use the same combo for turning it on. Like, it's not like somebody's gonna accidentally hit it. You have to hold down the Alt key and then something else. Like, I don't know. It seems very silly to me that they don't have... little dragon fellas.
Are these the so-called dragons?
Yeah, they're a little on the small side.
The last one was bigger.
Which last one?
The dirge.
Ever heard of it?
Oh, where the...
I used to ride it.
What? Yo, you tell me Cartethia is gonna be riding a dragon when we... Look. Guys. That's it. Cartethia, her liberation is just her riding in on a dragon and then just smashing things. Like, that's what we need. She used to ride a giant dragon. Let's freaking go.
It's Hogness.
Is it?
There's a gravity calibrator behind the collapsed wall we just passed. We can use it to reorientate ourselves. The remnant spark should be able to incinerate the thorns on the left.
Yeah, if we can get it. Oh, you want me to bear? Please let her ride a dragon. Exactly. We need Cartethia in a dragon. Or, well, on a dragon. Not in a dragon. Oh, crap. This is another timed situation. Don't worry. I'm just going to slowly make my way back on over. Oh, there's a chest over there? Cartethia, you got this. I'm going to grab this box.
Cherish every gain.
Sorry, Cartethia. I had to cherish the gains, you know? Yeet. Nice. Make sure I'm back to that. And a dragon mech? You might have just willed it into existence. Oh no. A dragon mech? Cartethia just shows up in a giant mech. That is not what I would expect. Check your mail. Kuro might have hired you already. Dang. Dang. Let's go look. Nope, just the survey. I'll have to check my email afterwards, you know. Where the hell are we supposed to be heading? Oh! Where's the sword? We're gonna go there the fun way. Guys, where the hell is this sword? Where is the land? How about that? Did we turn this the wrong way? Hey, once fell and forgot I can fly, yeah. Almost sent to the abyss. Yeah, we, almost just, went to Narnia there for a moment. We've got to be on, like, the wrong gravity, right? Unless it's, down there. You went down with a plunge attack. I am... The map function is currently temporarily unavailable. My woowa and Christ, why? Where was I supposed to be going? I wasn't paying attention. Wait, there's something down there. Hold up. Okay. This is where we started from, right? Sure. I swear to God, Rover, if you vault over this when I'm just trying to see, I am going to let you die. Wait, there's the sword. It's upside down. No, let me go to the other direction. Surely he can't fall into the abyss again. Yeah, you'd think. The right gravity is always marked by the arrow. Well, this was the gravity that we were just on, the one that we had to change it to. The sword itself is over there. I'm looking at it. I am in Narnia. Huh. Okay, do we do... Wait. There! Yes, turn it upside down. I think the light part is supposed to be aligned with the arrow. What do you mean? The light part is supposed to be aligned with the arrow? Well, that's the... Oh. Oh, I thought we were on that gravity. Guys, I'm dumb. Because I was trying to get it to go in that direction. I thought we were on that gravity. I get it. That was really weird UI design. Okay, because I thought the thing it was pointing at was the one we were currently on. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, that was really weird. Yeah. Because I didn't realize that we couldn't. I thought we could just click any of the things. That's why I was trying to hit it to the down one, the one that was blue. But, yeah, that was really, 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 really weirdly presented in the UI. You're blaming it on game design. Yeah,
It's stuck on the pedestal.
because that's the sort of discord. Like, so she's gonna be the one opening that one. That one is clearly evil. But yeah, I think that one was just a very weird UI design choice. It isn't intuitive, yeah. You just didn't read. That sounds like a sign of dumbness to me.
The waterway is still incomplete. We have to look elsewhere.
Why don't you try grabbing it? Give it an old swing. When in doubt, break it out.
It's identical to the last statue.
Except there's lightning striking it. It's cool. It like, what the?
Same as before. I'll handle it.
Whoa! I went to go click the thing, and then it like she was just standing right on the edge. Like, dang. Oh, it's another gravity place that we haven't gotten yet. Oh, it's a cool light coming in. I like that little god light coming through. That's nice. Yeah, we do have to actually fly. Wait, hold up. What your statues doing down here, huh? Are you going to do a breakdown video on the 2.2 quest? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would break down about it just yet. But again, we're not finished with it, right? So, like, if we're expecting something the same as like what I did with 2.0 rinascita, I doubt it, because that's really analyzing the entirety of the region as a whole. If we're to look at just the narrative,
Leave it to
I
me.
could perhaps, but I don't know necessarily. Where are we getting? Oh, we're getting these little fellas. I don't know necessarily what I would, Hi, excuse you, dragon. I don't know what I'd necessarily add right now. That isn't something I could theoretically, you know. I'm gonna go for the archers.
Bad timing.
Said I was going for the archers, thank you very much. That dude is just coming in here.
No hesitation. Hopefully, moment of resonance.
There. Get out of the way.
Strike from the shadows.
But yeah, I'm just not sure what I would add. So far, I'd have to think about that. Dang.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Again, I do want to do.
It's okay. I'm just doing my part.
I do plan to do. Well, can we just yeet it from here? Dang. Girl's got an arm. I do want to do a thing with Genshin's TCG, talking about stuff with that. So that I do want to do an analytical video on. One, because I haven't done TCG stuff in ages, and two, because I feel like it's worth talking about. Especially considering my rather slightly more unique standing as someone who has made content for the TCG. God, Rover just loves to vault over things. I'm also interested in potentially branching to doing analyses of other games that I stream primarily on like Twitch or something. I have to make this perpendicular to this. So like I know Atelier Yumiya came out recently. I would very much be interested in one, playing it and maybe streaming it on Twitch, and then if it's worth, you know, doing a video on talking about like that game and stuff. If it's worth it, I don't know. I was initially considering talking about like Monster Hunter and stuff, but I kind of, where are you going, Rover? But I kind of discussed a lot of the good stuff with Monster Hunter in my video on Hawk Smash on the endgame stuff. You haven't played TCG in quite a while, actually. You really want to see how much it changed? and what team comps are currently viable. I haven't played. I'm about 3 updates
still missing
behind
an
on
area.
Genshin.
But
Like, I
where?
literally just haven't, I literally just haven't gotten the updates. And part of the reason is I need to get this new computer. I don't have the space on my computer for these continuous updates between Genshin, Wuwa, and then Infinity Nikki. I just don't have the space for it. When I also put Monster Hunter Wilds on here, let me get to the right games. Went through 3 of them before I got to it. I just don't have the space on my computer. I need to upgrade this computer and have more space on my SSD. Even my regular hard drive, which is usually just for storage, is filling up quickly because I need to put video files. When I record this stuff, I guarantee you this file that I'm going to have for this recording is probably going to be, considering the length of it, this thing's going to be probably like 50 gigs. Like, that's how big these, like, recording files are. We're already, what, 4 hours in? This is huge. You bought so much storage after you started playing Genshin and Wuwa. Yeah, and the thing for me is, and then you start playing ZZZ, dear lord. +1 SSD, exactly. Like, I need specifically SSDs. I originally had Wuwa installed on my regular hard drive. That was some bad loading times. The early Wuwa streams have those loading times. Once rinascita, I think, dropped, or maybe even before rinascita, it might have been Black Shores, I moved that thing to the SSD. Yeah, oh lord, indeed. It was like, whoa. It was rough. I moved it over to the SSD, but the SSD is... The gameplay must have been hell. It wasn't really the gameplay. The gameplay, for the most part, was fine. It was just the loading times were absurd. They were chunky. That was basically it. The actual, once you were in the game, gameplay was fine. But I think it was like around Black Shores time, I moved it to the SSD. So yeah. You bought a 1 terabyte SSD and it didn't even take a month or 2 to fill them up. See, and this is what I'm looking into. I'm going to probably get 2 SSDs for my new computer. Hopefully both about a terabyte each. And then another HD regular hard drive there for that's probably going to be, I don't know, much larger. And then I also have to think, what am I going to do with this current computer? The current computer that I'm using right now, it's a perfectly fine computer. It still works. Yeah, it's running Windows 10, and Windows 10 isn't going to be supported past this summer. I don't even know if it's going to be supported through the summer anymore. But it's still a perfectly fine computer. It's sure a bit old. Yeah, it's running like a 2080 as a video card, and it's running like a freaking... like an... Ryzen like i7 or something like that, like processor. Its processor really is what bottlenecks it. But I mean, I can still run even modern games on it. Yeah, you're not getting the best frames. Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm like maxed at like 24 frames. I'm still having fun with it though. I'm still surviving. So it's like, yeah, it's struggling, but it can still play a lot of stuff. I'm playing Wu on here perfectly fine, so... Stuff it with like 10 terabytes and hope it's enough. Yeah, that's what I need for the new one. Make it your streaming PC. I was thinking... See, also it's a matter of room, right? I don't really have a room for a second PC in my apartment. I need a bigger apartment if I'm going to do this. But, like, I was thinking of using it as, like, a rendering PC for videos and stuff, potentially, if I can get it set up. I also have to consider when I get the new computer, I need to get new monitors. Only one of my monitors has a digital, like a display port, cable functionality. That's the monitor I'm playing on, like, my primary monitor. My 2 side monitors do not. A 4090 video card primarily has DP ports, not HDMI ports. It has, like, I think 1 or 2 HDMI ports. I think, like, 1 HDMI port, and then, like, 3 or 4 DP ports. I need to buy new monitors because I need those DP ports. I'm not going to use like an HDMI to DP converter cord. I mean, I guess I could. And so like that isn't, I guess that is a workaround. I could do that. But yeah. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. Again, this I was talking about this with Freya like a week ago or so. Like, this is probably going to be like a $3,000 investment to get this computer, just because I have to get some extra peripherals as well. You use this converter cord right now. You use it on your side monitors, and that is another thing to consider. I know I have a converter cord on one of my monitors, or at least I did. I used to have a monitor that was freaking DVI. And so I needed an HDMI to DVI converter. I used to have a monitor that was that way until it finally died a couple years ago and I had to get a new monitor. So maybe I will just use the converters, but I really have to tell and test it. What about DP to HDMI ports as a temporary workaround? Are you talking of like what we're talking about with converter stuff? DVI, yeah, DVI. Yeah, it was that old. It was an old monitor. It wasn't like a box monitor. It was a flat screen monitor, but it was... I'd had it for probably over a decade or more.
Over there.
That might be too high for the wing ray.
Not too high for our wings.
Same as before. I'll handle it.
We're gonna crash. Same as before, I'll handle it. Wing ray gone. We're just stuck flying.
Just a bit more.
I'll handle this bit. You rest. You've done well. Let's see if I can get a feel for how strong the gravitational forces are.
What's with that wind?
All right.
Let's see if I can get a handle. Crashes into this. I just, like, Nintendo drifted with a Joy-Con into that wall. Like, I was not holding any button. Just Joy-Con drift. Where are we going again? What's this? Oh, that's water. Okay. You stopped using DPI last year yourself.
Leave it to me.
Okay. Hey, you were just too lazy to change stuff. Honestly, if it works, right? Like, I'm a person who doesn't believe that I need, like, the newest and latest and greatest.
No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
Like, as long as it functions, it functions. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on you until these freaking archers. Again, bros over here using Monster Hunter bows. This dude's trying to charge at me like a freaking linebacker. What is he doing? I probably could have blocked that. Whoops. He's dead. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, exactly. And that's... I will say, my main monitor does, I think, have some issues with flickering, so maybe I will have to replace one of them. Maybe I'll just turn my main... I see a chest down there. Maybe I just have to make my main monitor one of my side monitors, and then just buy, like, one monitor. But... out of mild curiosity, can I just... Nope. You still have a 60 hertz side monitor you've been using ever since you got it. It's possibly around 8 years. Yeah, you know, that does... Yeah. Still don't use a mechanical keyboard in the year 2025. I have a mechanical keyboard. Guys, you want to know how crazy this was? When I was in high school, and this was like... I mean, this was a while ago. Like, I still used a track and ball mouse until, like... 2016 or something. Like, no, until about 2012, because then I had a different laptop. I still used a track and ball mouse. Like, yeah. So I very much aware of the, sometimes I use things that don't make sense.
An unexpected discovery.
Isn't there another chest around here? There was another chest around here. You're not gonna let me change this again? Okay. You wonder if Gen Z knows what a track and ball mouse is. Yeah. Oh, wow. We got ourselves a little bit of a bad connection there with the clipping, huh? I haven't seen bad snaps since, like, freaking Bethesda. Ooh. I know about this. When I did modding for, like, Oblivion and Skyrim, yeah, if you don't have this stuff set up correctly, it won't snap right, and you're gonna get overlap on the textures. Kuro. Gotta get your snaps right. Snap, crackle, and pop there. This way. Ooh. Yeah, man. Reminiscing about technology is... Are we talking about Cartethia?
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to go find that chest. Hold on, Cartethia. We got bigger issues right now.
Cherish every gain.
You saw it when you played Silent Hill 2 Remake. What, the clipping thing? Even more of a reason to check your mail. You're probably hired now, and you just have to be. You guys, I don't know if you guys were around. Well, this would have been on Twitch too, not even on YouTube yet. Honkai Star Rail, when it had its open beta, half of me streaming that game was me finding bugs, and like reporting bugs to them. Like me basically being able to clip straight outside of the map and be like, yeah, Hoyo, I'm in the stratosphere now. Hoyo, I just walked on a box and now I've just sequence broke the entire game. Like, it was me doing stuff like that repeatedly. I sent in, and this was beta before the game had actually released. I sent in, I think, close to 100 different bug reports of me just finding ways to break out of the game. And I did this live on stream. We were able to stream that beta. Half of that beta was me just breaking out of the game. It was hilarious. You saw a clipping of the new Genshin character. Her thighs clip into each other. Versa, dang. When you have thighs so thick, they clip into each other. That's when you know you've reached maximum thickness. Like, dang. Yeah, I don't even know anything about like that. I have not played Genshin in like 2 updates. Again, Natlin in Genshin just kinda, I just wasn't feeling it. And now there's just other things that I'm playing and stuff right now, so I'll eventually come back to it, I'm sure, which is more of a reason for me
Hopefully
to,
this helps.
more of a reason for me to, go out of here. Hell yeah, let me just fight in a bush, nothing to see here. I went in to go for the block on that, but let me just take those ice shards to the face.
The hour is upon us.
These dragons out of here.
Strike from the shadows.
You're kind of excited for Snooze. Now, again, like, maybe I'll get back to it. This is more of a reason for me to get this computer built, like, sooner rather than later. I don't want to put Windows 11 on it. Like, God, I don't want to do Windows 11, guys. You have no idea how much I don't want that bloatware on my freaking system. Like, it is... I'm really not looking forward to that, guys. I am literally hitting the T key. That is the R key. Never mind. I can't. Windows 11 sucks so much. You don't want it so bad. I know. I have heard the horror stories. I'm avoiding it. I promise you this, like the first thing I'm doing when I get Windows 11 is one, not using Windows Explorer or Bing or whatever else it wants from my freaking browser to be. And two, I am looking up immediately. I'm gonna probably do it even before I get it. I'm gonna save video links and just send them to my email for how to get rid of some of this bloatware, because it has this like AI monitoring crap on it where it sits there and wants to like basically use all the info of what you do on your computer to train AI and crap that's on there. And it's like, I don't want that. I don't agree with AI stuff to begin with in most cases. And I don't want it cluttering up my freaking system. Like, stuff like that makes me want to like just get a Linux. Like, at this point, like, I just don't want to deal with any of this garbage. AI monitoring crap Copilot. Yeah, there's ways to get rid of it for sure. They shoved it. Yep, the Copilot stuff. Yeah. It's you're speaking the exact thing that I want off of there, and there is a way to get rid of it permanently. But you have to go through this most convoluted process. You might just go Linux. The only reason why I don't go Linux is because, like, it can't run a bunch of stuff. It'd be a convoluted mess for streaming. It's literally bloatware. It's all bloatware. Yeah, exactly. You did disable most of them. It's worth it in the end. It helps out the performance. Yeah. If you have, like, a video or something on, like, how to disable a lot of this stuff, or if you know one, feel free to put it in the Discord for me at some point, because I'm going to need it. You sent a video on how to get rid of it in the Discord server. I did. I'm glad I did it. I don't remember. Guys, my memory is garbage. You want it too? Yeah, I guess I sent the video on it in the Discord. If you know where I did that, let me know. If you remember where I apparently did something, please be sure to remind me of what I apparently had sent already on how to disable it, because I don't remember, but I apparently did. God, I wish my memory wasn't bad. My brain has bloatware in it.
So beautiful. I had forgotten.
You're talking about Copilot. Yeah, Copilot thing. Yeah, no, I agree, yeah. The getting rid of the Copilot thing, yeah. Let's go dementia. Yeah, I'm scared of that happening. Like, especially because I live in pretty much complete isolation outside of, like, streaming and talking with Freya and stuff like that. Which I haven't heard from Freya at all today, so I'm actually a little worried. It's like 4. She should be up and by then, but I don't know. I'll message her after streaming. I hope she's doing all right. Yeah, like, I don't have much social interaction with people outside of, like, this and work, and apparently isolation tends to hasten dementia.
Do you want to stop for a while?
No. We have more important things to do.
Yeah, we can't stop for a while, Cartethia. We've been yapping.
Let's check back on Hogness now.
And you end up playing some games after a year or two because you completely forgot the entire plot. Man, see, that's the stuff I wish I could forget. Typically, it takes me, like, ages to forget a plot to something. But I'll sit there and remember the dumbest, most useless information.
Remnants of the past.
That'll just clutter my brain. Or rather, not I'll remember. Like, it'll take me ages to forget a plot, but then I'll forget, like, important stuff. Sorry. That brain... See, the dementia is already kicking in again. Hey, it's the Sword of Discord. Oh no. That too will get dumb updates for no reason. And then all of a sudden it'll turn into Square because, like, why did Discord do that?
Let me remove the sword. At least you won't come to harm if it's a trap.
I think we've been fine.
We'll do it together.
But...
It's not your sword.
If it's a trap, we stand a better chance together.
Didn't seem like a trap to me.
No traps.
How does it feel to trust me?
That was a weird statement. Can't even send a recorded screen in 10 megabytes. Yeah. You have to buy Discord Nitro to bypass. Yeah, exactly. No, I remember when Discord used to be good. I remember when Discord used to be the way to send files. Now, like, I sound like Grandpa saying that. I remember Skype. I remember X-Fire. Anyone remember X-Fire?
It feels good.
That was weird out of context.
Why don't you call Foam over? Try whistling. Like this.
Here goes.
Oh, just that? Yeah.
Foam heard you. Come on.
Yeah, we can do that too. Boink. No, Gramps, you have to take your pills again. No. No, let me reminisce about the good old days. You don't know what X-Fire is, but you're sure it must have been better than any of the subscription service crap you have now. I loved X-Fire. X-Fire was cool. It was like a chat program.
The way you were when you saw the plushie Echo, it was unexpected.
What are we talking about?
I think the martyrdom of the Blessed Fleur-de-Lis needs a rewrite.
When did we see a plushie Echo?
What's that?
A play about you, written by Cristoforo the playwright.
Who is working with
How did he portray me?
the practice.
I would rather hear the joyous songs of the masses than any solemn hymn of remembrance. Perhaps the Sentinel feels the same.
I'd never say that.
Huh.
In the end, no matter what anyone else says, as long as you stay true to yourself, everything will be all right.
Mildly suspicious that
Doesn't
she'd say she'd
matter
never
if it's
say
the
that.
Thrunodian or the Sentinel. They don't
When
get
you
to change
transformed
who
into a
you are.
plushie, I must have missed that. The chest over there? I guess there's a chest over there I can get it later. Now, this area is really cool. Like, it's like it's just cool. Like, how do you say anything other than that? Very picturesque, yeah. There's something here, or... Huh. Like, it's very... It has this almost, like, sublime look to it that is really good. We're just gonna drive the gondola backwards like an idiot. Cartethyias is like, why are you doing this? Don't worry, I can do a 3-point turn in a gondola. Look at that. Are you impressed yet, Cartethia? Look at my cool gondola skills.
What you
guys-
said back there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was like, wait, did I go backwards? Okay, who's ready for some memory mess? Who's ready to go crazy? Oh. And now we get Cartethia breathing ASMR.
Fleur-de-lis, my resonator, why dost thou persist?
A hippocamp-like creature.
Why abandon thy oath? Why hinder the spread of my gospel?
Because you're crazy. So she basically fought the evil version of the Sentinel.
You are a false divinity. Gehenna will reveal the truth.
Gehenna will reveal the truth. The dragon? She said her dragon was named Gehenna.
Gehenna, the lone dragon to have escaped.
And then we kicked the crap out of that poor dragon because he became the Dragon of Dirge. That's really sad.
The one blessed by the dark tide shall return to us. Continue thy disobedience at the risk of insanity.
Yeah. There's that line. We didn't just kick the crap out of it. I mean, we didn't outright kill it, though, right? Like, that didn't actually happen. We didn't straight up kill it. We just beat the crap out of it, and then we took off the little thing that was causing it to go crazy that was from the Fraxidus. We spoke about it in the quest. What? Killing it? Or am I crazy? I think it was supposed to represent a Kelpie from Scottish folklore based on how the Threnodian was distorted the image of the Sentinel. Interesting. Guys, is my senility hitting in like so hard that I don't even remember? You'll try to find the line. Wait, where we talked about how we killed it? Because I know we mention it. We talk about how the last dragon... Yeah, the last dragon we fought was bigger, but I thought she just said the last dragon we fought, not the last one we killed. But I mean, I know Cartethia was sad. She's like, yeah, I used to ride it. But I didn't think we killed it.
Look around. Thou hast none left. My most beloved resonator. Why persist in the error of thy ways?
I will never forget my cause. If divinity takes up arms against the innocent, I will raise my sword against divinity. With the support and hope of countless souls, I stand before you. They fell, so I may rise!
Huh. Oh no. Abby's about to get a snack. You have a video that shows a step-by-step process of how to install de-bloated Windows 11. I'll link it to you on Discord along with the co-pilot video sent a while ago. Thank you. That will be very helpful. I'm gonna probably like pin that at this point because we definitely need that info. Thank you very much for that. Cartethia.
You saw that too. Gehenna, the one you mentioned earlier. What happened to him?
Oh. Well, now we're gonna say what happened. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we did kill him. Whoops.
Anna, Casitomo, Olnat, everyone.
What is this necklace she keeps clinging to? Who are these people? I feel like this is like lore that either is like in the game that is not like immediately present to the player, or it's just like we haven't run into it yet.
I am finally able to face all of you. I am not your enemy, and your sacrifices were not in vain.
Hey, Rover. Just now there was...
What was that? Abby?
Shh. Later.
Damn. Abby, I feel like what Abby was gonna say was important.
Someone needs a quiet moment.
Sorry you had to see me lose my composure. I found my true self again. It doesn't matter if I am indeed the Threnodian's resonator.
X, you rejected the rule.
Because I know who to stand by and who to cut down. Some of my memories have returned, thanks to you and Cantarella.
Feeling better?
No, not yet. Not until we free the Sentinel and defeat the Threnodian.
Depending again on what we're freeing.
That is why we need to investigate the frequency you absorbed earlier.
My turn to shine.
Abby's like, I'm not gonna shut up for very long. That was something.
That blue thingy in your tacit mark totally tastes like Threnodian.
That blue thingy. You tried to eat it again?
Of course not. It reeks. Just the smell alone is enough. Like I said, it's mixed up with something. It's too tough to chew.
Didn't you? I like how he's like, yeah, the Threnodian reeks, but then he also said of Cartethia, you smell a bit like Threnodian. Dang. That's rough there, eh?
If the Sentinel splits their own energy to prepare the true Blessed Maiden, then why would they split off the Threnodian's energy and then channel it through Hogness to the person who unsealed the passage?
You don't buy it. Abby definitely tried to eat it. Oh, you know it. Abby was like, yum. And why'd they split off the Threnodian's energy and then channel it through Hogness, the person who unsealed the passage? Perhaps the Sentinel didn't split that energy. Yeah.
You are a resonator born of the merge between the Sentinel and Threnodian. What if you use their abilities to split it yourself?
Oh. I was thinking the Threnodian did it.
I haven't forgotten how I became a resonator. And I know I don't have the ability to do that.
Maybe your ability being suppressed by the Threnodian, maybe.
Do you think the mixed frequencies Abby felt came from me? But why would I do that?
Because you're trapping the Threnodian in there, not the Sentinel.
The answer might lie behind the third sealed passageway. Cartethia is starting to make sense of things, but she'll need time to get her head straight. Same as before. We'll keep watch tonight and continue our journey tomorrow.
Cantarell is just out there, by the way. You think as we're sitting there, like, moving gravity around and, like, moving whole parts of the building around, like, Cantarell is just walking, having a good time, and then all of a sudden she's just on a wall. Like, god damn it, they moved the gravity around randomly again.
Of course.
Okay, you're standing a little too close for comfort there.
Is there anything you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, tell me about your dragon I killed.
Dragon Tacet Discords lived here long before the rinascita settlers arrived. With time and patience, the Order tamed them into echoes. They are fiercely intelligent and have their own social order. Gehinnom was their king, and the only one we believed could lift the siege of the Dark Tide. We hoped he would bring us the truth, but it seems he failed. Is there anything you'd like to discuss? I am a resonator born of the merge between the Sentinel and Threnodian. So, whose resonator am I?
This really does make me wonder, is she going to be able to channel both powers when we get her? Is she going to be able to, like, switch forms? Because if so, that's going to make her such a cool character.
Do I belong to the Threnodian? Or the Sentinel? What does it really feel like to be the Sentinel's resonator?
And also, here's a question. Could they implement this in, like, a similar way that they did Phoebe? Where it's like one form is going to be arrow erosion, while the other form's going to be outright DPS. Like, because that would be the most logical way they'd go about doing that. Or are they going to do something? Hopefully they do something slightly more intricate. But that would be my guess if they were to have double forms. One is dealing arrow erosion, the other deals straight DPS. Or one is acting in a supporting role, the other in a DPS role, that kind of a thing. The supporting role being, again, probably the arrow erosion and, like, coordinated attacks. Even their liberations could be different. One dealing, again, coordinating attacks, the other straight DPS, or something like that. I think the two forms is definitely the path to go with Cartethia to make her really stand out as a playable character. But yeah, I think it would be cool as well there, Floaty. I think this would be changing it in that way to have the double forms. I think we should get more double form things in characters anyways.
Juhe's resonator sounds like a woman of strong resolve.
Yeah, something like that.
I would like to meet her someday. Is there anything you'd like to discuss?
Unfortunately, Cartethia, I do not have Gen C. However, Freya has Gen C, so, you know, when I pull you, we can go and play with Freya, and then you'll meet Gen C.
I need to clear my mind. I won't let my feelings get in the way of our journey tomorrow. You should get some rest.
I haven't seen you eat at all. Do you want some food? Delicious dishes required. Guys, I don't have this. Oh, that's awful. Oh no, I need either a salad or a pizza tropical. Oh no. Go back and cook? Okay.
It's late. You should get some rest.
Make them all? How am I gonna cook? Do they have like a stove here or something? They can't do this without having a stove around. How am I gonna get back here, guys? Is there a... Hold up. Is there a... teleporter around here? You've left the quest area. Eat... Shit. You can trust me. You want to hear her opinion on it. Do it. Okay. There is a teleporter there. Where the Sam hell am I? Oh, we're in freaking Narnia. Wow. Okay. You have left the quest area. Yeah, I have. Okay, so we've got to make everything. Guys, I don't know if I have the recipes for it. I need Lort salad and pizza tropical. I know for a fact I can buy pizza tropical.
Guide me.
That's evil. Hey, thank you for the heads up. At least now I know how to bring food with me. Yeah. For pizza classical, you get the recipe from Eglatown. Can I buy one here?
margaritas. Your pizza will be hot and fresh in
Do I need a specific kind of pizza tropical? Laura's salad recipe you can find here. Do I have it? Are you sure? This is all the stuff I can buy, right? I'm gonna buy this abomination.
Come by more often. Don't be a stranger.
At the bank with no hand, or at the bank with hands, rather. What the hell is that? Oh, it's right here. Yo, throw hands. Let's go. I got plenty of money for it. Where is it? Did I already buy it? I did already buy the Laurel salad. Nice. Haven't gotten this though, but I'm not going to right now. I'm gonna hold on to this. Bakey, I need you to make a salad. I know that's way out of your range of expertise, but you gotta bear with me. Lort salad. Where the hell is it? Guys, I want to look. My chef level is shite, so I might not be able to. Materials needed. Pizza Classica recipe. Where do I get the Pizza Classica recipe? Is that Elgatown? Or Eglatown, rather? Where's the freaking salad? The Lort salad. There's the Loris salad. I do have enough to make these. I'm going to make 5 of them. Eglatown is Loris salad. Okay. Yeah, I just baked a salad. What about it? Like... This pizza tropical. We already have that. We just need the basic pizza now. What is this? That looks cool. Eglatown. Gordon Ramsay is jealous. He wishes. Yo, I'm just saying. Where do I get it from? Do I have to talk to her? No, she doesn't have any of this. Why is all of this locked? Use. Yeah. Not her. Who do I need to talk to? Check the mini-map? Yeah, I guess the mini-map would work. I can't believe you're making me get out of this mode. It's pretty. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna rob some people. Sup, cat? I know there's a quest here, but that's not what I'm looking for. I don't know of any shops in Eglatown, guys. You look sketchy. It's also getting dark, which means Eglatown's gonna get mighty creepy real soon. It's by the bridge area? Bridge area. What the hell is that? Over here? Sup? Y'all got any pizzas? Bridge area. There's the bridge. Is there any other bridge that you're talking about?
Wind guide me.
Is it around this area then? It can't be her, right? Like, there's no way it can be her because she doesn't have... Oh, thank you. I see in Discord you're posting those videos there. She doesn't have any recipes. This is all that there is. You may need to send pictures, honestly, because I have no idea where the hell this thing is. Oh, our resident bard is gone, unfortunately. All I'm doing is destroying things around town. And running in circles. Nightbot removed it. Don't worry, I can click to show it, so... Sorry about that. So sorry to destroy your immersion. It's alright. This is gonna be more fun. Look, we are here for the funsies. Imager is... Imager... Continue without supporting you. Just shut up. Let me look at things, Imager. Okay, wait, hold on. It's a bit out... I don't think I knew this existed. Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't even know that this existed. Oh, I forgot, that's not Phoebe. It's gonna be like, bro, I'm just gonna fly with Phoebe in one way or another. Hi, give me your bakery. Yo, my girl wants some breadsticks, too. I know Cartethyias is hungry. You know what? Screw it. Unlimited breadsticks for our girl when we get back there. What's this? Troop Strength 1? No idea what that is. Yeah, we're getting... This girl is gonna get a whole ass feast. She wants some pasta, too? Yeah, why not? Milk? Hope you ain't lactose intolerant. I'm only buying 5 of these abominations. You can just straight up buy it. Yep. Cartethyias is going to wake up the next day and we're no longer going to be able to fly because she ain't going to be that 90 pounds anymore. Girl is going to be big. Why does this look empty as all hell? Cartethia, I'm back. I brought snacks. We're gonna have a crazy dinner party together. Yo, this is just like when you stay at somebody's house and it's like, oh, look, I got pizza rolls. And yeah, you just show up there with pizza rolls and whatnot. Like, it's all good, Cartethia. We're gonna stay up all night and we're gonna play video games together, and then we're gonna eat a bunch of breadsticks. It's gonna be great. Sorry for the mini quest. No, this is a required quest. I was gonna do it anyways.
Is there anything you'd like to discuss?
I'd like to discuss about how you haven't eaten.
I need to clear my mind. I won't let you should get some rest.
I haven't seen you eat. Do you want some food?
But
Do you want some... Okay, chat. What are we giving her? Can we give her... Here's the question. Can we give her everything? Or can we only give her one thing? All of it. All of it. Okay. We're going to start with the appetizer then. Start with the salad. Go through the whole meal.
Oh, yum. Laura's salad. My favorite.
Of course. Wow, no... Oh my god, no wonder the sentinel, the fake sentinel told the old man to eat a Laura's salad. Because it was her favorite. It all comes together. The lore, the sentinel, imperator, leviathan, Threnodian food lore is crazy.
A man named Bartolino once told me that the Sentinel recommended this dish to him during the Carnival.
They're even bringing it up! You're serving her more food than a family of 5 would have at dinner. You don't know that. Look, I can eat a half of an extra large pizza just on my own, okay? Like, don't doubt me. Now you're making me hungry for pizza, and I have leftover risotto to eat. I don't need that.
The voice he heard was mine.
Wait, what? Huh?
The body is a temple for the mind. To keep your mind sharp, do you consume healthy food? That's probably what I said.
What?
After I became a resonator, the voice all the laureates heard was my own.
What about me? That's crazy.
Still, the Laura salad is undeniably the best dish out there.
Dang.
So, will you have some?
No, I can no longer taste anything, nor do I need food to survive.
I'm still gonna offer you
How
everything.
else would I have been able to last for so long in the sonorosphere?
I don't know.
You should save your food for those who require sustenance.
Shut up and eat. Food is enjoyable.
Is there anything you'd like to discuss? I need to clear my mind. You should get some rest.
Food.
But
Okay. Now we're gonna give you the troll food, the pizza tropical. If you like this, Cartethia, I'm gonna have to question whether or not I pull for you.
just the sight of it is enough to...
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The true Italian. This is Cartethia has passed the Italian test. She is our Mamma Mia elf here. She is the Italian elf. She has passed the test. She is a true Italian. You deserve the best. There you go. Like, you understand that pineapple does not belong on pizza. I don't care if you are the Sentinel's Resonator, the Threnodian's Resonator, Satan's Resonator. I support you. You want to go and kill a whole planet? You know what? You at least respect pizza, and that's what matters. She is a true Italian, yes. Oh, you don't eat? Have 2 more pizzas. Listen, Cartethia, I know you don't eat, but I got unlimited breadsticks for a reason, and you're gonna have them. If you, wait a minute, hold on. If she doesn't need to eat, does that mean that she doesn't get full so she can truly imbibe in the unlimited breadsticks? Just saying. Thank you, Cartethia, yep. We all pulled, yep. Cartethia just got everyone to pull for her. Legendary.
Is this what people eat nowadays?
Unfortunately, in some places, Cartethia, yes.
I see you are a Raganazi through and through.
Yes, she is. That is my resonator. You know, we might just have to S6 her at this point. Just saying.
Huh?
You're not going to eat it?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, exactly. The most, look at the pose and everything. No. How dare you suggest it? My resonator, our resonator, exactly.
I am grateful for your kindness, but I can no longer taste anything. Thank goodness. Nor do I need food to survive.
Thank goodness indeed. I absolutely love it.
How else would I have been able to last for so long in the sonorosphere? You should save this food for someone who truly appreciates it.
Yeah, the only one we know who would eat it is probably Zani. Amazing.
Is there anything you'd like to discuss?
This has been worth it.
I need to clear my mind. I won't let my feelings get in the way of our journey tomorrow.
We need to, like, what's the timestamp for this? You respect Zani, but I don't respect her food choices. Agreed.
You should get some rest. But
Now you can have the real pizza.
Oh, how it brings back memories. This is Eglatown's speciality.
One more pizza coming. Also, it's just like, we show up, we return back after having left for no reason, and it's like, you can't be, like, Cartethia can't be like, huh, what's that smell? Like, there's no way she's not gonna be like, why do I smell tons of pizza?
Thank you. Just the sight of it is enough to make me smile.
You're not going to eat it?
No, I can no longer taste anything, nor do I need food to survive.
Thank goodness isn't there anymore. Amazing.
How else would I have been able to last for so long in the sonorosphere?
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful. Our resonator, indeed. That is great. Call Cantarella. Nah. Fine, we'll call Cantarella. She's just like, I'm giving you the silent treatment. Her absolute disgust for that pizza tropical it's so good. I love it. That is perfection.
Good evening. How goes progress on your end?
I learned that Cartethyias does not like pizza tropical. Good. And also that she can't eat. What'd you learn?
So a portion of energy was split from the Threnodian.
Do you trust Cartethyias now?
Nope.
Rover, the soul is like a boiling cauldron. You may know the ingredients you add, but who can predict what will come of it? It might become an elixir, or perhaps a poison, or perhaps it will simply fizzle away into nothingness. I've watched it happen far too many times. One must never grow complacent.
They really didn't need to lower the camera like they did, just saying.
So, any updates on your end?
I found several things which may tip the scales in our favor.
Such as?
It would take too long to explain. And you deserve your rest, don't you?
You must see her resonance mutations. That's a crazy phrasing. Say camera angles are, yeah. Whoa, who typed that? Yeah. What?
I will be there when your journey ends. We will speak of it then.
That sounds foreboding. The music is nice. Yo, Cartethyias, we're gonna go to bed now. You sure you don't want in on these unlimited breadsticks? I'm saying, man, they'd be great. You sure? Okay. They aren't gonna be unlimited once Abby gets a hold of them. See? Abby? Abby shows up. Yo, I heard you just said unlimited breadsticks. What do you mean? Yomp. I'll show you just how limited they really are. Like, dang. Abby knew.
What? My eyes are still peeled.
Yeah, see anything useful? Yeah, I see that you brought 2 pizzas. Huh. Mouth vacuum activated. Should have brought Gordon, maybe, to show you that dang.
Nope. Nada. Zilch. I can't shake the feeling that the 2 frequencies are somehow connected.
Imperator has the power to split energy, and Leviathan to merge and assimilate. So the source of that connection might very well be Leviathan's powers at work.
Yeah, they split and then they got merged into something new.
Yeah, could be. Isn't there one last place to go? Who knows what you'll need to cram into your tacit mark next?
Nice candles. I like this shot. This is a nice little shot there. That's pretty. Yeah, that's a really good shot. I like that. Soft singing rouses you from a light sleep.
Is that Cartethyias?
Guess we're going up. Cartethyias, where did you go? Girl, what? Granted, I do I do sleep pretty light, I think, when I eat, like, a bunch of pizza, because I eat too much of it, and then I, you know, don't feel great. So, yeah, I guess I'd be pretty light sleeping, too. Also, she must be singing loud as God knows what, though, for us to hear it from there. There's a dragon here. Is she, like, trying to tame dragons? Oh, that's really pretty. Like, reliving how she tamed the first dragons or whatever.
Sorry I woke you.
I was awake anyways. Yeah.
Were you singing just then?
No, she just actually had, like, a radio on the whole time. You didn't notice.
Yes.
They're really
a farewell
nice
song from the people of Rinascita.
shots, though. Like, good
We
lighting.
usually sing it when a friend is about to leave.
Huh. We usually say when a friend is about to leave. Does she know what's gonna happen then?
During that battle, I never got to say goodbye or mourn their passing.
She's a built-in Bluetooth speaker, yeah. I mean, this lighting does great for her eyes. Like, dang.
And before my memories came back, I wasn't sure if I was worthy of paying them my respects. So now, even though I know these are just lingering frequencies, and they might not understand me.
So were her, like, the people she said before, like Anna and Olgim and all them, I guess, I can't remember their names, were they dragons?
I want to say goodbye properly, and thank them.
In terms of cinematics, this is one of your favorite parts of the quest. It is just extremely well lit. It reminds me of in the 2.0 story when you are talking with Lorelei, of the lighting and the glow on Phoebe. And it might just be because, again, Phoebe and Cartethyias have a similar enough appearance in terms of, like, the blonde hair and everything. Yeah, they're similar in that they both have blonde hair. That's as far as their similarities go. But it might just be in that. Like, I think the lighting and the moonlit kind of thing is something that Kuro, wrong company, Kuro does really well and has done, even with, maybe to a lesser extent with the meeting with Jinzi. I think they made her glow a little much. Granted, we're glowing a bit right now. But especially in that scene with Phoebe and this scene as well, the lighting is just immaculate.
Do you think I'm fooling myself?
Maybe. Is this a question of asking if you're fooling us?
No. I'm sure they can feel what's in your heart.
Yeah, they've definitely leveled up their cinematic game since then. Yeah, I think part of it is, again, increased budget, too.
I'm not just saying that to comfort you. I believe it's possible. I once saw two friends. One who was already dead. Reconcile with each other from within a Sonaro sphere.
Are we talking about the 1.2 event with Xiang Liao? Because that certainly happened. That was where they did reconcile after being dead. Is that I wonder if we could even say that if the players didn't do the 1.2 stuff. That's really cool.
When frequencies are concentrated in one place, it's possible that their reverberations could still carry traces of human will.
Maybe the Geon quest? I didn't do the Geon quest. Oops. Like, a lot of the early character quests, yeah, I forgot. Oops, sorry, it's no big deal. I'll eventually get to it at some point, but I probably won't stream it or anything, because it's so old.
Meaning?
Meaning?
They might still be able to hear and feel.
And there is a crazy light show going on behind us. Cartethia, are you sure you weren't trying to sing up a rave?
Your voice, your goodbyes, your feelings could have reached them. After all, these frequencies are strong enough to manifest in the real world.
Really?
They haven't made a move against us. They must still remember you, which means they can probably hear you too.
And it helps that you haven't aged since then.
I'm glad. No. If they can still hear and feel, then the time for goodbyes hasn't come. I need to give them a real victory.
And again, just the lighting is just so good here. The very, like, softness of it is amazing.
You can ease up a little. As long as their obsession holds and the Sonaro sphere stays intact, they won't vanish.
Their obsession. What are they obsessed with?
Bound by obsession.
Yeah.
Till relieved of duty.
God, there are just so many nice shots.
Cartethia?
Nothing. Just a stray thought.
Hey, since we know you don't carry any blame, should I call you Cartethia or Fleur-de-Lis?
I think you stick with the first one, all things considered.
Cartethia. Yes. Cartethia will do. I want to stay here for a moment. Will you keep me company?
Again, we really can't fully trust her because when we saw through her perspective, she is not seeing things normally, or at least something through her isn't seeing things normally. So it's like, I know they're trying to build up this trust that's eventually going to lead into an inevitable, like, change into evil Fleur-de-Lis, but yeah, the cinematography in Wu is peak. It's pretty good. Durgan. Dang, imagine if Cantarella found us. She's been like, well, I left for one day.
Good morning.
She's like, good morning, back to sleep. Like, dang. Okay. Very much like Freya.
Morning, Cartethia.
Mm. Literally me to my alarm. Yeah, good morning. Right back to sleep. Hey, at least your little crown thing's not askew after sleeping.
It's time to go. Today is the day we settle this.
Let's do it.
I also like how this quest gives you, like, wow. Okay,
Hung
bombs
is telling
became
us to hurry
Wario.
up.
I like how this quest gives you, like, 3 different areas where you could theoretically, like, pause it and be like, okay, I can save this for another day. But of course, we're streaming, so we don't get pauses. We don't get the save for another day. We just go. There can be no pause. That because if there were a pause, then I'd have to wait until, like, God knows when to do it again. I think I'm gonna make carrot cake tonight. Just as like a dessert. I like carrot cake, and I haven't made carrot cake in a very long time. I haven't had it in a very long time, honestly. I have the stuff for it. Carrot cake. Yeah, I love carrot cake. It's so good.
I wonder how Cantarella's
I haven't had
doing.
it since university, I think.
We can call her if you're worried.
Wait, I'm not ready yet.
What? You need to brush your hair or
As
something?
the early riser, did you call to say good morning?
Good morning.
Is something the matter, Cartethia?
I
Cantarella's
just
so
wanted
done
to
with
know
it.
how you're doing.
So you do care. Good to know my efforts weren't wasted.
She hung up. Was that meant as encouragement?
Dang, she's like, I'm
Everyone
busy.
shows kindness in their own way.
She hung up. She's like, I haven't had my coffee yet. Bye. Like, dang. Assuming we're going this way. Huh. This is interesting. This is like what they do in the cathedral with the horns, but it's just the swords. This is really cool. I take it we're not continuing that way. Man, why do all of these parking places have to be roundabouts? You know what? I'm just getting out of the gondola.
Wind guide
Gondola's
me.
like, nah, man. You cannot drive me
That's
this.
Haltia.
That painting.
Why is that quite an ornate sword? Hello there. That I think you need to take that to the smithy.
He's not who you think he is. No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
I feel like I probably shouldn't be using a freaking, Spectro against Spectro, but it's not like I have too much of a choice.
Strike from the shadows.
Bro got no chance. He swung once and died. Dang. Man, whoever that dude was not doing well. And he had, like, his own custom theme and everything, too. Poor man. Okay, anyways, thanks for a sword.
That's
Let's finish rebuilding the waterway.
And it bears no traces of time. Cartethia has now become one of the keys of unraveling the seal, huh? That bears no traces of time. Hold up. Shoot. I didn't look at the other sword. This is this one. I wonder what the other one said. Because, like, if it bears no traces of time, does it technically exist? His ass handed to him. Yeah, he did. He made an attempt and did not get far. What?
Identical to the last one.
Is it?
But we have to remove the shackles.
Huh. This is... Imagine... This is so crazy to, like, think about. Like... Like, this is trying to wrap your head around this, like, non-Euclidean, like, geometry business going on. Like, you're here, and it's like, yep, I'm just walking normal, and then I just look, and it's, but, like, the sky is this thing that's just, like... That's just crazy. It is amazing. Like, I'm trying to think on, like, can there be something like that in the real world in the sense of, like, at least as an illusion? Or like an optical illusion, and the answer I can't really think of unless you're like looking down on a ceiling, but it doesn't make sense.
Till relieved of duty. Oh, Cartethia, won't you let go?
Cartethia, didn't we deal with you once? Is this gonna be a how many times you have to learn, old man situation?
The hour is upon us.
Doing this again.
Hopefully this helps. From the shadows.
I'm going to break the chains.
Bro.
Wait, I have an idea.
Yeah, exactly. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Wait, what idea do we have? I bet he's gonna fight you again because why not? I guess. Those are chained. Smashing the obelisk also breaks the chains attached to it, and your ability to have immersion.
That is impressive.
Yeah, you broke that with a sword, and you didn't break the blade. Resurrection point.
Same as before.
Bro.
Watch out!
Oh, you got goons now.
No hesitation. The end has come. Hopefully this helps.
I don't know what their goon friend is doing over there. He has a plan. He's evolving. He's making an attempt to evolve. Not doing it much better. Well, I just missed that, so that sucks. Goons is crazy. Hey, Mango. Look, goons is the process, like the real word, right? Like henchmen. Henchmen used to be referred to as goons. Now, goon is a whole different thing. Now it's like he has goons, and we're thinking they're all coming after, like, freaking Cantarella or something. Like,
hopefully this helps.
It's very different than what, you know, we had before.
Moment of resonance.
I need to deal with that. I need to deal with these damn archers. see you've upgraded your vocabulary. What do you mean upgraded my vocabulary? Hey, asshole. This is definitely a dodge. I literally have a degree in English. Are you gonna do anything with that, or are you just gonna wait? Oh, okay, I can stand here.
Hopefully this helps.
Pro thought 1v1 didn't work. Time to cheat. Yeah, basically. He's still getting absolutely destroyed. Say that if we don't both have the same degree. I don't remember. I do think I remember what people's degrees are. Sometimes I forget what my own is. And hey, Bullet, I see that you are here as well. Welcome.
Leave it to me.
That's just the age. We're getting a lot of my senility showing up today. Again, I keep forgetting that I can block this. Bro has like a weird aura around him now.
Hopefully this helps.
The dementia sitting in again. Yeah, the fact that it's again is what's most disturbing.
I sense your weakness.
Does that mean he's finally been freed?
Define freed.
Now we can smash that statue back in.
No more cages.
The
Nice.
morph painting over there should
Glad you're
allow
not
us
the
to reach
only
the highest
old
point.
person watching the stream. I'm the old person making the stream. Wait, where are we going again? I wasn't paying attention. Cartethyias, I need you to restate that. Old man's hearing didn't, like, kick in. Yo, you got any chests over there? Nope, those are just lights. Those be just lights. Whoa, always looks beautiful. It really does. Is this like the 5th time he fights you? Yeah, it's, okay, like, really, where were we going again? I was not paying attention to what Cartethyias said. I can't map it either. What constitutes as old? Asking for a friend. I mean... Oh, are we going over there? I mean, I'm in my 30s, so, you know, most people would say that's old. I am not hip with the kids anymore, so... I do not speak the skibbities or whatever they say. You just turned not you still have teen in your age. You ain't even an adult. Dang, we really ground pounded that one. Hey, gondola friend. Ready for me to crash you into a wall? Yeah, that's how I'd respond too. Wow. You're literally 30, so yeah, you're in the fossil in internet terms. Same floaty. Well, I'm not.
Did you know
I'm
that
older than
echo
30,
well?
but close enough.
Cadanto was my first echo after I joined the Order. When I stood against the Threnodian, he took a mortal blow meant for me and fell to the dark tide. I never thought he'd come back as a tacit discord.
Yeah, wow.
He still recognized this sword. And was still trying to protect it.
Haltia was my saber. I practiced with it often on sparring sessions with Cadanto. Looks like he's still trapped in the past.
I mean,
doesn't
if you were sparring with him, you can't be that good of a sword user, because that dude got absolutely
Wind
bodied.
guide me.
Like, several times.
Leave it to me. Moment
Okay,
of resonance.
let's just do that real quick.
Hopefully this helps.
Okay, nothing like murdering some... Yep, I saw that one coming. You thought. I'm just gonna keep spamming this while you're against the wall. I'm gonna need these, aren't I? These seaside things. Yeah, I'd say we're all old here. That's what I think I've gotten from this conversation. Everyone here is old. And now I'm gonna proceed to drive this gondola backwards. Are you pulling for any upcoming characters? So, Cartethia, for sure, whenever she comes out. I probably will also go for the other elf girl, the, whatchamabob elf girl, the bard. Why do these things just remind me of, like, bishop chest pieces? Or chest pieces, not chest pieces.
Strike from the shadows.
Are you dead yet? Thank you. Yeah, you love her design. I think her design is pretty cool. I do think the outfit, we were talking about this earlier, the outfit is just like really similar to Carlotta's. I do wish they kind of did a little more diversity. I feel like they need to do more diversity of the legs, because it's either you have no leg, or well, you have, oops, all legs and nothing there, our Italian elf, or as our other Italian elf has it, you just have boots and, oh, I guess I'm going forward now. You just have boots and then like thighs showing with long boots, which again, nothing against it. That's nice and all, but you know, I feel like they've kind of overused that a lot. Or you can just have Cantarella's design, which is just I put on one legging and lost the other legging. By the way, wearing no pants, look at my underwear. You know. Then again, female Rover also is basically, hey, look at my underwear. I feel like this world has not developed pants other than wherever Zani apparently comes from. Because Zani, we know, is not a true Aragonese. She likes pizza tropical, so she is not... Nuh-uh. We know this. Cartethia has confirmed that only true Aragoneses understand the delicacy of pizza. Oh, what about Freya? What's Freya? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Freya's gonna pull for anything. I need to, like, send her a message or something today. I haven't heard from her today, and that's a little concerning. But I know that she's been really, really busy. Because she was really busy last night and everything, too. And... Wow, glad we didn't drown during that. And I know she knew I was streaming, so... You're going for Zani and saving for Cartethia? Yeah. You're going to go broke? Yeah. You want Zani, Cartethia? Yeah, you want all of them. Zani is hit or miss for me. I don't really know if I'm going to... Yeah, I figured one of you were coming on. Both
Hopefully
of you.
This helps. I sense your weakness.
Yeah, you got all powered up for nothing, buddy.
No hesitation.
Don't mind me, Cartethia. I just needed to murder the local statues. Oh, wait, there's some more. Didn't even get out of statue mode before he started getting swacked. Again, they really are just using, like, Monster Hunter animations and bows. Bye. You really want everyone at this point. You can't believe you skipped out on so many characters you absolutely loved, really?
Wind
Dang.
guide me.
I mean, like, again, Zani's hit and miss for me. We'll see, because I'm not really sure about that. The Bard Elf seems pretty cool. I kind of like that. I'm not going to get off for keep killing these guys. It's taking too long. We're just one resonator here. Cartethia is a definite. Look, we all know Cartethia is a definite. We like my Italian side will not let me not get Cartethia. Like, she has proven herself to be true Italian by not liking pizza tropical, so I am now required by my ancestors to get her. and crash this gondola at least another 6 times before figuring out where the hell I need to go. She posted on her Insta story, what, today? Oh, it's Freya, I'm assuming. Well, hopefully she's doing all right. She hasn't messaged me today, which is like...
We must finish this and free Kadento.
What the hell is over there? Where we're really going? Anyways, I hope she's doing all right. Maybe I'll just send her a message now, just to see how she's doing, because I am a little worried. She's getting Minecraft McDonald's Happy Meals. Fucking what? What do you mean? You went through your VOD and another playthrough? Really? What? You feel like you dreamed up the talk about killing Dream, you can't find it anywhere, and another... Yeah, well, I mean, we did have the conversation, it was just after you had mentioned it, Floaty. Dang. Set a Cartethyias or get shamed by your entire family tree. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Flint and Meal. Yeah, I also just sent her a message. I was like, you know, hope that, her words, not mine. Wow. Yeah, I just sent her a message about how I'm hearing some questionable things about what she's eating. Why does it look like that's like a stall over there? This area looks like it's like a town square. Like, again, this is like a little stall. What the hell? You didn't hear it from me. Where else would I hear it? Huh. You know, I do know that I heard on Twitter that, like, after you finish this quest, you can find Cartethyias at random times in places and, like, talk to her. I wonder if over there is that place. The Grapevine, yeah.
He's back.
I mean, bro.
Hopefully this helps.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, pal. You know what? Don't even try it again. Just stop. You really doing this again?
I sense your weakness.
What is this mess now?
No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Strike from the shadows.
Yeah, he just does not stop. Abby, eat him.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie. I want to eat. Huh?
I want to eat.
I'll handle this.
Abby, is not mealtime yet, exactly.
Please, right at your side.
Watch it be awful. Okay. Whoa, okay. They gave us a spectral bonus. Hold on, Freya messaged me back. The holy relic. Yeah, roll it now. Okay, sorry, I was still messaging Freya.
Let me be
can
there
I
for
do that as a
everyone.
trial
As we
resonator?
head
I don't
toward our
think.
shared
Hold on.
future, leaving the past behind.
What is that? What did it say? Cannot check up to trial resonator. Yeah, whatever. Okay. What did we get it in? It was in Eternal Radiance, right? This is the guy, right? That, well, no, that's Arrow Res. Where is he? Was this the right set, or am I losing it? You end your luck. Wow, you got attack percent 1. Guys, was this not Eternal Radiance, or is it Celestial Light, or what? Check your bag? My bag? Why would it be my bag? What is this? Oh, oh, I haven't turned those in yet. Wait, hold on. Here? Filter by spectral bonus. Sort last collect. Check all. You know, I'm getting told to check everything under the sun.
The experiment begins.
Sort by show phantom. No, sort by time added. 3. You. Spectro on. That's an arrow set Spectro. I'm not lucky. Shush. That is a Spectro on an arrow. There's no luck. You guys had. Bro, Cartethia, dude, your echo sucks. He ain't serving anything. I swear it's gonna be new arrows that you're betting all your, and you were freaking right, dang. Give it a chance. What chance? That thing's got a chance to be re-rolled. That's what it's got a chance. It's got a chance to get merged. Sorry, Cartethia. I hate that your precious echo is not gonna happen. Point and laugh at unlucky. Shush, you thought I was lucky. You don't get to speak. It'll convert to Spectra set if you hope hard enough. Yeah, I bet. Uh-huh. What is this walk? Hold up, what was that? Guys, what was that? Did you just see her walk? What was that? What was that walk? What is this? What is this? Holy shit, what is that? No, do that again, Rover. What was that? No, I gotta give you that little dainty walk. Hold on, how the hell did I do that? It's when I get close to this, I think. How did I do that? No, we need to see this again. Crap, how the hell did I do that? That was great. There's so many, like, stupid clippable things this stream. What was that? Trying to speed walk through the store about, like, attention. Yeah. Okay, somebody needs to, like, clip that, because that was great. I love that. Rover's stupid little walk. Can we, like, get that out in the I'm gonna, like, spend the next year of my life trying to figure out how to replicate that glitch. That is amazing. You'll clip it. Thank you. Try pressing control. I wasn't pressing control when it happened, though. This is just regular walk. If I press control, then she just does that. I didn't press control to begin with to get it to happen. I was just walking over and around here, and then she just started doing a silly little dance. I feel like if I just do it while... I think it's a directional thing, right? No, I can't do it, dang. You want to see on it, boss? Yeah, exactly. We're going to get some plenty of clips on this. This is... Oh my god, it was so good. How did it happen? And I got it twice in a row, too. I know dashing is involved. I'm not going to be able to get it again. We're going to have to live with the clips. That is crazy, though. Just a bunch of funny things, one right after the other. Love it. Okay, let's slap this sword in here and get high. Yay, we definitely didn't just free a Threnodian.
Fleur-de-lis, wilt thou return to me?
You are not looking that good. But, I mean, you gotta give her credit. She just keeps fighting. Like, dang. That is a crazy-looking, image.
Someone must expose your lies. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will not give up.
Someone's gonna need to make an out-of-context compilation video of me. Guys, I would do it myself if you provide the clips and give them to me, like, in Discord and whatever. I'll put it together myself. I just don't typically find the stuff that I do funny, so I don't know what to clip, but I'd love to do it.
Is that so?
It is so.
Then I shall reveal the truth.
I posted my clip. I'll share it with your girlfriend. Thank you, Mango. Thank you. Nice. And then, wait, is this it? What the rover doing? Hold on. Let me a second here. Yeah. That was one of them. We had another one too, but yeah, that was indeed one of them. Nice. Very, very good. Very good. That was definitely a part of it, yeah. Hold on, let me get this back into blue there. I like how we had that dramatic evil music as I was doing that too. Can't clip further back on Twitch, yeah. There was one after it, though. There was that one that was the first one, and then there was one after it, which was also there. But no, that's great. That's what it was. It was so silly. Rover's little silly walk.
Fleur-de-lis.
Fleur-de-lis.
Why dost thou resonate with me?
Hold on, you'll clip. Yeah, we're getting plenty of good clips of this.
What?
Why dost thou hear into the minds of the faithful? Why dost thou act as my oracle? All this, and yet thou dost not question.
Shut up!
Yeah, that's a good response to many things.
The answer is this. Fleur-de-lis, Thou art my creation.
I mean, Fleur-de-Lis might be. Cartethia, not so much.
I made thee. Thy life, thy hopes, thy will, thy past.
I mean, maybe the Sentinel did.
All that thou art, I made whole. I made perfect.
Thought her shoulder and ear looked like a third hand touching her head. Am I crazy? Okay, no, if you're talking like right there, I saw it for a minute. When I looked over there for a second after you said that and looking at chat, I could see it for a brief second. No, I can see that argument, yeah.
I fed upon the trust, adoration, and longing heaped upon thee by the masses. Thy resonance brought forth the second dark tide.
Dang. She must have saw like a roach or something during that moment.
What? Those clashing frequencies just calm down.
Nah, she just saw her reflection. She saw the hand that you saw. It was like, oh my god, what's there?
That feels way better.
You good, Abby?
Looks like Abby settled down. It seems we were both affected.
Wednesday Adams who? Homest? I mean, I remember the old Adams family. So it seems, and that's strange. If they were clashing but settled down, then which one won? Because that's what that's suspiciously bringing.
I'm starting to remember everything. Just like you sensed I would.
5:30, 5:45 on the Twitch VOD is a longer rover walking. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember that too. I've got to remember this in the various VODs and things. Trying to remember everything. She sensed out, yeah.
The force that modulated the Sentinel and Threnodian's frequencies came from me. No, it wasn't what I originally intended. I think having you take it from here may be for the best. This crown, it turned into what it is after the Dark Tide came.
Is it the same kind of thing like what was on... like what was on the dragon? And so it's basically controlling her?
This is what the Threnodian uses to control its resonator.
Yeah. It was like what was on the dragon. We should have probably recognized it. It honestly looks nice, though.
When the Threnodian unleashed the second Dark Tide, I, as the Cartethia you see before you, split the part of myself that wished to live after seeing the corruption that stood before me. I chose to be broken from the very beginning to escape the Threnodian's inevitable grasp.
But now you're whole again?
You see, when I destroyed the Threnodian that had taken over the Sentinel's body, it immediately began to assimilate into Fleur-de-Lis, its resonator. She was the part of me that was left after I split myself. She retained the most power, and now hopes to one day destroy everything, even herself. The Threnodian's endless whispers and screeches are slowly chipping away at Fleur-de-Lis's resolve.
And I think that resolve is, considering what we saw in that trailer, I think that resolve is long been chipped away.
That's why she had no choice but to split her power's frequencies, just to buy herself more time. But using such resonance abilities came at a cost. The split frequencies. They needed a vessel.
Huh.
We don't have much time left. So, you see, I have been instinctively searching for someone to wield that power.
Didn't know YouTube has clipping. Oh, you managed to clip on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, I know. And the Mango, I think, said Mango clipped it as well too, and essentially posted it the Freya as well, and probably in the Discord. So I'll be able to have plenty of this stuff to have fun with.
All that was given, possessed, or taken by the false divinity, I must pass to the one capable of resisting it.
There's gonna be a lot of interesting stuff between that, the freaking, the Cartethyias pizza business, Cartethyias pizza gate. I don't have your Discord. Oh, it's in the, it should be linked in the actual YouTube stream. Like, I think it's linked in there. Or maybe it's definitely linked in all of my videos. That much is for sure. Numbers are taken by the false saying I must pass the one capable of resisting it. Yeah.
This is how I intend to lay the false divinity to rest.
In case you'll paste it there too, the YouTube clip. Nice. Let me click on that real quick just to make sure it went there. What was that? What was that walk? What is this? What is this? Holy shit, what is that? No. Yep. That is great. That is great. Amazing. I'm sorry, this is a really like emotional, serious moment, and we're just like fixating still on Rover's funny little walk.
Not just its life, but its very existence for all time.
So you're saying that behind the last seal lies Fleur-de-Lis and the node.
The part of me I left behind.
ADHD moment,
also
yep.
Contains the Threnodian.
Yeah, we've just been, you know, releasing the Threnodian, as I said from the beginning.
Bound by obsession, till relieved of duty.
Huh. We're just standing in front of this sword, huh?
Today, the part of me that wishes to live on will vanish. Is it because my wish has finally been fulfilled?
Yeah, she's essentially an echo.
Will you accompany me one last time?
So, where are we going? I guess we gotta go out the gate, right? Wait, well, did she almost do it again? Or I was just going down the stairs awkwardly. One last time, figured I had the test, just to see if I could get it to happen again. Gondola friend.
Seems like I won't get a chance to apologize to Cantarella. Her preparations were futile.
Maybe not.
Please, tell her I'm sorry.
You don't know exactly what she did. Something tells me she knew about this because she got different visions from us. You saw yesterday there was a giant festival for Wuthering Waves 2.3. Well, 2.3 is going to have the anniversary in it. So, of course, there's going to be some big event like that. Oh, heck yeah. Look at me steer the gondola right in. Didn't even crash it. Look at that.
Wind guide me.
Professional gondola. I've grown since the beginning. Professional gondolier.
This was where everything started. The origin of the second dark tide.
Saw it a couple of times. There was also a big Genshin festival. Nice. We're still using this blade. Got a better one
I have one final request. Now that you have the power to split and merge energy, there is something only you can do.
You know, watch from bed. It's 3:30 a.m. My God, Floaty. Get some sleep. Thanks for being here. Find first Annie for Wua soon. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I'm curious to see what they do. Listen, I am hoping we get free Bard girl. I'm hoping free Bard, but I'll even not still probably pull. Bard girl is too cool.
Please, use the connection I still share with Fleur-de-Lis to bring the last fragments of her tortured consciousness here.
Why do we want it here?
Then, with your power, remake us as one, and finally release us from this world.
Your funds cannot... Yeah, the funds are gonna be... the not fun.
That way, the Threnodian will remain trapped forever in a lifeless shell, unable to return to this world.
Until it finds a way. How about we just kill the Threnodian instead? But, nice text. Doesn't that mean the end of the part of you that wishes to live?
I have lived my life to the fullest. I would like the ones who are left to do so as well.
Have you? You kind of lived most of it here in this tower.
Cartethyias has had her wish fulfilled. Now, it's Fleur-de-Lis's turn. She seeks self-destruction to end the divinity, and with it, her torment.
Also, where is the Sentinel then? Because... is the Sentinel just gone too? Because if the Threnodian has, for all intents and purposes, merged into Fleur-de-Lis after Cartethia dealt with it, where the hell is the Sentinel? It's 3:30 a.m. for you? Really? Jeez. Where the hell are all of you guys that it's 3:30 a.m.? Like, dang, it's like 6 p.m. here.
She has lost all hope and believes that no rescue is possible.
China. Oh, well, that'll make sense.
Remaking us as one is the only way I can think of to fulfill her wish. Or rather, grant her what we wish. I was born to this world cursed. The Threnodian intended for me to live as a threat to others. But the puppet born of its wickedness will become the prison that seals its fate. I shall be whole again, true to myself at last. A fitting end, don't you think?
Then we can't pull for you, so no.
I have reached my final destination. One last swan song, and then the lights go out.
This is a interesting, like, image here.
I understand.
Thank you.
Also, the way that she holds the sword is a little, like, loose. She's small. I mean, yeah, but then again, Rover is pretty freaking tall. Like, Rover is one of the taller characters. But the way she's holding this sword is usually you have your hand much closer to the guard. And then you'd have, like, another hand if you're going to use a two-handed towards here. And then you have control and power. The fact that she's kind of like in the middle here, even one-handed, is like, you're kind of getting the worst of both worlds, not the best.
And forgive me.
Oh, okay. Oh, that changed abruptly.
I can't hold it any longer!
Dang.
Why? Why are you doing this? Neither Cartethia nor Fladalise should continue to exist. Don't go.
I heard your request. But I prefer to handle this my way.
I heard your request, but I said no, basically. Peace. Nice bottom of your shoes, I guess. I heard you, but fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Basically what it was. That nailed it, pretty much.
Not even whole, yet still ever so determined.
Well, we're really getting bottom of shoe shots here. Okay, who has the nicer shoes?
Cantarella.
Phone brought me here. I'd have shown myself earlier. But it didn't seem like the right time to interrupt.
Yeah, you know, you were too busy crying on the ground.
Looks like what I prepared could still be put to good use.
Did she put the sword back together? Well, made it have power?
Tavin.
Nice Resident. My god.
The Sentinel's sword. It will help you resist the Threnodian's attack.
Can't go one stream without Freya. Hello, dear. Notice how I did not respond to said comment. I purposefully did not respond to that.
What's inside?
Who knows? It's magic. Ain't gotta explain shit.
To pass the divine trials, every potential maiden must resonate with the Sentinel through Turvin.
So all of them have been.
Those who survive receive fragments of truth, but at a cost. Memories lost in varying degrees.
Holy yeah. Yeah, we were, that's what Floaty referred to as resonance mutations. And the name is also really good. I just realized what Floaty did the name right after reading it again. I've thought the same too, honestly. The name is great.
Fall into this sonorosphere, each carrying faint traces of the Sentinel's power. The power within those fragments of truth. Turvin absorbs this energy.
Don't worry, sure, her back is perfectly fine. She's probably drank enough, God knows Christ what, to fortify it. She loves to make weird chemicals.
The Sentinel's energy flows through you. You are more than worthy of wielding this sword.
Cartethia really loves to touch the sword by the blade. Like, she's real into that. She serves and that name fits. Yeah. Huh.
But you, Cartethia, you alone must choose to wield it.
Your father asked if they were real.
The blessed maiden's sword.
They're real big. You know, there's a lot of interesting technology in Wuthering Waves. I don't know if plastic surgery is one of them. Yeah, I'm assuming, you know, Cantarella deals a lot with poisons and toxins and various chemicals. Maybe she's just had some real interesting chemicals that she's imbibed that have led to, yeah, the celestial size objects orbiting her chest.
Does it also hold the sacrifice you made?
Yeah, the sacrifice of your pants, because you're still not wearing pants. That's a crazy sacrifice. In fact, both of you have sacrificed your pants.
No, my sacrifice was used up long ago. At the time I resonated with the Sentinel, I saw you through their distorted eyes.
It looks like that one Nikki dress and cut it up. Oh, they took the Nikki. I know which one you're talking about. The one that we have. Yeah, the blue one. Yeah.
Or rather, I saw Fleur-de-Lis battling the Threnodian. In that moment, I made a sacrifice that would shift the balance of power.
Was it?
The energy I received from the Sentinel's second awakening. I split it from myself and offered it back to the Sentinel so they could, for a moment, regain control of their body.
Imagine if they let you cut clothes in Nikki, creativity would go off the charts. Oh god, Floaty. Creativity could be crazy in that game.
Only by doing this could Fleur-de-Lis seize the moment to kill the already tainted Sentinel.
So basically what I'm hearing is at this point the Sentinel's is dead. You wonder how the rest of the fan base has taken her character design. Most of the fan base has been like, they're goon. I'm just kind of like, the jellyfish idea is cool. The jellyfish on her chest's not so much. Like, the idea of the jellyfish, and again, her playstyle, we got to test her a little bit in here, is like, she has some potential for cool, like, aerial combos, so I can definitely see how you could use her with, like, characters who love to be in the air, and really have fun with that, but, nah, I will save for Elf 1 and then Bard Elf 2.
The real Blessed Maiden is dead.
You see a lot of people hate her outfit and call it lazy, and you see it, you see it as being lazy. The thing that gets me is the same general thing that gets me with freaking Cartethyias as well, is where are her pants? Why is she walking around with underwear? Like, I don't think that it's entirely outright lazy. I think just being like, here, let's just put massive planets on her to be like, okay, we know what you're doing, but they're clearly going for sex appeal, and that's about it. You still like playing her? You love her personality outside of her personalities. Creativity is already off the chart. Don't ever do that again. Don't worry, Freya, I won't.
But there is
Said
no
to mimic
reason
the
why
fan base.
false Blessed Maiden cannot herself become the true Blessed Maiden, is there?
Is that? The false...
A person of true character should never be defined by an inanimate blade. Both you and I were cursed to be mere playthings of the Threnodian. But that doesn't mean we cannot reshape our fate.
I mean, that sword looks kind of freaking heavy. I'm surprised she can wield that. Like...
Thank you.
Cartethyias got them noodle
In spite
arms.
of my curse, my life of hardship, I must still save what is true.
Like, Cantarella, maybe you should have brought her some pistols. Like, because I don't think she's swinging that thing very easily. It's hollowed out. Wow. Dang. Built like a twig. I mean, she is. She's got little noodle arms. I mean, dang, even if somebody who does work out or something tried to lift that thing, you know, it's gonna have some weight to swing around. I just realized the arm stuff on her is pretty cool. What was with that look she gave?
Had you not stopped the second dark tide? Well, it is we who should be thanking you.
Is she, do you hear that buzzing? Was that like the words of the Threnodian coming into her there? She is cute and she uses her cute aura to lift it. Oh, really, Floaty? Is that how that works? I'll have to keep that in mind.
At least you can't accuse me of ingratitude. I just need a moment's rest.
It was the fan base coming into her. I don't like that phrasing, dear. Also, she's Italian, a proper Italian. Oh yeah, I forgot. The Italian rage is what's gonna have her carry that blade. She's just gonna get really angry at it and just be like, "Mamma mia!" Woof, and just go at it. Yeah, forgot. Happens to me frequently enough. What is the footstep there? Is that gonna be What, Frolova or someone? Fraxidus?
Apologies, but they're doing something rather important.
Oh, no. Yeah, the Italian Rage.
Please?
See, jellyfish.
Do give them some privacy.
You don't mind, she's just gonna fight with an umbrella, it's fine.
Abby?
Yeah, yep, I get it. We're gonna yoink Leviathan out. Huh? But all you have left is the energy I ate before. You sure that's enough?
Dang, we should have gave Abby some energy
Some
drinks.
things you just gotta do.
Italian barbecue. Yeah, thank you, Freya. I'm aware. I am aware of my own anger. Push open the door. Are they gonna let me have my own characters for this? Because I doubt it. Because you know my Camellia will just clear this thing. Dark Cartethyias.
Come to me, mighty god killer.
That was a weird cut. That was a very weird cut. Wait, why am I freaking Havoc version? I don't even know how to play Havoc version. I play Spectro Rover for a reason.
Shadow, follow.
One is the sound.
Oh yeah, I have green.
Keep it together.
Last chance.
You
Ow.
are much weaker.
Because you were meant to cause havoc. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm here to save you.
End me.
I will end you.
Okay, well. Cool, I guess.
You would betray yourself.
Oh yeah, you said the Moonlight Sea was one of your favorites. This is your favorite.
betrayal.
Nice. Oh. Trial
A
Resonator
person
has
of
joined the
true
party.
character should never be defined by an inanimate blade.
Oh, we get another
Both
funny
you
walk,
and
but it's
I were
Cartethia walk.
cursed to be mere playthings of the Threnodian. But that doesn't mean we cannot reshape our fate.
In the end, no matter what anyone else says, as long as you stay true to yourself, everything will be all right.
This is me being true to myself.
Make your choice. Can I go check the character, see what like abilities Cartethia has? Oh, it's this song. It's a good song.
Imperators. No. Your own power. Useless.
As long as I can save the person in front of me, I am not useless.
Is her VA the same VA that is Zelda's in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? I know it sounds familiar.
At least, running, damn it!
Oh, she's like full glowing. With the markings on her. looks like Walter. You shush. Cartethia looks perfectly fine minus the bottom half. Like, her design top half isn't terrible. We looked at some of it and it's alright. Oh, we didn't need that, I guess.
I tried everything. How could this be? Again, I failed. I'm sorry.
Oh, we just stopped that one-handed, huh? There's no way. Like, you're no way. Reverse grip 2 is also, there's like negative leverage with that.
Take my power, my blessings, my past. Seek out a future where I am your blade. We'll find it together.
Walmart Zelda is crazy. It's also just very wrong. See, she's activated the Italian rage. That's what we absorbed. Yep. Oh, is this the free sword that we get for freaking Rover? It is. And then we get, apparently, Arrow Rover now. Okay, what is this? Arrow Rover time. Or we get into new ability, casting resonant skill, or this music's good. Holding basic attack allows Rover to leap into the air. Enhanced mid-air attacks, intro skills, and basic attacks, accumulate wind string. Using the cast enhanced resonant skill. Unleash your inner something. Yeah, I don't know. You're just mad. No, you are just objectively wrong, dear. Wait, hold. I can't put myself in the freaking...
Hopefully this helps.
Why do I have all of the rovers? Excuse me? What? Why am I every rover? You know what? Fuck it, let me just miss that like an asshole. I'm also out of stamina completely. I barely need to move. R? Okay.
Resonance. Strike from the shadow. Hopefully this helps. Wind calls. Waves follow. Wind rises. Wind howls. Unfettered by bounds. Hopefully this helps.
What the hell is this fucking rover? Oh my god. What is this?
Swift and resolute.
Yeah, let me just go put the freaking this back on you.
Wind calls. Waves follow. Annihilation. Waves rise. Judgment strikes. Hopefully this helps. Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. Wind calls. Waves follow.
I am hitting air at this point. She is just up there and doing God knows what.
Whirl and wobble. The wicked will face judgment. I am the Tempest.
A little edgy there, actually. You know what? Knock that shit off. Girl, please let us play every rover together. Yeah, that is kind of busted. The ability to switch rover forms is crazy. We just have multiple swords on us, by the way. And again, switching rovers, like mid-fight. So apparently we love being Havoc Rover. Which I guess kind of makes sense because we have like Absorb a Fernodian to do that. Using every element. Yeah, it is pretty good. The cinematography there is just dang. Oh, there's the horn there.
Well done. Seek out the future, where I am your blade. We'll find it together.
Okay, there is kind of an irony about the Zelda thing when this is like literally the end of Tears of the Kingdom. Oh no, somebody pulled a 5-star. What? Oh yeah, I forgot. We just can fly, by the way. Wait, is the thing on her head gonna...
frequency in her body is already...
Arbiter, despair not, for all is not lost.
Oh, that kind of ended the music a bit abruptly again.
Arbiter, forgive me for meeting thee in such a form.
As a giant shining horse, isn't that what you are?
Imperator? I thought you...
I safeguarded my core data, lest I be wholly assimilated. Arbiter, dost thou remember the covenant we made?
No. Bro, I don't even remember what I ate last night for dinner. We just talked half of the stream about how I forgot stuff. Like, you think we remember a covenant we made, like, how many centuries ago, probably? Like, nah, bro. You're either saving Cartethyias or you're not. While you're at it, can you save Abby? He's got a real bad case of indigestion. Nope. I read the message left behind. I mean, the message left behind. What the hell is the message left behind? No, I don't remember. There was a message?
Soon thou shalt recall all.
Are we talking about the message from our previous self? Is that the message that we get at the beginning of Rinascita?
Thou didst desire that I uncover the Threnodian's true nature. So, I set forth a condition. That my root privileges be unbound. That I might act without restriction.
You know what's crazy about this, right? Because it's talking about root privileges and all of this. You're not sure about this part either. Is that all of the Sentinels act like this. They all feel like they're just code, which I guess goes back to the idea of frequencies and things like that. But it just makes everything feel like Solaris 3 as like a world is an artificial world that one lady up in the sky who sent us in here probably was involved in creating, and we're basically acting as admin. Like, she's the creator, the programmer, and we were just sent there as antivirus admin, and the Threnodians are just viruses. Like, that's honestly how it feels. Like, we're just playing a really distorted version of The Sims.
With unrestricted access, you were going to...
Going to...
Merge with Leviathan. A
Oh, she
measure
just
of last resort.
did that on purpose.
At the time, I had no other recourse. So, I allowed it to believe it had prevailed.
Why?
The Threnodian is a taint upon civilization. Only by partaking of its blight could I seek to comprehend it.
So, what did you learn?
It's a part fish thingy.
The Threnodian cannot be undone while civilization endureth. Even it knows not the means of its own destruction.
So to destroy the... Is the idea of the Threnodians, then, just the vices of humanity? And that's why as long as civilization exists, Threnodians will continuously exist? Like, is that what we're getting at here?
But we may yet shackle it.
Well, that's what Cartethia wanted
What role
to do.
does Cartethia play in this?
When Leviathan merged with me, it breached my mind. I offered knowledge of the Resonator, yet concealed one small truth.
Going again on the idea you proposed, Threnodian equals virus, Sentinel antivirus. Yeah. Again, it very much seems like that it's the phrasing, how everything's presented, the idea of... Sorry, I had to move my microphone thing there. The idea that we have to give authorization, we're basically just giving, like, run in admin mode. The Resonator, it concealed one small... Okay.
Beings such as we may bear but a single Resonator.
Okay.
The Threnodian used my return pod to conceive an entity known as Fleur-de-Lis, to make her its Resonator.
Threnodian used my return pod. Return pod? The hell are you talking about? The way you were gonna get back to physical form?
After centuries of failure, by sheer trial, it found success but once. We were of one body. Therefore, when Fleur-de-Lis became Leviathan's Resonator, she also became mine.
So yeah, she was both to begin with from the beginning. I'm gonna not keep doing this from now on because it's just the same image.
But mark this well. To the Sentinel, a Resonator is an anchor. To the Threnodian, they are but a shackle.
Huh. The return pod thing got you confused. Like, my guess is that Imperator had a return pod as a way of coming back into physical form after merging with the Threnodian. That's my guess. But if that's the case, what the hell are we seeing here? It apologized for showing up in this form, which tells me this isn't its actual physical form, perhaps? And where is this return pod? What is this thing? There's so many things that we just don't have ideas about. But there are people who I get the feeling who do, and a lot of them may be the Black Shores. You have to remember, when we saw, like, the Black Shores and then the Savants, because remember when we saw the original, like, goddess lady or whatever in a hologram, Alto knew who she was. Like, so my guess is that the Black Shores have a general idea of all this stuff that's going on, or at bare minimum, the Tethys system does. And we are just kind of walking around not taking advantage of that.
What made you decide to leave Turvin with the Thessalias?
Why are we saying that so aggressively? Like, dang. Also, I love how when I was like, yeah, the image is, you know, the same. I'm not going to do the whole thingy-majig. Then it immediately changes. Wuo lore enthusiasts who are few and far between. Oh, I know about the I saw one thing on Twitter ages ago of 2.0. It was like, you think you understand Wuo lore, and then you reach 2.0, and it's like, nah, fuck you. You understand nothing. Like, it's... It is purposefully obtuse. It's meant to, the Kuro is trying to obfuscate things. The story is still good, but the deeper lore, if you want to go beyond the surface level stuff, is purposefully being set up to be convoluted.
When first I did merge with the Threnodian, I sought only but to bide, awaiting a resonator of steadfast will to join me in the war against the Threnodian. After Fleur-de-Lis's conception, Cantarella became my safeguard.
Huh.
But had Fleur-de-Lis fallen to the Threnodian sway, as long as one mortal using Turvin passed the second awakening to become my own resonator.
She thinks they did Black Shores too early. Understandable. I feel like Black Shores did not get enough of what it could have been. Or maybe we'll end up going back there almost as like an anchor. After all, the Black Shores are supposedly always home to us. So like maybe after every region, we return to the Black Shores, get little more pieces of information, and then sent off on our way to a new region where the Black Shores ends up being a, again, like an anchor and like an area where we constantly go to learn something new and return to. Perhaps that's why they introduced it early, but I do think the Black Shores didn't get enough of what it could have gotten.
Then the law that no being shall bear more than one resonator at a time wouldst have been shattered.
Okay, well here's the thing. The law that no being shall bear more than one resonator at a time brings up a few things. Number one, does that mean that the law that no being shall bear more than one resonator? Does this refer to beings? What law is this? Who created this law? Can this law be shattered? And also, does this mean that are only certain things able to create resonators and have multiple resonators? Are those things just the Sentinels and Threnodians? Or does every resonator, for all intents and purposes, have this sort of patron that we're just unaware of? Are resonators, for all intents and purposes, just like warlocks in D&D? Like, they just have some sort of patron, but we don't have information? This one line leaves so much to be implied. Black Shores is like a nexus point. Yeah, I can see it being used in that way. But this line is fascinating.
This wouldst rend asunder the frequencies of I, Imperator, Leviathan, and Fleur-de-Lis in a tempest of chaos. And the Threnodian wouldst not escape destruction.
So, okay, we violate that law and we all explode, basically. Mutual destruction was the aim. All good questions I hope we get answers to, yeah.
Such was my intention. Yet Cantarella chose another way.
Nor
Not all journey toward a final destination. Some are destined to pave the way. Take my energy. I will find a way out myself. I trust this will serve to pave the way for you.
So here's the thing. For all intents and purposes, Imperator did choose Cantarella to be the Resonator, to be its Resonator there, in response to Fleur-de-Lis becoming Threnodians, to basically violate this rule. Cantarella basically said no. That's an interesting thing, because that would mean that, like, in terms of becoming a Sentinel's Resonator or whatnot, you can just be like, no, you can reject those frequencies or that power. And that's exactly what she did. She just gave it back and was like, nah, you take it. So that is an interesting idea too, unless I'm misreading this.
She forfeited all the power of the Second Awakening, surrendering it unto me.
Yeah, so she would have become the Resonator.
With that newfound power, I did briefly regain control, and in that moment, compelled Fleur-de-Lis to strike at my form as it was, corrupted by the Threnodian.
Where the hell was that form?
But that wasn't your original plan.
No. It was an unexpected variable.
You said, did she undo the Second Awakening on herself? She basically got the power and just gave it back. She's like, here's the power that's coming, and then zoop, just sent it all right back. So in a sense, yeah, I guess she did undo it. She just hit him with the Uno reverse card. Which is an interesting one. But again, it brings up the idea that a Resonator can refuse that power. But here's the thing. Resonator was able to send back the power of a second. Because again, did she really refuse it, as in like completely reject it, or did she have it and just give it away? Because that's different. If she rejected it without it ever becoming a part of her, then that's one thing. But if it was a part of her and then she sent it back before anything could really happen, a little different. But that leads me to wonder, okay, if they can reject a second resonance, a second awakening, can they reject a first awakening? The second awakening, you overclock. You have to overclock to activate it, yeah. And then the rover steps in to stop the overclock. Maybe? But that's also a fascinating thing, right? Because... No, I was gonna say, in most cases, no, Rover is not needed in this case. Because remember, there was the pact between Rover and Imperator that basically Imperator had free reign. Because remember, with Jue and Jinsi, Rover had to give authority to Jue to actually take part in the Second Awakening, to actually do this for Jinsi. There was no way to necessarily back that out on the part of Jinsi. Even Rover mentions it, like, or Jue, I think, mentions it and is like, yeah, if you fail, you know you die, right? And I think Rover mentioned it as well. Like, you're gonna overclock and die if you can't actually do this. So, Rover's authority is only used to start the Second Awakening, but because of the pact between Imperator and Rover, there was no need for that authority. Rover basically said, you have privilege to do what you want. And so, Imperator went ahead with that Second Awakening on its own authority and tried to do it with Cantarella, but Cantarella rejected it and sent it back. So that's an interesting thing there. And that explains, like, you remember in 2.0, Rover even says to Fenrico, and Fenrico is like, ah, yes, the Second Awakening happened. Rover's like, wait a minute. There shouldn't have been the authority for that to happen. I had the authority. And even, like, thinks about that. But Rover at the time didn't remember the pact between Imperator and him herself, to give Imperator that full authority to basically do a second awakening on their own order. So that's how we get around that idea here of needing Rover for that. That brings up so many freaking things, because, like, okay, how much authority then does Not So Dementia Core anymore, remembering 2.0 stuff? I made a whole goddamn video on 2.0. It comes back when it needs to. Gotta find the right folder in my brain. But now I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna say. This brings up the interesting question. Okay, Jue clearly didn't have that kind of authority. Imperator does. How much authority do the other Sentinels have then? Because the other Sentinels, then do they all have different levels of authority based on various different, for a lack of a better term, contracts that they have with Rover? Are we going to find some Sentinels that have, like, no authority to do anything, or very limited authority, maybe like Jay, versus, again, other Sentinels like Imperator, who can just be like, yo, I own this place, and can do whatever I need to? Like, there's so much that is being left open now, based on the idea that Rover can just say, yeah, you have free authority. That is interesting.
A plan I could not have conceived. Or rather, a plan born of hope.
This idea, plan born of hope, too. Now I'm really getting into analysis mode here. And that I could not have conceived. Well, this leads me again to the idea that it's all a machine. Imperator is a machine, in a sense, or a code. And that, like, you know, the human beings here are... The human beings are the ones who have the ability to hope and to have those kind of things, as where a machine can't hope. And maybe that's why Cantarella was able to come up with this. I wonder then if the goal of Rover in this current form, right? The Rover, the amnesiac Rover, the original plan of the old Rover was wake up however many years later, not remember things, and see, is humanity ready to lead itself without Sentinels? Because Jue is gonna die eventually. I'm not gonna say soon per se, but it's pretty much mortally wounded. It's eventually gonna fade out. Jinxi's gonna be, you know, the leader and pass that stuff down. Imperator is alive to an extent, I suppose. I'm assuming there's limitations here. Like, are we setting it up, this idea, again, of humanity being able to lead itself? Are we basically seeing how humanity has dealt with these tests after these years? Who knows? Using tyranny to curb a Threnodian. I mean, isn't that what Imperator did? Merged with the Threnodian to learn about it, to deal with it, and in the process led to tyranny from the Order.
Perhaps this is the influence humanity has wrought upon me. To change is to be free.
See, we're bringing up the idea of humanity doing stuff again.
Fleur-de-Lis overcame the fate Leviathan ordained, and so too did Cantarella walk a path unscribed in my records.
And of course, this whole entire region is about freedom, whether it be freedom of expression or just freedom to live and choose.
Though the journey was fraught with twists, we stand victorious.
Do we?
I don't know if the end justifies the means.
Also, are we truly victorious? Because I feel like wasn't there supposed to be more updates, you know, with more stuff that was foreshadowed? I think you're close to cracking the core of this story, maybe.
Arbiter, was I wrong?
Are you wrong? Yeah, you tried to force your methods onto other beings. So, how much different were you from the Threnodian in that sense?
I can't speak for what I wasn't a part of. You did what you could do in that moment. Anyone still standing because of it doesn't get to judge.
Oh, I guess we should ask that echo then that kept attacking us. Maybe that'll be able to judge.
Arbiter, in the few moments we have left, might I speak with Fleur-de-Lis?
I mean, few moments we have left. What's happening to you?
Call her Cartethia. That's what she wanted. How do you intend to bring her back?
Are you gonna put your own power into her?
Remnants of her frequency linger within thy tacit mark. So long as a conduit is established, her frequency shall be reborn into her body.
Oh, is that easy? What do I use as a conduit?
Me.
Oh, you are gonna basically sacrifice yourself.
This dying breeze hath little time left. Let it guide her on its final journey.
Okay, so yeah, dying breeze. Yeah, this is showing up as sort of an echo in the wind, if you will.
Arbiter, one question remains.
Will you pull for Cartethia?
Did I fulfill the charge set upon me?
I feel like this doesn't answer the question. But this does. So this goes back to, again, the freaking idea of the obsession, right? They existed purely to its obsession until released from duty. Imperator existed with the obsession of getting the information on how the Threnodian function, and basically was just like, bro, the Threnodians don't even know how destructive they are. All that we know is as long as humanity exists, they're gonna exist. Boom. Let me die now. Yes, 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 I'll pull, exactly. Yes, we will.
Arbiter, take these words to the Thessalius. From this day forth, you are free.
Interesting. Where are they going to keep... Okay, is the next part of this story then going to go in the form of...
Cartethia, awaken.
The Fraxidus? Because, like, where do they go from here? Where do they go with rinascita's story? I didn't think rinascita's story was ending here. I thought there was going to be more. But it seems like the main arc here of the Threnodian ends here. Unless, again, we have Fraxidus happening, which I think is what's likely to happen. Because we still don't really know what was with Fraxidus and Christophora. They left the Fraxidus part open, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
You are...
I am Imperator, a being that owes you a great debt. I have a question I wish to ask thee.
Will you come early, or will you take us to hard pity? Also, support our DPS.
Dost thou rage at how life has unfolded? Dost thou renounce faith or hold resentment?
I like the phrasing of Imperator. Dost thou rage at how life has unfolded? That's a good phrase. I frequently rage at how life has unfolded. Support and DPS, yeah.
If thou wishes to forget, I can erase the past from thy memory.
I don't think she's going to want to.
Such memories do bring me pain. But that is evidence of their truth.
Yeah, why erase the memories? What's the point of that, right? It already happened. Deal with it.
Without the truth, I would not have had the strength to carry on. truth is a beacon in the maelstrom of my life. And I would rather suffer for it and rejoice in it than abandon it to blissful ignorance.
I like how she's just floating around in just white. Right?
I am true to myself. Please, don't make me forget who I am.
I have heard thy wish.
If I go, you will be one step closer to perfection.
They really are merging, aren't they? The old Cartethia and the young Cartethia. Why did the old Cartethia's hair get paler, though? Like, huh. Trying to see if there's anything else. She gained some gloves, and her little, like, halo got bigger. She's getting gray hair, dang. Just confirmation we're gonna get both in single gameplay. I hope so. I think if they did that, this character is gonna sell like freaking crazy.
No. If you do that, I wouldn't be me.
No, you'll be two of you. That's what we're hoping for, Cartethia. We have two of you. That's the point.
To deny my own self and my experiences means any perfection I reach will be hollow.
It's also got the like white things there too.
I would be heartless.
Thou hast need of divinity no longer. Though my power hath waned, I now offer thee my blessings.
Yeah, see the idea of no longer a need for
Let
divinity.
the winds of the past depart. The ships of this new era no longer need their guidance. Though the tide's rage is endless, humanity shall embark upon new voyages. No longer shall scroll and prophecy bind, but thy will shall forge a new era.
Everything I was saying.
Thou art worthy to bear the title of Blessed Maiden.
You're going to predict that the second Cartethia will awaken when cracks just try to do something evil? Maybe. Everything that the Imperator just said then, though, was dead on what I was talking about this story and the idea of humanity and no longer needing, like, sentinels and stuff. What's up? Where the hell are
Righteous
we?
one.
I know where we are. I know where we are. We're by the tree where the one quest ended. The bank quest.
I have never seen you look as gentle as you did during our fight.
She doesn't have the laurel anymore. She is actually free. She looks really weird without the laurel, guys. I kind of want the laurel back, I'm not gonna lie. It's looking a little weird without it. Like, we can't take from her design, Kuro. Like, she's already missing stuff down there for her legs. You can't take stuff from her head now. We gotta bring that back. She's gotta put something on there. Give her a tree branch or something. Yeah, we can talk about having both forms in the surveys and stuff. I think that'd be, they can incorporate in our gameplay.
Let me ask you this one more time. Should I call you Cartethia or Fleur-de-Lis?
It's like, actually, I'm kind of done with both of them. You can just call me Jane. It's like, oh, okay. Just watch. She's going to have no ears next scene. No, she's going to lose her earrings. They're going to come off.
I want to say that it doesn't matter.
Earrings are gone. Necklace disappears. Like, next thing you know, you pull her and she's just walking around in a towel. It'll change the color of the laurel after awakening, yeah.
But since you first met me as Cartethia, that is who I shall be.
Well, wait a minute. What the hell is she awakening to, though? Like, what is this awakening? Because Sentinel's gone. Like, yeah, she's the Holy Maiden or whatever, but did the Sentinel, like... I guess the Sentinel could have merged its power, just set at its frequencies as it, as a conduit, went into her. So maybe it is technically in her, and all that we need is that awakening. Maybe that's how that works. I'm not entirely sure if she has the ability to have a second awakening, because that, again, requires something to, like, for her to resonate with. But if the thing she resonates with is no longer there, what do you do? You feel like the Fraxis has been pushing that since 2.0. Oh, yeah. The Fraxis has wanted to push second awakenings. They wanted that even before, I think, 2.0. But also, they were interested in the idea of someone who can resonate with both a Sentinel and... Oh. They wanted both resonate with a Sentinel and a Threnodian. Remember how... You gotta think about this with Scar as well, right? Remember how the Sentinel here, Imperator, said, if a Resonator can't be with two things. That there's only one being can have one Resonator. One being, one Resonator. If one being has multiple Resonators... Are they trying to... And again, think about Scar. Scar's all about, like, hey, screw the rules. We write our own rules. Is the Fraxis basically trying to just undo the rules of the world? Like, the laws of the world? They're just like, no, we're gonna rewrite them so that there's no rules and no laws? Now, keep in mind, right, Fleur-de-Lis was the Resonator of both Imperator and Leviathan. So, the issue here... So... What I said doesn't fully work, because that already technically happened. They aren't trying to make one patron thing have multiple resonators. They're just trying to have one resonator resonate with multiple things. So I guess that is a bit different there. But it does still seem, the idea of breaking the laws of the land does still seem to be somewhat in their goals with what they're aiming for. So perhaps, yeah, they're going to try to force a second awakening without necessarily anything to resonate with. We'll have to see where that's going.
Very well, Cartethia.
I thought I saw the Sentinel just now.
Something like that. They saved you. They accepted you as their blessed maiden.
So where are they?
In you. Never mind, they're right there. They're in a leaf.
What do we do now?
Yeah, the Sentinel is, gone with the wind. Oh my god. Very nice. Very nice.
I can't return to Raguna's Fleur-de-Lis, and I need not serve divinity anymore.
Look at the towers. Well, tower, the other ones are kind of washed in light. Still looks really nice, though. You're free.
Who I was, and my past aspirations, are all gone.
Make new ones.
I feel empty.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna say that. You can always visit whomever you want. You can always eat whatever you want. Really? That's what you're gonna say right now? You can always go wherever you want. You don't have to do anything for now. You don't really have to. You can just be whatever you want. Where's that option? I think you don't have to do anything.
You're right.
You can go get pants. You want me to take you to the mask shop? I'm sure they can design some pants for you. You're putting your head on my tit again.
I'll stay here for a while longer. Is that all right?
Yeah, but we're gonna go soon. I've been streaming for 7 hours. This is really good. God, the lighting is just so good. They've really got this lighting good. And then there's the glowing ass plants there in the bones and Fraxidus. That just kind of undermined things. Mass Lady getting you out.
The one who defies has banished herself to the High Tower, cleansing the remnants of the Dark Tide. Yet, she knew not that the Dark Tide would never recede. She shall prove the most loyal servant to divinity.
You are wrong! Humanity has its flaws, and you've exploited our weaknesses. But we shall not go down without a fight.
You are no longer whole. You are not the perfect creation I conceived. Be that as it may, how long shall thy resolve endure?
The righteous will always rise to defeat evil. I will defeat you, and await my own defeat. Whoever it is, the tide of resistance never ceases. False divinity, suffer my disobedience!
Dang. This is confirmation we can play her in second form, maybe.
I cannot fall now.
I thought that was Shorekeeper for a minute.
No wall is impregnable.
Feet!
Humanity has its flaws, exploited by the Threnodian. But we shall not go down without a fight. The waves of resistance shall never cease. Mankind will not be oppressed by the Threnodian. Now, be free.
Light, come hither!
Make way for your destroyer. Come to me. Mighty God Killer.
So this is how it happened. That explains the weird cut we got. I don't know why we didn't just get that to begin with. Cartethyias. Okay, what are you, a Disney princess?
Righteous One, please keep what happened between us.
You alright?
Yes, I'm fine.
You sure?
I know what I want to do now.
Take care of rabbits? Basically become a second Phoebe?
I want to surpass you.
Huh? Yeah, honestly, his response was mine too, huh?
You're strong. Stronger than me.
I'm also a free character and you're not, so yeah, is this confirmation she's gonna surpass us? She can be whatever she wants. She chose Disney princess, dang. I mean, you know, a lot of girls would have wanted to choose that too, Cartethyias.
You could defy my wishes, ignore my pleas, defeat me, and in the end save me.
You didn't do much of the saving. That was Imperator.
But If one day you find yourself in a similar predicament to mine, who's going to save you?
Abby.
Your bond with the Sentinel is now a bond with me.
Abby's just watching like, huh?
You were their arbiter, and they were your helper. But I want to go beyond that.
Oh.
I want to be more than someone who works on trifles, like harmonizing the frequencies between you and Abby.
More works on trifles like harmonizing. Is that what we're doing? That's a trifle? That's the whole reason why we're in rinascita right now. Blatant foreshadowing? Not necessarily. I mean, it's possible, but I wouldn't go outright and call it foreshadowing. We get this. If it is, it's gonna be so far in the future that it's like, man, we're all gonna forget. But
Hey, I'm more than a trifle. Wait, I didn't realize you're the reason I stopped feeling icky.
dang, Cartethyias is the reason. Turns out smelling like a Threnodian wasn't that bad.
Should the day come when you find yourself in a similar predicament to mine?
Dang, I should have had that off. We actually went through a
I'd
good
need
scene.
to defy your wishes, ignore your pleas, defeat you, and be your savior.
Speak as if I were a villain. Maybe.
If that were to ever happen, wouldn't I need great power to set you right?
Great, now she's just become power hungry. She's like, now I need to get strong. The mask really got me. Yeah, we're good. What kind of Threnodian perfume is she using? I don't know, man. Carlotta's the perfume expert.
Just like how you set me right. Would you deny me the chance to return the favor?
Yeah, but first, why is this Wraith and Bunny around you? Not that easy to bath. Bold words from someone I hardly beat. What? I handedly beat, rather. Will be nice.
Since I swore to be your blade, it follows that I must hone myself to a keen edge.
She has the laurel again. Kuro. Consistency, please. Does she have the laurel? Does she not have the laurel? Like, she can't just keep taking it off and on here. What's going on? I'm guessing the laurel is just a part of her design. She's gonna come that way. But, like, if it was only there for lore reasons and then removed, why'd she, like...
Right now, you're less a blessed maiden and more a steely knight.
Different fairy
Well,
tales.
My one creed is to be true to myself. In that sense, I am rather headstrong. A knight. Yes, perhaps I'll be a knight errant. That does sound appealing.
It was removed so it doesn't pierce the rover with it during that scene. Oh, I mean, maybe, yeah. Though that didn't stop her from slamming her freaking head into our tits on the freaking whatchamabob. On the gondola.
But, truthfully, so much of this world feels unfamiliar to me now. Will you be there to guide me?
Think about what they did to the pizza. Yeah, you want to fight the next you're asking for help? She's very back and forth.
I'll find my own way then.
Dang. Never mind. Wow, now I just forced myself into hard pity.
One last thing. You should speak with Cantarella. I can sense she made it out of the Sonorosphere safely.
Oh yeah, we kinda...
I'll go later.
Go to... I don't want to go back there. What are you doing? You should speak of Cantarella. Your crown. Oh, we do explain this. I actually control how it appears. Crown can remind me of things I should never forget. Okay. They did explain that. You're lucky you're Cartethyias' friend, else you'd be a damn it. What is going on up there? Okay, we're gonna walk away.
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
We have Arrow now, but unfortunately, I don't think I'm ready for Arrow because definitely don't have a set for it. But I do have the sword material, so there's that, so I can level it at least to a certain extent, and then murder Fleur-de-Lis a few more times to get more of it. Okay, Cantarella.
So you haven't forgotten me.
I wanted to. Yeah, everything got hectic.
I shouldn't put my guest on the spot. Moving on. How is Cartethia?
She wants to help and fight me simultaneously. I think we still got a bit of that dual nature going on inside of her.
She needs time.
Also notice my mask keeps kind of like glowing every now and then. See, there it goes again.
Understandable. Her transition back to mortal life is a drastic departure from her former existence. Now, I suppose I should thank you.
Huh? What's this?
Blood Pact's pledge. A
What?
symbol of the unbreakable pact between you and the Phasalia family.
I don't want it.
Each head of the family is entitled to one, and only one. You vanquished the Threnodian and brought peace at last to the Phasalias. You should have it.
So, with that being said, what's the Order gonna do? Because I feel like the Threnodian is less of a physical entity and more of an idea. And if that idea is to spread a, like, spiritual plague, the Order is still doing that.
Consider this a token of gratitude.
Is that the only one?
What?
You wish for more? Or is there something else you'd have me do?
No, I'd have you be quiet, and I'm gonna leave. I want your position. I want you to make peace with the Montilles. Yeah.
Oh. Do you intend to mediate between the two families?
Yeah, you do that, I guess.
Tiresome feuds rarely last between two formidable houses. But alas, there is only so much light. Some branches greedily reach for more than they need, and the forgotten are doomed to wither in the dark. Disagreements lie not only between families, but also within them.
Uh-huh. It sounds worse than a Calamity class tacit
How
discord, dang.
fortunate I now find myself with time to fix things. If you're interested, I'd gladly teach you how to care for a family such as ours.
Nah, I'm good.
Before I forget, Imperator left a message.
Tell me. I'm ready.
From this day forth, you are free.
I think specifically said the Phasalias are free. Wow, Rover, you messed up the message.
I'll remember that.
Will you tell the others?
Nope, because you messed up the message.
I've spent so long preparing for this day. A few more will hardly make a difference.
I'll take my leave then.
Peace. Have fun with your jellyfish.
More tea before you go.
No, I didn't have tea to begin with you. Why are those fish up there in the sky like that? And there we go. We did it. And we got this, which is going to need to get leveled. And then upgraded. Oh, Jesus.
Let me be there for everyone.
What does this thing technically
as we
even
head
do?
toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Provides healing increases. Providing healing increases resident skill damage by 10%. When Rover Arrow casts his resident skill, unbound arrow damage is, yeah, so it does a lot. Well, I mean, we can max it out probably. Because I know good and well I'm going to end up using the Arrow Rover. And it is a cool looking blade. Oh wait, this is the freaking Phasalia weapon, the blood packs. I thought this was at the moment, I thought it was the freaking Holy Blade thing we were using. I guess maybe that's going to be saved for Cartethyias in her, like, actual, like, playable weapon. Is this thing still in its scabbard? It looks a bit thick on the ends there. Yeah, it is. As you see, I've been farming sword materials for eventual sword things. I have not, however, been farming these, the actual things to level said swords. So that's mildly, you know, inconvenient. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to do conversions here. Thankfully, I've got plenty of those, so I can at least get this up and maxed out there. And then just convert 4 of these. Oh, it just already knows how many I needed there. Nice. Me add in those too. Well, now there goes my stockpile of these. My God, I'm gonna have to actually farm this. I haven't farmed, guys. I haven't farmed weapon materials since like 1.1 or something. I don't have any others to put in here, do I? No, dang. Yeah, I have not farmed that in a very long time, so dang. But hey, once I can put this onto Rover, then all of a sudden, this weapon can go to someone else, like, you know, Yang Yang or something. 8% explored. 3. We don't talk about this. Just look at the 100s over here. Whew. Well there, ladies and gentlemen, that is the stream. It's been a long one. It's been about 7.5 hours. Dang. We had a heck of a time for sure. That is a bear. Yeah, we really. Oh, I haven't spent my dang waste plates. 7 hours of Wuwa. Yeah, 7 hours of Wuwa. Oh, we can fight Fleur-de-Lis now, which is nice. I'll do that probably off stream. I'll do that because it has been a while, and I certainly need to collect my dailies or my achieves. They still haven't given us a claim all, have they? That's, you know, a thing. God, how many is this here? 20? Where the am I? Where the I am? Not am I? We had one job, Kuro. No more cages. Slam all the statues back to their correct positions. Nice. And yet there's still more. Reach 100%. Jesus Christ. I'll eventually get there. And I still haven't done that. I have so many things I still need to do for sure. How much funds do I have saved up? Give me 1 second. We'll look. There was like, what, another 25 right there? Right now, this is what we're looking at. This is what is going to hopefully lead to our 2 elves. We've got to collect the Italian elves. So that's what we're looking at here. Thank you for making me feel poor. I assure you, it's not that much. This doesn't add up to a whole lot, and I've kind of forgot to get the daily thing that you can get, the monthly thing or whatever. I kind of forgot to renew that, so I should probably do that at some point, but I can do that off stream as well. Adventures of Plushie Squad. I have so many things that I still need to do. I still need this stuff. It's just like, you know, it's funny that I make a video about endgame content when I still have so much left to do that I just have not had the time to actually get into. I still need to get the wave plates things. There you go. And I only ever get the... I buy the Battle Pass stuff only once I actually finish it. Anything else there? The surveys, I'll do that later. Yeah, guys, that is going to be it. This is a long one, and it was really good. So, I think we did a lot of the analysis in the actual, in the actual stream itself. I think we did a great deal of the analysis, towards the end. I really do look forward to what they're going to do with Cartethia. My hopes for her is that she will be able to switch forms. I am more fond of the Cartethia form than the Fleur-de-Lis form, personally, but I still hope they add something else to her design and her legs, because they are just empty regardless. Yeah. Include that in the survey. Yeah, when I do the survey, there's a few things I want to include in the survey. Maybe I can even bring this up. Notepad. I'm gonna write this down to put in my thing. Add hotkey for immersion mode, and then let me Cartethia / Fleur. How the fuck do you spell her name? Fleur-de-Lis. Having duo forms, sensibilities. Yeah, those are things I'm gonna add to my list of other things. I do put in the feedback. Don't forget about Mecha Dragon. We are. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ride a dragon. I'm just putting ride a dragon there. Maybe for liberation. Liberation? Question mark? Yeah, you know. We can put that in there. I'm sure that'll go over really well with them. But yeah, I do look forward to that. I look forward to the Bard Girl as well, even though I continuously forget her name, so I'm just gonna call her Ciabatta Bread. So, yeah, maybe, but that'd be another Jinshi. Well, no, see, Jinshi doesn't ride the dragon. This one's gonna ride the dragon. Just summon them. She just summons dragons. That's just rides them, summons them around them. They just all follow her. But yeah. This has been really good. I just love looking at rinascita's landscape, the clouds and everything. It's just so... It really does have that enchanting vibe to it. And look at that. We got the whales there, and We can see the inverted tower over there. It's very nice. And then there's the Montelli thing that looks incredibly evil. It looks like freaking Dracula's castle or something. But anyways, that is going to be all. I think, again, we analyzed a lot of it. This was a good quest. It leaves a lot of questions about the laws of Solaris, what exactly the nature of the Sentinels are. The idea that the Threnodians, yes, they are these beings, but are they perhaps ideas in and of themselves, vices in and of themselves? Because they can only exist, or they exist so long as humanity itself exists. There's a lot of questions that are left here, and there's a lot to talk about and theorize. Again, I think a great deal of this story in general is about the idea of humanity leading itself. But this one of rinascita very much is about the freedom to choose how one leads oneself. Whether it be the freedom of expressions of arts, or again, the freedom to move against fate and prophetic decrees and things. So yeah, I think this was a really good story. This was a good follow-up to 2.0's story for sure. And I think they did it fairly well in that, like, it was in an isolated area. Like, 2.0, we had this whole vast land of Rinascita, which is beautiful to explore. But 2.2's was just that one little region. But that one region was interesting enough to be enjoyable. I didn't, like, the intrigue of the story itself helped it make sure that the region wasn't boring. Because you could think you're just basically dungeon delving, for a lack of a better term. It would get boring after a while. But I think they managed to keep it fresh because the story elements were interesting enough to... I never really felt bored about it at all. And we got some really good, funny moments. This is a testament to my
connection with the world around me. And it's very much my companion now, bearing witness to everything I've experienced on this journey.
Your smart gourd? Yeah, that's how my students probably feel about their smartphones. It's my companion. You can't take it. I must have it out at all times. Anyways, God, where was I going? But yeah, this was a really good one. I think the story and how it was in that contained area, it didn't feel boring. It was a enjoyable experience. We got a lot of funny moments out of it. It was good. The emotions were certainly there. The writing was good. It makes you, like, you don't hate Cantarella as much afterwards. I still don't particularly like her. The way she cuts you off. Yeah. I definitely am more interested in Cartethyias. I wonder where the story is going to go now, though. My guess is because, especially we see the petals at the end from Frolova, that we still are going to have the Fraxidus issue here in Rinascita. This, I wonder if Frolova knew this, if this was part of the script, shall we say, from Cristoforo and Frolova. Like, is this quote-unquote victory a part of their script? Because if it is, wow. If it isn't,
this is a testament to my connection with the world around me, and it's...
If it isn't, then maybe they need to rewrite a new script. I'm guessing we're going to get an explanation from the church's side, Fenrico's involvement. Yeah, also what's going to happen with the cathedral, with the church, because again, the same idea I was bringing up is, sure, the Threnodians gone, but the edicts of the order, which were very much corrupted by the Threnodians' influence, still exist. So is this the idea that the Sentinel had made, that, like, as long as humanity exists, the Threnodian exists? Is this almost like the concept of, like, divinity, where something is divine only so long as there are those who follow it and worship it? Once it loses worshippers, it's no longer divine, kind of an idea, where the Threnodian is going to incessantly resurrect so long as the vice it represents is constantly being brought back in humanity. because after all, everything becomes frequencies in Solaris, and these frequencies can resonate from the grave. So as long as this idea of conformity and assimilation end up being in humanity, this idea of a tyrannical order and an oppressive form of order exists, will this Leviathan continue to resurrect? Similarly to the Overthrax, if the idea of war consistently exists across humanity, will the Overthrax continue to resurrect as a manifestation of the war? And that's an idea that would explain why the Threnodians will exist so long as civilization, as human civilization exists, because the Threnodians are an embodiment of some form of vice, or some form of oppression, vice, tyranny, some form of negative attribute of human nature. How did Wuo lore get so complicated in 2.0? I think it was always complicated, it's just we didn't have the full picture. We thought we understood things rather, simply because the scope of what we were able to see was very limited. It's akin to saying that, like, you understand aquatic life because you understand the fish in a pond, but then extend that into the deep sea, the oceans beyond, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I actually didn't know all of these things. And I think that's what 2.0 did. In 1.0, we had such a small view of things that everything felt like it made more sense. But then as things opened up and we got to see a bigger picture, now all of a sudden we realized, no, the original ideas we had were flawed due to the limitations of the information we had at the time. You're actually digging it so far. It takes a bit to understand, but it has its charm. No, and I think it's good. I think this is what we want in a story. It makes you have these questions and ask, okay, where is it going next? What are we doing next? Where do we go with this story? You know, the rinascita arc, I think, is going to be one of the things that makes it so good, or is, and probably hard to beat. I'm almost worried if Kuro can match it, is the intrigue. You'd wonder really who's good, who's bad kind of a thing. It was really the idea of merging and blending good and bad. This isn't like Jinzo where you had clearly defined, these are good guys, these are bad guys. This was muddled in a way that presented friend as foe and foe as friend kind of a thing. Because of that idea of the merging of the Threnodian and the Sentinel. And that kind of intrigue is really cool. When we were first introduced to rinascita as a nation of like city-states and with various ruling families, for lack of a better term, one of the things that I had speculated or had hoped for was, would we get political intrigue? Would we get pulled into politics in the region? And while I wouldn't say we outright got politics per se, we did get these various shades here, these various muddling. Not still, I still stand by what I said during the Carlotta story quest, where I do feel like they set up the families, like the Mafia families, in a way that didn't feel like Mafia families. Yes, obviously, the Thessalias being the evil families was simply because of what we learned here, where they weren't really evil, they just kind of had to play that game. But even then, I still feel like the families being set up the way they are, where it's like, oh yeah, they're actually good, and there's really no argument. They're good, they just have some people in them that do bad things and need to be reeled in. That's not really still how Mafia families work. I still criticize that in the writing. But the idea of mixing again, the Holy Maiden, is she good, is she bad? Is the church speaking the truth? Is the Sentinel speaking the truth? What really is the Sentinel? Who is telling the truth here? Who is lying? You know, the intrigue that was carried that was brought up rather at the end of 2.0 carried into this particular update, into 2.2. all the way leading to the end. And I think if they had written a more simplistic story and made it easier to understand and to parse, I don't think that intrigue would have had that much power. I think the fact that we as, witnesses to this story have to stop for a minute and go, wait a minute, let's think about this, that, and the other, is what gives this story the impact that it has. And it's a fairly good story for what we have here. Again, I'm going to be honest, I don't think gacha games necessarily set the highest of high standards for stories because they're constantly adding in these new characters, and they always have to be, and always trying to force them into the stories to make them, desirable for players. But in terms of gacha game stories, at least the ones that I've witnessed here, and I've witnessed ones even from games that I haven't inherently played, I do think this is pretty good, and I think the mix of gameplay into story elements helped make the pacing of this quest enjoyable, especially since it is a long quest. Like, this was an it was roughly a 7-hour quest. There was maybe a little less, but we're gonna say about 7 hours plus the app tax. So this was a fairly extensive story quest here that the game gave you moments where it's like, okay, here, we're going to wait this day, we're going to wait this next day. You as a player have a time now to have an opening to go do something else and not try to do this all in one sitting. And I think that shows up that I think was actually a good thing, and I felt like it was handled well. Unlike in the past where sometimes it's like, okay, wait this X amount of days and then the thing happens, kind of a thing where it's just like, why are we doing this? I feel like how they presented it in like, okay, we've reached the end of this day, just go to this mark and talk to this thing and then it continues, gives the player a means of, okay, I can take a break now and not do this in one sitting without feeling weirdly forced and disruptive to the pacing if the player actually did want to continue it all in one setting like we did. So I think they handled the pacing of this really long quest well. Better than 2.0, which I feel ended up not giving very many opportunities for the player to just back out and be like, yo, I gotta do this a different time. I feel like 2.0's really only gave you, after you leave Raguna City, and then after you talk to Lorelei, which maybe then you could argue is the same here. We got 2 separate days, right? But those felt very, very far. What do you mean mail deleted? What? Well, that just was a derailing grenade thrown at me. Thanks, Kuro. You think 2.2 carried the 2.0 quest really well? We did get a lot of questions answered. Yeah, we got a lot of questions answered and still a lot of questions left open. That was the mail they sent to hire you. Yeah, they were like, you know what? We don't like what he's saying anymore. Delete. Dang. Crazy that. But no, I think they handled the pacing very well, for this one. And that, again, for a quest this long, that's not easy to do. We've seen this with other gacha games. Again, I don't want to necessarily make a comparison between, like, Wuwa and Genshin, because I know a lot of people do this, but pretty frequently we see in Genshin where you get this sort of middle, like, you get what authors typically call the marathon in the middle, where most authors, when they write a story, they know how it begins, they know how it ends, and they have a couple of key, like, exciting moments. But then everything in the middle is like, okay, how do we get from point A to point B to point C here? We've seen with Genshin where that in the middle is sometimes a slog. Like, if you look back at Fontaine's story, loved Fontaine's story, but admittedly, that prison section literally kind of felt like prison. It was slow and just like, oh god. I solved that only really when it comes to Wuwa. To me, that was only really the beginning of the game. The first few acts of the game in Jinzo was that slog of, oh god, what is going on? It really wasn't, something that was paced very well. Post that, once we got into content past that, I don't think we had many issues with pacing. And again, rinascita, I feel like, did it very well. I'm sure there were probably parts during some story quests where I was like, okay, let's go. But I think they've really managed their pacing very well, and they've managed how to present breaks for the player very well, at least again in 2.2. And let's see going forward if they can continue this. This might be something worth mentioning, actually in feedback to tell them something they did well. The option for player breaks in the 2.2 quest felt natural and unintrusive. There. So I had to write that out. But yeah, yeah, and let's mention now in the middle section was not it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even finish that. I really haven't caught up much with recent Genshin stuff. And again, I don't want to compare Genshin to Wuwa. I think comparing the two is unhealthy for both. I think especially for Wuwa being the later of the games that always gets compared to Genshin. I think it's unhealthy because even if Wuwa is doing great, is it doing great by its own virtues, or is it doing great only by comparison to its competitors? And if it's the latter, then can the game exist on its own out of its competitors' shadows? I think if we constantly compare, we're never going to get out of the shadows of the competitors. So I think just looking at Wuwa, and this is why in my various analyses, I try to do just that. Look at Wuwa, but maybe pull from other games as examples for what I'm talking about. That can be used for inspiration, not necessarily a comparison between the two. Just because I want Wuwa to stand on its own 2 feet as its own thing. So I am always hesitant to compare the two, but, what you're saying is probably right, too. But I think when you have long stories, because you have to think, right? The stories have to be long for players who do only get a little while to log in and want this story to last the entire update. There's got to be some oomph to it. And managing that pacing it's a balancing act, yeah. Very fair point. Yeah, I didn't think of it this way. Yeah, and that's why I think with the comparison thing. But I think the managing of pacing is a very tricky balancing act for games like this that trickle out their story. And I think Wuwa did this well with this particular story so far. Again, I want to know where rinascita goes from here, because I feel like the ending of it was like, this is a good ending. It's a nice ending, but it doesn't feel like it's ended. And I want to know where that goes. It feels like there are too many open questions where I'm sure what's going to happen, and I'm somewhat worried for it, is that obviously next update, we're probably not going to get any huge story stuff. We know this, right? It's anniversary. We just got this big story thing. We're going to get some characters. We're going to get some fun events. There'll be a little side story thing like there was with the fishing stuff with Phoebe. But we'll basically just get some character story related stuff. Maybe we'll go back into the bank vaults with Zani or something, or we'll get something revolving around bard girl who I can't remember her name and like finding inspiration for stories and songs or something, right? We'll get something like that that'll be cool, kind of like 2.1 stuff. And then we'll probably get big celebration for anniversary. Like, that's cool, right? It's anniversary. We're probably not going to get massive story stuff. But again, I'm just like, man, where does this story go from here? How do they follow up from this and answer these questions? Because you could theoretically just end it there and be like, okay, we're going to answer these questions about like what happens with these characters in lighthearted, fun ways. How do they rebuild? How do they recover? But let's be real. Do you think the Order doesn't know the Threnodian's dead? The Order doesn't even know it was worshipping the Threnodian. It believes what it was worshipping was the Sentinel because all of the society believes what it was worshipping was the Sentinel. Because they merged. It doesn't realize that they didn't, like... Maybe Fenrico knows something. Maybe he's glanced at the truth and knows a bit. But none of them know that the Threnodian is, for all of, in theory, dead. None of them know that the Sentinel is essentially dead. That both of them are gone. Like, so this order that exists and acts as a ruling class is not just going to be like, oh, the deities that we worship. Yeah, okay, we'll just here, let's tear down the cathedral. We're gonna turn into a school or something. Like, donate all of the echoes and wealth to children in poverty. Like, that's not gonna happen. So, like, how do you rebuild a society with only a few people knowing that the evil that was plaguing it is gone? And that those who are perpetrating that evil, those who are continuously, rather not perpetrating, but propagating that evil for the evil itself, don't realize that the evil that they were worshipping is gone. And so they're going to keep spreading its edicts. Like, again, this is the idea that I had. The Threnodian truly isn't dead in the sense that the people who followed it are still going to follow its will because they don't know it's gone. Bodyguard simulator of Zani next patch. Yeah, maybe. They really can't end it like this. No, and obviously the petals from Frolova indicate this story isn't ending here. There's more. The Fraxidus are gonna try to do something, and again, I think a good part of this is gonna have to do with control. Where does the social order of Raguna go? Because that order, that peace, even Rover mentioned at the beginning of this quest, that peace that feels unnatural. It feels uneasy. And it's still going to feel that way. This place really doesn't have any real ruling class. It's again, it's kind of a theocracy, and then you have a couple of families battling for control. So it's really, we don't have a clear-cut ending here yet. Whole church aside, the story is a huge plot hole. Yep. How did Fenrico know that Fleur-de-Lis was sealed? You really want to see how it's played down? Did he know she was sealed? He simply knew that the Divine Maiden, the Blessed Maiden, that Fleur-de-Lis was working with the Threnodian. He knew that. Now, you might be wondering, okay, well, here's the thing. How did he know, right? Is Fenrico... Keep in mind, the Order had very close ties to Thessalias. Was that an act? Like, do they all just know the truth and were perpetrating certain... Well, it doesn't make sense, because that's taking the act really freaking far, if that's the case. They were literally doing pilgrimages and things like that. They were basically creating the Dark Tide over in that one region. So... that's... yeah, there's some stuff that does need to be answered for sure. Didn't they say that he witnessed her being sealed, or at least implied? No, they didn't mention anything about the sealing, as far as I'm aware. We'd have to go back. They just simply mentioned that during, like, the clash or whatever, that Fleur-de-Lis was actually the Threnodian's resonator. That's all that was mentioned, that she was not the Sentinel's resonator, which again, kind of yes, kind of no. They're not wrong. It's just a bunch of half-truths. So I do agree with you. Where the Order goes is a mystery that very much we don't have answers for. And that's maybe one of the biggest mysteries here. We could probably guess now that Cantarella is back taking control of her own house, that, sorry, my nose is itchy. That, there will be some sort of peace brokerage between the Montellis and the Thessalias. And that's fine. That's good, whatever. So we're gonna have that as a ruling factor. But again, we still have to deal with the Order. So yeah, there's a lot that we still don't know. We still don't know where and how Christopher plays into things. He's just here. But why? What's his purpose? Don't know. What is the Fraxis doing? What were they trying to do? We don't really fully get that. Are they trying to bring about the Dark Tide, or were they? Or do they still have the means to do it? Were they just looking into the idea? I don't think they were looking into the idea of the Resonator thing yet. I think that idea was made apparent to them and found to be interesting. But yeah, I don't know. You're not sure, but you do remember being mentioned 2.0 quest. Also, the amount of people that noticed the fact that the image of the Sentinel was distorted by the Threnodian so far back was impressive. Well, there was that, and also there was a guy in rinascita who was from the Black Shores and was like, yo, the statue of the Sentinel doesn't look like what the Tethys system has recorded for the Sentinel. So, had to merge words to keep it under the limits, dang. But yeah, so I think there's a lot of things that made stuff look like, wait a minute. And I think a lot of people had the back and forth of, okay, the idea of split and merge was a very interesting thing. A lot of people, I think myself again included, thought that like the Cetus was going to end up being the Sentinel or involved with the Sentinel. And that really wasn't the case there. And so that's why maybe the whole tail thing played a role into it. But that ended up not being the case. Black Shores guy went over your head. Oh yeah, the Black Shores guy was just like, yeah, the Sentinel, it doesn't look like that. I do remember seeing him. But yeah, again, there's a lot of great stuff that's been done with rinascita. And again, even at this point in time, where for all intents and purposes, we have a conclusion to this quest, we as players know, because of that foreshadowing with the Frolova petals, it isn't over, and we want more. And that's the best part, is I think that they've done something well where even if there is this supposed, even if there's this supposed ending here, we're still like, nah, we still need more of this. This is really good. So yeah, I think Kuro really has struck gold with rinascita, and I am curious to see where this plot eventually concludes, and then also I'm very worried on how they're gonna match or surpass it in future areas. Because again, the intrigue, the not knowing what is real and what is false, what's true, what's good, what's evil, having that mix, I think really adds to an amazing intrigue. And if they do another plot like that, it starts to get repetitive, right? Like, we'll be like, okay, we've seen this before. But if they don't have that level of depth, then, you get a story that goes from this insane level of interest to something very straightforward, and you're like, not as good writing. Like, so I am curious of how they're going to match or top this in future regions. Yup, 3.0 blows us away. Do you think we'll get another region from Huang Long? I think 3.0 we have probably the new Federation would be my guess. Is where we're probably going, because it's been mentioned too, or it's been mentioned as well. And there are other areas that I know have been mentioned in like things and lore stuff. I'm forgetting their names, but I think we have like 2 other regions that we're aware of. like 2 or 3 other regions. I'm just blanking on them. But yeah, I do think that the new Federation is probably where we go next after rinascita. So I'm curious of how that works. But yeah, this has been great. I've really loved rinascita. I look forward to the 2 elves that we get here. Bard Girl. One day I'll remember her name, hopefully before I have to pull her. And Cartethyias, whom hopefully my one poor choice of dialogue options didn't mean that now she's gonna like take me to hard pity. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to both of them, and my bank probably isn't. But anyways, yeah, Chakana, yeah, her. Probably mispronounced that. Anyways, that is going to be all. This has been an 8-hour stream. I'm going to go now. You guys take care. In the next like week or so, I'm going to probably have an analysis video looking primarily at Genshin's TCG. Hey, PayPal is always an option. Yeah. The money goes to my bank first, then into PayPal. Oops. But yeah, the video analyzing, probably looking at the Genshin's TCG, is probably where I'm going to go next with my analysis stuff, and then there's going to be like computer building things I'm going to have to do, and then we'll see about branching out to analysis videos on other games if people are interested. Again, I wanted to look at potentially Adelia Yumia, and just other games I have an interest. I don't want to completely shoehorn myself into waiting for updates from gacha games and stuff. One, because then that would probably force me to play a lot of gacha games, and I don't really want to do a whole bunch of them. And 2, I am very variety in nature. I like to push variety here. So again, thank you guys for being here. Everyone who showed up, there was a lot of people. I know we went really late, so it's probably not right now, but it was a good amount. Well, there's a good amount for a smaller stream like this. Obviously, we've had a lot more when we did TCG streams and whatnot, but we had a good time here. We had lots of funny things happen, and that's gonna be that. So I will see you next time for things. Not sure when it'll be. Maybe it'll be sometime over break. Maybe we'll do like Cantarella Story Quest or something like that. I still haven't done Brant Story Quest, so maybe we'll get a giant Story Quest stream or something. But yeah. So thank you for being here, and I will see you next time. Take care.